The old woman's voice trembled as she spoke, her gnarled hands tracing unseen patterns in the smoky air of the dimly lit cottage. They walk among us, unseen by many but felt by all. Every shadow, every rustle in the woods, they're there. Waiting. Outside, the storm raged, hammering against the thick wooden walls like a desperate beast. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shapes onto the walls, shapes that seemed to take on lives of their own. The children huddled close, their wide eyes reflecting the golden glow of the flames. Each of them clutched something for comfort, a blanket, a carved wooden figure, a fragile hope that the storm would soon pass. But the storm was the least of their fears. Long ago, the woman continued, her voice dropping to a whisper, the world was young, and the lines between the seen and the unseen were thin as spider's silk. The land you walk upon, the rivers you drink from, the skies that bless and curse you, they were not always yours. They belonged to the ones who came before. Her words hung heavy in the air, sinking into the children's minds like stones into a still pond. One boy, braver, or perhaps more foolish than the rest, asked, "Who were they?" The woman smiled, a slow, knowing curve of her lips that held no warmth. The beings of the old world. Some called them gods. Others, monsters. But they were neither, and both. They were the watchers, the guardians, and the tricksters. And they never truly left. The firelight dimmed for a moment, as if her words had drawn the life from it. Outside, the wind howled like a grieving mother, and the trees groaned under its weight. The girl nearest to the fire shivered and pulled her shawl tighter around her thin shoulders. Why did they leave? They didn't. The woman's reply was sharp, like the snap of a branch underfoot. They changed. They became the beasts of the forest, the keepers of the rivers, the shadows of the hills. The Kusith, the great green hound with eyes like burning coals, roams the moors, its howl foretelling death. The Kelpie, with its mane of dripping water, waits beneath the surface of the lakes, tempting the unwary to ride upon its back before dragging them to the depths. And the Puka, she paused, her eyes glinting with something between fear and fascination. The Puka can be anything. A horse, a goat, a man. It will speak to you, trick you, play with your mind until you cannot tell truth from illusion. The children gasped, their small faces pale. The boy who had spoken earlier squirmed uncomfortably, his courage waning. But why would they do that? Why would they hurt us? Hurt? The woman laughed, a sound as brittle as frost on a window pane. They do not see us as you see yourselves. To them, we are intruders, ants scurrying over lands that are not ours. Some are kind, it is true. The fairy swans sing songs of healing to those who are pure of heart. The white stag leads the lost to safety. But kindness is rare in their world. More often, they test us. And woe to those who fail. As her words settled into the room, the fire surged suddenly, a burst of light and heat that startled them all. One of the younger boys cried out, clutching his sister's arm. The woman leaned forward, her face illuminated by the dancing flames. Do you know why the wind screams tonight? The children shook their heads, too frightened to speak. Because something ancient stirs. A creature born of the storm and the dark places between the stars. It hunts not with teeth, but with hunger so deep that no flesh, no soul, can fill it. The old stories say it wakes when the balance is broken, when men take too much and give nothing back. The storm seemed to grow louder, the wind's cry piercing the walls like a blade. The woman's voice rose over the din, her words carrying the weight of centuries. You may think you are safe, tucked away in your homes, with your fires and your walls. But these things cannot keep them out. They move as shadows do, silent and unseen, until it is too late. A loud knock echoed through the room, sharp and deliberate, cutting through the storm like a dagger. The children froze, their eyes darting to the door. The woman's face went pale, her breath catching in her throat. Slowly, she stood, her old bones creaking like the timbers of a sinking ship. Do not move, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the raging storm. Do not speak. The knocking came again, louder this time, followed by a low, guttural growl that seemed to shake the very air. One of the children whimpered, and the woman shot them a warning glare. "Hush," she hissed. "It listens." She reached for the door, her hand trembling as it hovered over the iron latch. For a moment, she hesitated, her breath shallow and quick. Then, with a sudden burst of resolve, she flung it open. The wind roared into the room, carrying with it the scent of earth and rain. But the threshold was empty. No beast, no man, no shadow stood there. Only the night, vast and impenetrable. The woman stared into the darkness for what felt like an eternity, her eyes searching for something she hoped not to find. Finally, she shut the door, bolting it with a force that betrayed her fear. She turned back to the children, her face grave. "They are always watching. Always waiting. Remember that." The fire dimmed once more, casting long shadows that danced across the walls like living things. The storm raged on, but inside the little cottage, silence reigned. The sky tore open with a sound like 1,000 drums, and from the gaping wound spilled a light so blinding it burned the edges of the world. The people of the First Age shielded their eyes, trembling as the earth beneath their feet shook and groaned like a restless giant. This was no ordinary storm. This was the birth of something ancient and wild, something that would change the world forever. In the beginning, there was chaos. The land was not as it is now, divided by rivers and mountains, shaped by the hands of time and men. It was a single, seething mass of raw power, untamed and unpredictable. From this swirling void rose the first beings, the Tuatha De Danann, creatures of light and shadow, who carried within them the essence of creation itself. They were not gods, though some called them such. They were artists, dreamers, and warriors, and their greatest creation was life itself. They shaped the land with their hands, carving valleys and raising mountains. They painted the skies with stars and set the seas to dance with the moon's pull. And from the rich soil of their imagination, they breathed life into creatures both wondrous and terrible. The first to emerge was the great serpent, Tiamdub, a creature so vast it could encircle the earth 3 times over. Its scales shimmered like molten silver, and its eyes burned with the fire of creation. Tiamdub was both a guardian and a destroyer, a symbol of the endless cycle of life and death. It slithered through the newly formed rivers, its presence carving paths that would one day become lifelines for the world. But the serpent was not alone for long. From the fiery heart of a mountain sprang the drake Keoranak, its wings unfurling to darken the skies. It breathed flames that scorched the heavens, and its roar was said to wake the slumbering stars. The Tuatha De Danann looked upon it with both awe and dread, for they knew that their creations were taking on lives of their own, wild and unyielding. In the forests, where shadows danced and the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain, another creature stirred. The stag Fianpar, with antlers that glittered like frost in the morning sun, stepped into the light. Its hooves touched the ground with a grace that belied its immense size, and wherever it walked, flowers bloomed in its wake. Fianpar was the spirit of growth and renewal, a reminder that even in the darkest times, life would find a way to flourish. The waters, too, were not silent. From their depths rose the Selkies, beings who wore the skins of seals but could shed them to walk upon the land as men and women. They sang songs that wove spells around those who heard them, luring them to the water's edge. But their beauty was a double-edged sword, for those who dared to follow often found themselves lost, forever bound to the watery depths. As the creatures of the earth, sky, and sea took their places, the Tuatha De Danann watched with a mixture of pride and trepidation. They had given life to beings that were beyond their control, beings that would shape the world in ways they could not foresee. And yet, they knew this was the way of creation. It was not a gentle process. It was raw and chaotic, filled with both wonder and terror. One night, as the first moon rose high above the world, a child sat beside a crackling fire, listening to the old ones speak of these creations. Their voices were heavy with both reverence and fear. "They were not made for us," one of them said, staring into the flames as though searching for answers. "They are not here to serve or to harm. They simply are." The child, wide-eyed and curious, asked, "But why? Why did they make them? The Old One sighed, his face lined with the weight of countless stories. Because the world was not meant to be still. It was meant to move, to breathe, to live. The beasts remind us of this. They are the pulse of the earth, the breath of the wind, the roar of the seas. In the darkness beyond the firelight, a low growl rumbled, sending shivers down the spines of those gathered. The Old One's voice dropped to a whisper. And they are watching. Always watching. The child clutched their cloak tighter, glancing nervously into the shadows. But the Old One only smiled, a faint, knowing curve of his lips. Do not fear them. Respect them. For they are older than us, wiser than us. And they carry within them the memory of the first age. As the fire burned low and the stars wheeled overhead, the Old Ones told stories of the beasts' deeds. They spoke of battles fought in the skies, where Keoranaka's flames clashed with the thunder of the storm hounds. They told of rivers that ran red when Tyamduba's tail lashed in fury. And they whispered of the Selkies' mournful songs, which still echoed in the waves on moonlit nights. The child listened, their heart pounding with both fear and wonder. They could almost see the creatures in the flickering flames, feel their presence in the rustling of the trees and the distant cries of the night. And though they did not yet understand the full weight of the stories, they knew one thing: the beasts were not just myths. They were alive, woven into the very fabric of the world. As dawn broke and the fire's embers glowed faintly, the child finally spoke. Will they ever leave us? The Old One shook his head, his eyes glinting with something that could have been either sorrow or hope. No. They are part of the world, just as we are. And as long as the world endures, so too will they. The child sat silently, the weight of those words settling in their chest. Outside, the first light of day kissed the earth, and in the distance, a low, mournful howl echoed through the hills. The air in the grove was thick, not with heat but with an energy that hummed just beneath the surface of perception. It wrapped around her like an unseen veil, brushing against her skin and whispering secrets in a language older than words. Maeve stood frozen at the edge of the towering oaks, her breath shallow, her heart pounding in her chest. She had heard the stories all her life, every child had, but standing there, she realized stories never truly prepared you for the weight of the truth. The sacred grove of Tir na Nog was forbidden. Not because it was dangerous, though that was a certainty, but because it was not meant for mortals. It belonged to the unseen ones, the Alsi, who danced beneath the moonlight and sang songs that could break a man's heart or steal his mind. The elders had warned her time and again, their voices heavy with fear. The forest has no love for those who do not belong. But Maeve had no choice. Her brother's life hung by a thread, and the only thing that could save him was said to bloom within these ancient woods. The flower of Kamenak, a single, ghostly white blossom that glowed faintly in the darkness, was both a blessing and a curse. It could heal even the most grievous wounds, but to seek it meant risking the wrath of the forest's guardians. She stepped forward, the crunch of dry leaves beneath her boots loud in the heavy silence. The world seemed to hold its breath, as though the grove itself were watching. The trees, impossibly tall and ancient, twisted toward the sky like gnarled fingers. Their bark shimmered faintly, as though a thin layer of starlight coated them, and their leaves whispered secrets to each other in the breeze. Maeve pressed on, each step a battle against the rising tide of fear in her chest. The forest felt alive in a way that was both beautiful and terrifying. The air was cooler here, carrying with it the faint scent of earth and something sweeter, like wild honey. Shadows moved in the corners of her vision, but when she turned, there was nothing there. Or so it seemed. A sound broke the stillness, a soft, lilting melody that sent shivers down her spine. It was faint at first, like the echo of a dream, but it grew stronger with each step. She knew what it was. Everyone in the village did. The Psalm of the Alsi. It was said to lure mortals off the path, leading them to their doom or their salvation, depending on the whims of the singers. Maeve closed her eyes for a moment, steadying her breath. She had tied a red thread to her wrist, just as the old stories instructed. Red for courage, red to ward off the enchantments of the Fae. But standing there, with the song wrapping around her like a warm embrace, she wasn't sure if the thread would be enough. The melody changed, becoming softer, almost mournful. It was a sound that reached deep into her chest and squeezed, pulling at memories she hadn't thought of in years. Her mother's laughter, her father's strong hands lifting her into the air, her brother's bright smile. Tears sprang to her eyes, unbidden. The forest was trying to break her, to make her turn back. But she couldn't. Not when her brother's life depended on her. The path beneath her feet began to change, the soft earth giving way to smooth stones that glittered faintly in the dim light. The trees parted, revealing a clearing bathed in an ethereal glow. In the center stood the flower of Kamenak, its delicate petals glowing like moonlight made solid. It was more beautiful than she had imagined, but its beauty was almost unbearable, like looking directly at the sun. Maeve stepped forward, her hand outstretched, but a sudden chill stopped her in her tracks. The air grew heavy, pressing down on her like a weight, and the shadows around the clearing began to shift. They moved with purpose now, coalescing into shapes that were almost human but not quite. Eyes gleamed in the darkness, bright, unearthly eyes that seemed to pierce straight through her. A voice, soft and cold as winter's breath, spoke. "You dare trespass in our sacred place?" Maeve swallowed hard, her mouth dry. "I mean no harm," she said, her voice trembling. "My brother is dying. I only seek the flower." The shapes moved closer, their forms becoming clearer in the dim light. They were beautiful in a way that was almost painful to look at, tall and slender, their faces sharp and otherworldly, their hair like spun silver. But there was no warmth in their beauty. It was the beauty of ice and stone, untouchable and unforgiving. "The flower is not for mortals," another voice said, this one sharp and cutting. "To take it is to defy the balance." Maeve clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. "Please," she said, her voice breaking. "He's all I have left. I'll do anything." The beings exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. Finally, the first one spoke again. "There is always a price. Are you willing to pay it?" Maeve hesitated, her mind racing. What would they ask of her? Her life? Her soul? But then she thought of her brother, lying pale and still in their tiny cottage, and she knew she had no choice. "Yes," she whispered. "Whatever it takes." The leader of the beings stepped forward, their movements as fluid as water. They raised a hand, and the flower seemed to pulse with light. "Then take it," they said. "But know this, the price is not yours to choose, and it will find you when you least expect it." Maeve nodded, her heart pounding as she stepped forward. She plucked the flower carefully, its stem cold beneath her fingers. The moment she did, the clearing plunged into darkness, and the beings vanished like smoke in the wind. She turned and ran, the flower clutched tightly in her hand. The forest seemed to close in around her, the shadows reaching for her like grasping hands. But she didn't stop. She couldn't. When she finally burst out of the grove and into the open air, she fell to her knees, gasping for breath. The flower's glow had dimmed, but it was still there, soft and steady. Maeve stared at it, tears streaming down her face. She had done it. She had saved her brother. But as she sat there, trembling in the pre-dawn light, the owl sea's words echoed in her mind. "There is always a price." The surface of the lake was like a mirror, so still and perfect it seemed to hold its breath. Ira stood at the edge, her toes inches from the water, her heart pounding like a drum. The villagers had warned her about this place, Llynddu, the Black Lake. They whispered of creatures that stirred beneath its surface, beings that could drag a soul from the world of the living to somewhere far darker. But warnings couldn't stop her. She needed answers, and the lake was her only chance. The air was heavy with mist, curling around her like ghostly fingers. She had brought an offering, just as the old tales instructed, a silver coin, smooth and polished, glinting faintly in the pale moonlight. It felt cold and solid in her hand, but her grip trembled as she knelt by the water's edge. The silence was deafening, broken only by the soft rustle of the reeds and the distant call of an owl. Every instinct told her to turn back, to run, but the pull of the lake was stronger than her fear. She tossed the coin into the water. It disappeared with a sound that was too soft, like a sigh. For a long moment, nothing happened. The lake remained still, its surface unbroken. Ira's breath caught, and she wondered if the stories were just that, stories. But then, the water began to ripple. Slowly at first, then faster, the concentric circles spreading outward like the heartbeat of something vast and ancient. She stepped back, her pulse quickening. The ripples grew stronger, and from the center of the lake, a shadow began to rise. It was indistinct at first, a shape barely darker than the water around it. But as it emerged, its form became clearer. A long, sinuous body coiled and uncoiled with a grace that was almost hypnotic. Its scales glistened like black glass, and its eyes, two glowing orbs of molten gold, fixed on her with an intensity that made her knees weak. Ira had heard of the Cephalddwr, the water horse, a creature said to lure travelers to their doom. But this was no horse. It was something older, something that didn't belong to her world. She tried to speak, but her voice caught in her throat. The creature tilted its head, as though waiting. Finally, she managed to whisper, "I need your help." The creature didn't move, but the air around her seemed to shift, growing colder. Its gaze was unrelenting, piercing through her as if it could see every secret she had ever buried. She felt exposed, vulnerable, but she didn't look away. "I need to find my mother," she said, her voice trembling. "She disappeared into the water years ago. Everyone says she's gone, but I know she's here. Somewhere." The creature let out a sound that was almost a laugh, low and rumbling, like the distant roll of thunder. It spoke, its voice a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Your mother sought what she was not meant to know. The lake took her, as it takes all who dare to cross its boundaries." Ira's fists clenched at her sides. "Then take me too," she said, her voice firmer now. "If that's the price, I'll pay it." The creature's golden eyes narrowed, and for a moment, the ripples around it stilled. "Do you understand what you are asking?" it said. "The other world is not a place of peace. It is a place of shadows, of truths too heavy for mortal minds. Your mother is no longer who she was." Tears burned in Ira's eyes, but she didn't let them fall. "I don't care," she said. "She's my mother." The creature tilted its head again, steadying her. Then, without warning, it surged forward. The water exploded around it, drenching her as it came to rest mere feet from where she stood. Its size was overwhelming, its presence suffocating. But Ira stood her ground, her heart hammering in her chest. "You are brave," it said, its voice softer now, almost curious. "Foolish, but brave." Before she could respond, the creature lowered its head, its golden eyes level with hers. "Very well," it said. "I will take you to her. But remember this, what you seek may not be what you find." With that, it opened its mouth, and a mist unlike any she had ever seen began to pour forth. It swirled around her, cool and damp, and the world began to shift. The trees blurred, the sky darkened, and the ground beneath her feet dissolved into nothingness. She felt herself falling, weightless and unmoored, until the mist parted, and she was standing on the shore of a different lake. This one was not calm and still like Llynddu. It was wild, its surface roiling with waves that seemed to move with their own will. The air was heavy with the scent of salt and something metallic, like blood. Shadows moved across the water, shapes that were too fluid and too solid all at once. At the center of the lake, a figure stood on the waves as though they were solid ground. Her mother. Or what was left of her. Her form was hazy, her edges blurred, as though she were part of the water itself. Her eyes, once warm and kind, were now cold and unseeing. "Mother!" Ira called, her voice breaking. She ran toward the water, but the creature appeared in front of her, blocking her path. "She is no longer yours," it said. "She belongs to the lake now." Ira tried to push past it, but the creature's presence was like a wall. "Please," she sobbed. "Let me speak to her. Just once." The creature hesitated, then stepped aside. Ira waded into the water, her legs trembling as the icy waves lapped at her. She stopped a few feet from the figure, her heart breaking as she looked into those unrecognizable eyes. "Mother," she whispered. The figure turned slowly, its gaze locking onto hers. For a moment, something flickered in its depths, recognition, maybe, or a memory too faint to grasp. It opened its mouth, and a sound came out that was both a cry and a song, haunting and beautiful. Ira reached out, but her hand passed through the figure like mist. The creature's voice echoed behind her. "You sought her. Now you found her. But she cannot return with you." Ira fell to her knees, the water rising around her. "I can't leave her here." "She is not lost," the creature said. "She is simply elsewhere." The lake began to churn, the waves rising higher, and the figure of her mother began to dissolve, becoming one with the water. Ira screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the roar of the waves. When the water finally stilled, she was back on the shore of Llynddu, the silver coin lying at her feet. The lake was calm once more, as though nothing had happened. But Ira knew better. The fire burned low, its embers casting flickering shadows on the ancient stones of the grove. The air was thick with the scent of burning herbs, sage, yew, and something unnameable. Around the circle of stones stood the druids, cloaked figures whose faces were hidden in the folds of their hoods. Their chants rose and fell in rhythms older than memory, a language that seemed to hum in Ewan's very bones. He crouched in the underbrush, barely daring to breathe, his heart pounding with the fear of being discovered. They said the druids could see through the darkness, their eyes sharpened by magic as old as the earth itself. But Ewan had no choice. He had to know the truth. In the village, the elders spoke in whispers about the druids and their power over the beasts of the wild. They said the druids could call forth creatures from the shadows, command wolves with a single word, and calm the rage of a charging boar with nothing but a glance. They were keepers of secrets and guardians of things too dangerous for ordinary men. But to Ewan, they were his last hope. His sister, Bridget, had been taken, vanished into the forest on a night when the moon was full and the winds carried strange cries. The villagers said it was the work of the puka, a beast of mischief and malice that stalked the edges of the wild. The druids, they said, were the only ones who could help. As the chanting stopped, Ewan's breath caught. The grove fell silent, the kind of silence that pressed down on the chest and made the air feel too thin. One of the druids stepped forward, their staff carved with symbols that seemed to writhe in the firelight. They raised their hands, and the flames surged higher, casting a golden glow over the stones. "Who calls the spirit of the beast?" the druid intoned, their voice echoing like thunder in the stillness. Another figure stepped forward, a woman with hair as white as snow. She held a small bowl in her hands, filled with something dark and glistening. Ewan's stomach turned as he realized it was blood. She poured it onto the fire, and the flames roared, their color shifting to an unnatural green. The chant began again, louder now, more urgent. The air crackled with energy, and Ewan felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. From the shadows beyond the firelight, a shape began to emerge. At first, it was little more than a flicker, a distortion of the air. But then it grew more solid, its form twisting and shifting as though it couldn't decide what it wanted to be. When it finally stepped into the light, Ewan's blood ran cold. The creature was like nothing he had ever seen, its body sleek and black as midnight, its eyes burning with a pale, unearthly light. It had the head of a wolf, but its body was serpentine, coiled and powerful, with claws that gleamed like polished obsidian. The air around it shimmered, as though it carried its own storm. The druids did not flinch. They stood their ground, their chants unwavering. The creature growled, a low, guttural sound that vibrated in Ewan's chest. "Beast of the void," the lead druid said, their voice steady, "we call you forth not to harm, but to bind. By the old laws, by the blood of the earth, you will answer." The creature's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, Ewan thought it might attack. But then it lowered its head, its massive body coiling like a cat preparing to spring. "What do you seek?" it said, its voice a rasp that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Ewan's hands shook as he watched. He had heard stories of the druids summoning beasts, but he had never imagined it would be like this. The creature was not just an animal, it was something more, something that did not belong to this world. The druid gestured, and the woman with the white hair stepped forward. "We seek knowledge," she said. "A child has been taken. The puka is loose. Tell us where it hides." The creature's eyes glowed brighter, and it let out a sound that was almost a laugh. "The puka answers to no one," it said. "But its lair lies where the forest meets the river, where the waters run black under the shadow of the ancient oak." The druids exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. The lead druid raised their staff, and the creature growled again. "You have your answer," it said. "Now release me." The druid nodded, and the chant changed. The air grew colder, and the creature began to fade, its form dissolving into the shadows from which it had come. In moments, it was gone, and the fire returned to its natural hue. Ewan sat frozen, his mind racing. He had heard the creature's words, but they filled him with as much fear as hope. The shadow of the ancient oak. He knew the place. It was a day's walk from the village, a place the elders had warned never to go. But Bridget was there. She had to be. As the druids began to disperse, Ewan made his move. He stepped out of the underbrush, his heart hammering in his chest. "Wait," he called, his voice breaking the stillness. The druids turned as one, their eyes like cold fire beneath their hoods. For a moment, no one spoke. Then the lead druid stepped forward, their staff striking the ground with a sound like a crack of lightning. "You dare to trespass in the sacred grove?" they said, their voice low and dangerous. Ewan swallowed hard, his hands shaking. I need your help," he said. "The puka took my sister. Please, tell me how to stop it." The druids exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. Finally, the lead druid nodded. "You have heard the creature's words," they said. "The puka's lair lies in the shadow of the ancient oak. But be warned, it is not a place for mortals. To face the puka is to face the wild itself, unbridled and untamed." "I don't care," Ewan said, his voice firm. "I'll do whatever it takes." The druids studied him for a long moment, then raised their staff. "Very well," they said. "But know this, magic is a double-edged blade. It cuts as deeply as it heals. If you seek to confront the puka, you must be prepared to pay its price." Ewan nodded, his jaw set. He didn't know what the price would be, but he knew one thing for certain: he would pay it, whatever it was. For Bridget, he would face the wild and all its beasts. The night was still, suffocatingly quiet, as though the world itself held its breath. Moonlight spilled across the hills, painting them in a silver glow that felt cold, lifeless. Maeve's heart thudded in her chest as she clutched the lantern, its feeble light barely cutting through the oppressive darkness. She had heard the stories, the warnings whispered by trembling elders at the hearth. But her brother hadn't come home, and the howl she'd heard earlier. It wasn't natural. It wasn't of this world. The air carried a strange weight, a pressure that made it hard to breathe. She stood at the edge of the forest, staring into the shadows between the trees. Her knuckles turned white as she tightened her grip on the lantern. She wasn't sure if it was courage or desperation that pushed her forward. Perhaps both. But she stepped into the woods, her footsteps crunching against the brittle leaves, the sound unbearably loud in the silence. Somewhere ahead, a low growl rumbled, deep and menacing. Maeve froze, every muscle in her body tensing. She had heard that sound before, in the tales of the Kusith, the fairy dog whose appearance was said to herald death. A beast as large as a calf, its fur green as moss and its eyes burning like embers in the night. It was a harbinger, a hunter of souls. Her grandmother had once said that to hear the Kusith's howl 3 times was to invite doom, that it gave its victim a chance to prepare for their end, or to run. But Maeve wasn't the one who had been called. It was her brother, Podrick, and she wouldn't abandon him. Another growl echoed through the woods, closer this time. Maeve's breath hitched, her pulse racing. The stories always said the beast moved silently, its massive paws barely stirring the earth. You would never see it until it was too late. And yet she pressed on, lantern trembling in her hand. The forest seemed to close in around her, the trees growing taller, their branches twisting together to block out the sky. Shadows danced and shifted in the flickering light, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent her heart leaping into her throat. Then she saw it, a flash of green in the corner of her eye, gone as quickly as it appeared. She whipped around, holding the lantern high, but there was nothing there. Only the stillness and the faint scent of earth and decay. "Podrick," she called, her voice trembling but loud. "Where are you?" No answer came, only the faint rustling of leaves, as if something was circling her. Panic clawed at her throat, but she forced it down. She couldn't afford to lose her nerve now. Another growl rolled through the air, so close she could feel it vibrate in her chest. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she turned slowly, her eyes darting between the trees. And then she saw it. The Kusith stepped into the lantern's glow, its massive form both majestic and terrifying. Its fur shimmered like the forest floor after a rain, a deep, unnatural green that seemed to shift and ripple in the light. Its eyes burned with a fierce intelligence, fixed on her with an intensity that made her knees weak. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. It simply stood there, watching. Waiting. Maeve's mouth went dry as she tried to remember the stories. Were you supposed to bow? To speak? To run? Her mind was a whirlwind of fear and confusion. "I'm not afraid of you," she said, her voice breaking. It was a lie, of course. She was terrified. But she wouldn't let it take her brother. The beast's head tilted slightly, as if considering her. Then it let out a low, rumbling growl, and Maeve realized with a jolt of horror that it wasn't looking at her, it was looking past her. She turned slowly, her lantern casting its trembling light over the forest. And there he was. Podrick, lying motionless among the roots of an ancient tree. His face was pale, his chest barely rising and falling. Maeve rushed to him, dropping to her knees and shaking him desperately. "Podrick! Wake up! Please, wake up!" His eyes fluttered open, unfocused and glassy. "Maeve," he whispered, his voice barely audible. She nodded, tears streaming down her face. "I'm here. I'll get you out of here. I promise." But as she tried to lift him, a chilling sound stopped her cold. The howl. It started low, a mournful wail that seemed to come from the very earth itself. It rose higher and higher, filling the forest with its unearthly resonance. It was a sound that pierced the soul, that carried with it the weight of inevitability. Maeve's blood turned to ice. That was the second howl. She turned to the Kusith, desperation in her eyes. "Please," she begged. "Don't take him. Take me instead. Please." The beast stared at her, its burning eyes unreadable. For a moment, it seemed almost human, its gaze filled with something that might have been pity, or perhaps disdain. Then it took a step forward, its massive body moving with a grace that seemed at odds with its size. Maeve scrambled to her feet, placing herself between the beast and her brother. "No," she said, her voice shaking but firm. "You can't have him." The Kusith stopped, its head lowering as it let out a soft, rumbling growl. It was close enough now that she could feel the heat radiating from its body, smell the strange, earthy scent of its fur. And then, to her astonishment, it spoke. "Brave," it said, its voice a deep, resonant growl that seemed to echo in her very bones. "But foolish. The call cannot be undone." Maeve's heart sank. "There must be a way," she pleaded. "Tell me what to do." The beast regarded her for a long moment, its eyes narrowing. "There is a price," it said finally. "But it is not one you will wish to pay." "Anything," Maeve said without hesitation. "I'll do anything." The Kusith's gaze seemed to bore into her soul. Then you will bear his fate, it said. His life for yours. Maeve's breath caught. The words hung in the air like a dagger poised to strike. But she didn't hesitate. She nodded. The beast let out a low, rumbling growl that might have been approval, or perhaps sorrow. It stepped closer, its burning eyes locking onto hers. Then it threw back its head and howled once more, a sound that seemed to tear the very fabric of the night. Maeve's vision blurred, the world spinning around her. She felt a searing pain, a heat that burned through her very being. And then, just as suddenly, it was gone. When she opened her eyes, the Kusith was gone. The forest was silent once more, and Podrick was sitting up, his eyes wide with confusion. "Maeve," he said, his voice trembling. "What happened?" But Maeve couldn't answer. She knew, in her heart, that the Kusith's price had been paid. The night sky hung heavy with clouds, blotting out the stars and moon. A cold wind whistled through the valley, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something sharper, something wild. Bran tugged his cloak tighter around his shoulders, his steps quickening as he made his way home. The path was uneven, winding through hills that seemed alive with shadows. Every so often, he glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see someone, or something, following him. It was Samhain, the time when the veil between the living and the other world was said to thin. He should have stayed with the others in the village, celebrating with laughter and firelight. But the lure of home had been stronger. Now, the silence of the night seemed to press in on him, wrapping around him like a shroud. Ahead, the path curved sharply, and a low, eerie sound reached his ears, a chuckle, soft and mocking. Bran froze, his breath catching in his throat. The sound came again, closer this time. His heart pounded as he turned slowly, his eyes scanning the darkness. There, just beyond the reach of his torchlight, stood a figure. It was a man, or so it seemed at first. Tall and lanky, with a crooked grin that gleamed in the faint glow of the torch. But there was something off about him, something that made Bran's skin crawl. His eyes glinted with an unnatural light, and his shadow stretched and twisted in ways that defied the flickering flame. "Lost, are you?" the figure said, his voice smooth and mocking. "Or perhaps just out for a bit of fun?" Bran swallowed hard, his mouth dry. "I'm on my way home," he said, his voice trembling. The figure's grin widened. "Ah, but the road home can be a tricky one, can't it? Full of twists and turns. One might even lose their way." Before Bran could respond, the figure's form seemed to shimmer, melting into the shadows. A moment later, a sleek black horse stood in his place, its eyes glinting with the same eerie light. The horse snorted, its breath visible in the chill air, and pawed at the ground with a hoof that seemed far too sharp, far too claw-like. Bran's blood ran cold. He had heard the stories of the Puka, the mischievous shapeshifter that haunted the hills and valleys. It could take many forms, horse, hare, or even a human, but its intentions were always the same, to lead the unwary astray. The horse stepped closer, its movements unnervingly graceful. "Climb on," it said, its voice now deep and rumbling. "I'll take you where you need to go." Bran shook his head, his instincts screaming at him to run. "No, thank you. I'll find my own way." The Puka chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down his spine. "Oh, but the road ahead is dangerous. Wolves, bogs, and worse. Let me help you." The horse's eyes glowed brighter, and for a moment, Bran felt an inexplicable pull, a compulsion to obey. He took a step forward before shaking his head violently, breaking the spell. "Leave me be," he shouted, his voice echoing through the hills. The Puka's laughter rang out, high and wild, and the horse reared up, its hooves striking the air. When it landed, it was no longer a horse but a massive hare with fur as black as night. It stared at him with those same glowing eyes, its long ears twitching as it crouched low, as if ready to pounce. Bran stumbled backward, his heart racing. He turned and ran, the sound of his boots pounding against the earth drowned out by the Puka's mocking laughter. The trees seemed to close in around him, their twisted branches clawing at his cloak. The path that had been so familiar moments ago now seemed alien, a labyrinth of shadows and dead ends. The hare darted ahead of him, its movements impossibly fast. It appeared and disappeared, always just out of reach, always watching. Bran's legs burned as he pushed himself harder, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Faster, faster, the puka called, its voice echoing all around him. Can't let the wolves catch you, can we? As if on cue, a low, menacing growl sounded from the darkness. Bran's blood turned to ice as he glanced over his shoulder and saw a pair of glowing eyes watching him from the shadows. Then another, and another. The wolves were real, their snarls growing louder as they closed in. Desperation fueled his steps as he ran blindly through the woods, his torch long since extinguished. The puka's laughter mingled with the wolves' snarls, creating a cacophony that seemed to mock his fear. Just when Bran thought he couldn't run any further, the ground beneath him gave way. He tumbled down a steep hill, branches tearing at his clothes and skin as he fell. He landed hard, the wind knocked out of him, and lay there for a moment, gasping for air. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw the puka standing over him. This time, it had taken the form of a man once more, though its features were sharper, more animalistic. Its grin was wide, its teeth gleaming like a predator's. Such fun, it said, crouching down to meet his gaze. But all good things must come to an end. Bran closed his eyes, bracing himself for the worst. But instead of an attack, he felt a strange warmth, a tingling sensation that spread through his body. When he opened his eyes, the puka was gone. The forest was still, the wolf's snarls nothing but a memory. He sat up slowly, his head spinning. The hill he had fallen down was gone, replaced by a flat, moonlit field. He looked around, disoriented, but there was no sign of the puka or the path he had been following. Only later, when he finally stumbled into his village, did he realize the truth. The puka hadn't led him to harm, it had brought him home, though not without a cost. Bran would never forget the terror, the laughter, or the glowing eyes that haunted his every step. The river shimmered under the pale light of the rising moon, its surface rippling with whispers only the night could hear. Maeve crouched at the edge of the water, her fingers brushing the cool surface as she listened. They said the river spoke to those who truly needed answers, that its voice was carried on the wind, hidden in the rush of the current. Tonight, Maeve hoped to hear it, for her village stood on the edge of ruin. The crops had failed, the cattle had grown thin, and the laughter of children had been replaced by the quiet murmur of worried voices. She had been sent to the sacred waters of the Boyne, to the place where Bone, the goddess of the river, was said to dwell. Maeve had no offerings to give, no precious gems or golden trinkets. All she carried was a heart full of desperation and a whispered prayer. The air grew colder, and a strange silence fell over the world. The usual hum of crickets and rustling leaves faded, leaving only the sound of the water's gentle flow. Maeve stood, her breath catching in her throat. From the darkness, a shape emerged, pure white, glowing faintly, as if the moonlight itself had taken form. It was a cow, larger than any Maeve had ever seen. Its coat gleamed like freshly fallen snow, its eyes deep pools of wisdom and sorrow. The creature moved with a grace that seemed otherworldly, its hooves barely disturbing the ground as it approached the river. Maeve could only stare, her fear mingling with awe. "Who calls upon the river tonight?" The voice was soft, resonating not in her ears, but in her very soul. Maeve blinked, realizing it came from the cow itself. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, bowing her head. "Great Spirit, forgive my intrusion. I seek aid for my people. We are hungry, and our fields are barren." They said the river might answer. The cow lowered its head, studying her with those deep, sorrowful eyes. "You seek the blessings of Bone," it said. "But blessings come with a cost. Are you prepared to bear it?" Maeve hesitated, her mind racing. What cost could be greater than the suffering her people already endured? She nodded, her voice trembling. "I will bear it, whatever it may be." The cow stepped closer, its presence both calming and overwhelming. "Long ago, it began, when the rivers were first shaped, Bone walked this land. She was not just the goddess of the waters, but a keeper of prosperity. To those who showed reverence and wisdom, she gifted abundance. But to those who took without gratitude, she left nothing but drought and despair. Maeve listened, her pulse quickening. The cow's voice carried a weight, a truth that felt ancient and unshakable. Her most precious gift was not the river itself, the cow continued, but the herd of white cattle that roamed the sacred lands. They were guardians of prosperity, their milk as rich as the earth's bounty, their presence a sign of favor. But humans, as they often do, grew greedy. They sought to claim the cattle, to own what was meant to be shared. The cow paused, its gaze growing distant. One by one, the herd vanished, returning to the other world where mortals could not reach them. Only I remain, tasked with watching over those who seek aid, weighing their hearts and their intentions. Maeve's throat tightened. She thought of her village, of the hollow faces of the children, the silent despair of the elders. I do not seek to take what is not mine, she said. Only to help my people survive. The cow tilted its head, as if considering her words. Then, it stepped into the river, its hooves barely making a ripple. As it moved, the water seemed to come alive, glowing softly, its current quickening. The cow stopped in the center of the river, turning its gaze back to Maeve. Kneel, it commanded. Maeve obeyed, the cold water soaking her knees as she waded into the shallows. Close your eyes, the cow said. And listen. Maeve shut her eyes, the sound of the rushing water filling her ears. At first, she heard nothing but the river's flow, a gentle, soothing murmur. But then, faintly, came a melody. It was soft, haunting, and impossibly beautiful, like the memory of a song she had once known but long forgotten. The music swirled around her, weaving images in her mind, fields bursting with golden grain, rivers teeming with fish, and cattle grazing on lush, green pastures. Tears streamed down Maeve's face as the vision faded, leaving behind a warmth in her chest. She opened her eyes to find the cow watching her, its expression unreadable. You have been shown what can be, it said. But such prosperity must be nurtured, not demanded. Take this gift back to your people, a single calf, born of the sacred herd. Care for it, respect it, and let its presence remind you of what is required to thrive. As it spoke, the river began to shimmer again, and from the light emerged a tiny calf, its coat as white as the moon. Maeve gasped, her hands trembling as the calf approached her, nuzzling against her with a softness that felt like a blessing. The cow stepped forward, its voice gentle yet firm. This calf is a bond, a promise between your people and the land. Honor it, and you will know abundance. Break it, and the river will reclaim what it has given. Maeve nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and resolve. We will honor it, she vowed. Thank you. The cow stepped back, its form beginning to fade, blending into the glow of the river. Remember, it said, its voice growing fainter, prosperity is not a gift to be hoarded. It is a trust to be shared. With that, it was gone, leaving Maeve alone with the calf by her side. The night seemed brighter now, the stars reappearing in the sky. Maeve took a deep breath, the weight on her shoulders replaced by a new sense of purpose. She gathered the calf in her arms and began the long walk home, the echoes of the river's song still lingering in her heart. The forest was eerily silent, the kind of quiet that makes the hairs on the back of your neck rise. In the pale light of dawn, a figure moved through the trees, a hunter, his breath visible in the crisp air, his spear gripped tightly. He was not hunting for food. This was not the pursuit of a deer or a hare. He sought the beast that had terrorized his village, the one whispered about in the dim glow of the hearth, its name spoken only in fear-laden murmurs, the great wild boar. It was said that the beast was as large as a bull, its tusks sharp enough to tear through stone, its eyes burning like embers. Wherever it tread, chaos followed. Crops trampled, trees uprooted, livestock scattered in terror. But it wasn't just the destruction that haunted the villagers, it was the sheer, unrelenting ferocity of the boar, a creature that seemed to embody the fury of the earth itself. The hunter paused, crouching low as he examined the ground. There it was, a hoofprint, impossibly large, pressed deep into the soil. The weight of the beast was enough to leave the earth cracked around the print. His heart raced, but he steadied himself. This was a test, not just of skill but of courage. To face the great wild boar was to face raw, untamed power, the kind that made even the bravest hesitate. A sudden rustling in the underbrush snapped him to attention. The spear tip quivered slightly in his grip as he scanned the shadows. The rustling grew louder, closer, until it became a crashing, like a tree snapping in half. And then it appeared. The boar's sheer size made it seem otherworldly, its bristled coat glinting with an almost metallic sheen. Its tusks curved wickedly, glistening with something dark and wet, blood, or perhaps sap from the trees it had destroyed. Its eyes, burning red, locked onto the hunter, and for a moment, time seemed to stop. The hunter tightened his grip on the spear. This was not just a beast, it was a force, a storm given flesh. His ancestors had spoken of such creatures, symbols of strength and chaos, revered and feared in equal measure. To slay one was to prove oneself a warrior of legend, but to fail meant an unmarked grave in the wilderness. The boar charged, its hooves pounding the earth like thunder, its snout flaring as it barreled forward. The hunter leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the tusks that could have gored him in an instant. He rolled to his feet, his breath ragged, and readied the spear again. The beast wheeled around, unnaturally fast for something so massive. It snorted, a sound that carried both anger and disdain, as if it knew this fight was futile for the human. But the hunter held his ground, planting his feet firmly as he aimed for the boar's heart. He hurled the spear with all his might, the weapon slicing through the air with deadly precision. It struck, embedding itself in the boar's side. The beast let out a roar that echoed through the forest, a sound so primal it seemed to shake the very trees. But it did not fall. Instead, the boar charged again, its fury redoubled. The hunter barely had time to draw his knife before the beast was upon him, knocking him to the ground with a force that drove the air from his lungs. He scrambled backward, slashing wildly as the boar's tusks came dangerously close to his flesh. Blood slicked his hands, whether his own or the boar's, he couldn't tell. The creature's strength was relentless, each strike a reminder that this was not a mere animal but a living embodiment of chaos. And yet, amid the terror, the hunter felt something else, respect. This was a creature born of legend, its power a reminder of the wild, untamable forces of the world. Summoning his last reserves of strength, the hunter thrust his knife upward, aiming for the soft spot beneath the boar's jaw. The blade struck true, and the beast reared back, its roar turning into a guttural cry. It staggered, blood pouring from its wounds, before finally collapsing with a thunderous crash. The hunter lay there for a moment, his chest heaving, his body trembling. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as if acknowledging what had just transpired. Slowly, he rose to his feet, approaching the fallen beast with a mix of caution and reverence. The great wild boar lay still, its eyes dimmed, its massive body a testament to the strength it had wielded in life. The hunter placed a hand on its bristled hide, murmuring a prayer of thanks, not for the kill, but for the chance to face something so magnificent. As he stood there, the sun broke through the trees, its light falling on the boar's body. The hunter knew that the beast's spirit would linger, not in malice, but as a symbol of the balance between strength and chaos. For the wild, with all its dangers and fury, was also what gave life its meaning. Moonlight cascaded over the rolling hills, bathing them in an ethereal glow. The air felt heavier than usual, charged with something unspoken, an energy that made the skin prickle and the heart quicken. In the distance, a figure moved, a hunter wrapped in a thick cloak, his bow slung over his shoulder. His boots crunched against the frost-dusted grass as he followed the faint tracks leading toward the forest's edge. He had been warned about this place. Not with the usual admonitions of danger, but with whispered tales of something sacred, something beyond human understanding. The forest was no ordinary grove. It was said to belong to the city, the unseen ones, guardians of a world that brushed against the mortal plane like a shadow in the wind. And within it, there was a creature unlike any other, the elk of the city. Few had claimed to see the elk, and fewer still dared speak of it. Those who had returned from the forest carried a quiet reverence, as if they had glimpsed something not meant for human eyes. Yet here he was, following a trail that seemed to appear and vanish in the frost, as though the elk itself was deciding whether he was worthy to continue. He stopped at the forest's edge, gazing at the towering oaks whose branches intertwined like a web. The wind stirred, carrying with it a faint sound, soft, musical, like the hum of a harp string. It wasn't coming from the trees or the earth, but seemed to vibrate in the very air. His breath hitched. This was no ordinary hunt. Taking a step forward, he entered the forest. The moment he crossed into the shadows, the world seemed to shift. The air grew warmer, yet his skin prickled as if brushed by unseen hands. The trees around him loomed impossibly tall, their bark shimmering faintly, almost alive. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the crack of a twig, felt amplified, like a drumbeat in a silent hall. He was not alone here, though he saw no one. The tracks became clearer now, leading him deeper into the heart of the forest. He followed, his movements cautious, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade though he had no intention of using it. And then, he saw it. Standing in a clearing bathed in moonlight, the elk of the city was unlike anything he had ever seen. Its coat shimmered as though woven from starlight, each hair catching the light in hues of silver and gold. Its antlers stretched high, branching like the limbs of an ancient tree, and from them hung delicate strands of ivy and blossoms that glowed faintly. Its eyes, deep pools of emerald, seemed to pierce through him, as though reading his very soul. He froze, caught between awe and fear. The elk moved with a grace that seemed unearthly, its hooves silent against the soft earth. It was larger than any mortal elk, its presence filling the clearing with an almost unbearable beauty. He felt unworthy to stand before it, as though his very breath was an intrusion. The elk paused, its head turning toward him. For a moment, time stopped. He felt a rush of emotions, grief, joy, longing, coursing through him, each one sharp and vivid. It was as though the elk was showing him something, a glimpse into a world he could never fully understand. He saw fields of golden light, rivers that shimmered like molten silver, and a sky filled with countless stars, each one pulsing with life. And then, he saw darkness, a void that threatened to consume it all. The elk lowered its head slightly, its antlers catching the light in a way that made them seem like a crown. He understood, without words, that this creature was no mere animal. It was a bridge, a connection to something greater. It carried the weight of worlds on its back, a guardian of the delicate balance between life and death, light and shadow. Tears filled his eyes, unbidden and unstoppable. He felt small, insignificant, yet strangely whole, as though the elk had filled a void he hadn't known existed. He dropped to one knee, bowing his head, his heart pounding with reverence. The elk watched him, its gaze calm, unjudging. And then it turned, stepping into the shadows. He scrambled to his feet, a desperate cry escaping his lips. He didn't want it to leave, didn't want the moment to end. But as he stepped forward, the clearing began to shift. The trees blurred, their forms melting into the night. The elk moved farther away, its figure fading until it was nothing more than a glimmer of light. And then, it was gone. The forest seemed to sigh, the energy dissipating like smoke on the wind. He stood there, alone once more, the cold seeping into his skin. But something had changed. The hunter who had entered the forest was not the same man who now stood at its edge. He turned back toward the hills, the forest shadows lingering in his mind. The elk's image burned into his memory, a symbol of something vast and untouchable, a reminder of the unseen forces that shaped the world. As he walked, the wind carried a faint hum, like the echo of a harp string, and he couldn't help but feel that the elk was still watching, still guarding, just beyond the veil of sight. The lake lay still under the twilight sky, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the fiery hues of the fading sun. It seemed peaceful, tranquil even, but those who lived nearby knew better. Beneath that calm facade lay stories whispered in hushed tones, warnings woven into the fabric of every child's bedtime tale. The water hid something ancient, something that waited with infinite patience. By the shore, a young girl lingered, her basket of herbs forgotten at her feet. Her gaze was fixed on the water, where ripples began to spread as though an unseen hand had disturbed the surface. A horse's head emerged, sleek and black, its mane glistening as though woven from liquid shadows. It was unlike any horse she'd ever seen, its movements graceful yet strange, as though the water itself obeyed its will. Her heart quickened, caught between awe and unease. The horse moved closer, stepping onto the shore. Its hooves didn't splash, they didn't even leave prints on the damp earth. Its eyes were deep, bottomless pools, pulling her in with an almost magnetic force. She felt her feet moving toward it, her fear swallowed by an inexplicable urge to touch its glistening coat. It lowered its head, nudging her hand with a softness that belied the unease knotting in her stomach. She reached out, her fingers brushing its mane. It was colder than she expected, sending a chill racing up her arm. But the creature stayed still, watching her with those dark, knowing eyes. It didn't speak, yet its presence filled the air with an unspoken promise, a silent beckoning. The villagers had warned her, but their words seemed distant now, lost in the fog of this strange encounter. They spoke of the Kelpie, the shape-shifting spirit of water, a being both beautiful and deadly. They said it could take the form of a horse to lure the unwary, its power irresistible. Once touched, it was said, there was no escape. The stories had seemed like nonsense then, tales to frighten children into obedience. The horse shifted, its body shimmering as though made of liquid. For a moment, its shape flickered, and she saw something else, a shadowy figure with elongated limbs, its skin glistening like wet stone. Her breath caught, and she stumbled back, but the creature's form snapped back to that of the horse, its dark eyes fixed on hers. The ripples in the lake had stopped, the air heavy with a silence that pressed against her ears. Suddenly, she remembered the stories of those who had vanished. A fisherman, his boat found drifting without him. A traveler, whose belongings washed ashore days after he disappeared. And the children, always children, drawn by the allure of something they didn't understand. They said the Kelpie dragged its victims into the water, holding them beneath the surface until their struggles ceased, their cries swallowed by the depths. The horse stamped its hoof, the sound breaking the silence like a crack of thunder. Her pulse pounded in her ears, and she stepped back, her heart hammering against her ribs. But the creature moved closer, its sleek body blocking her path. Its eyes glowed faintly now, a light that seemed to pierce through her, stripping away her resolve. She felt her fear giving way to something darker, something primal. It wasn't just the stories. It was real, and it was here. She thought of her family waiting for her at home, their faces flashing in her mind like a desperate anchor. Summoning every ounce of strength, she broke away from the Kelpie's gaze, her body trembling as though a spell had been broken. She turned and ran, her breath ragged, the sound of her footsteps drowned by the pounding of her heart. She didn't dare look back, but she felt its presence, a weight pressing against her back as though its eyes were burning into her. When she reached the edge of the village, the lake was quiet once more, its surface undisturbed. She collapsed to her knees, her lungs heaving, her hands trembling as she clutched at the earth. The stories weren't just tales. They were warnings, etched into the land by those who had survived, if only barely. She had been lucky, but she knew others wouldn't be. The Kelpie was still there, waiting, watching, its hunger as endless as the depths it called home. The fog was thick, curling around the edges of the village like a cold, creeping hand. The air smelled of damp earth and brine, the scent of the sea carried in on a wind that whispered through the trees, tugging at the fabric of the world. The old man, worn and weathered by time, sat by the fire, the flickering flames dancing shadows across his wrinkled face. His voice, rough and hoarse, barely reached the ears of the gathered children who sat around him, eyes wide with anticipation. Some say it's a horse. Some say it's something worse, he began, his voice low and steady, drawing the listeners closer. They each wished the deadly water horse. He haunts the locks, the rivers, and the coastlines, waiting for a foolish soul to come too close. The children shuddered, glancing nervously at the distant lake, where the night seemed darker than it should be, the stillness of the water betraying something far deeper beneath. They had heard the stories before, of the creatures that could trick you, seduce you, and then drag you to your doom. But hearing it now, from the old man's lips, made it seem so much more real. There's no mistaking it, the old man continued, his voice growing more intense. It can appear as a beautiful, sleek horse, standing by the water, its mane shimmering like the moonlight. But beware, for its beauty is a lie. It wants you to think it's safe. It wants you to think you can trust it. But the moment you touch it, the moment you climb onto its back, well, that's when the truth comes out. The fire crackled, and for a moment, silence hung heavy in the air. The children didn't dare move. Outside, the wind howled through the trees, and the lake seemed to whisper its own haunting secrets. You see, the each wished isn't just any horse. The old man's voice dropped to a whisper, as though sharing a forbidden truth. It's a creature of the water, born from the depths of the loch. And once you are on its back, it drags you under, into the cold, dark waters, and you're never seen again. It won't drown you slowly. No. It'll pull you beneath, to the bottom of the loch, where the water is so deep, so dark, that even the bravest of men cannot survive. The children's faces paled, their breath caught in their throats. They had heard of disappearances, of people vanishing without a trace, but to hear it like this, spoken with such certainty, made the stories come alive in a way they had never expected. Some say it doesn't matter if you're a strong man or a little child. The each wish doesn't care about age, or size, or strength. It only cares about its hunger. And once you are in its grasp, you can't escape. Not even the bravest warrior could stand against it. For it's not just a creature of flesh and bone. It's something ancient, a force of nature, a terror born from the deep. The wind outside picked up, howling through the cracks in the cabin, and the children huddled closer together, their wide eyes fixed on the fire as the shadows seemed to stretch longer than before. The most frightening part? The old man's voice softened. The most terrifying part is that it can hide in plain sight. It might be the very horse you see grazing by the water's edge, the one that looks so peaceful, so inviting. It might be the animal you want to ride, thinking it's just a creature of the earth, like any other. The old man paused, his eyes scanning the faces of his listeners. But don't be fooled. The moment you touch its back, it transforms. The water horse turns from a tame creature to something far more terrifying. Its mane becomes like tangled seaweed, its teeth like jagged rocks, and its eyes glow with an unnatural light, a cold, dead fire that promises nothing but death. The children sat frozen, their hands clasped tightly in their laps, their faces pale as they stared at the flickering fire. The night outside seemed to grow colder, the wind whispering through the cracks in the wood like the voice of the water itself, calling to them, beckoning them into the unknown. You should never approach the water at dusk, the old man warned. Never go near the loch when the sun is setting, and never get too close to that water horse. For once you're in its grip, there's no escape. The loch will swallow you whole, and the water horse will have you for its own. The old man stood, his bones creaking as he moved to the door. He glanced back, his eyes narrowing. I've seen it with my own eyes, he said softly. I've seen the children of this village, lost to the waters. Their bodies never found, just a flash of movement in the water, and then nothing. As the door creaked open, the wind howled through, and the smell of the lake filled the room, damp, cold, and thick with the weight of the water's secrets. The old man stepped out, leaving the children behind, their hearts pounding in their chests. The fire crackled and snapped, but the chill of the night seemed to linger, heavy and oppressive. The children were left in silence, their imaginations running wild with the images of the deadly water horse, the each wished, whose presence haunted the lochs and rivers, waiting for its next victim. They didn't need to hear more. They knew. The lake outside, dark and still, held more than just water. It held something far more dangerous. Something that could change shape, lure you in, and drag you into the cold, suffocating depths, where no one would hear your scream. The water was still, the kind of stillness that held its breath, as though the world itself was waiting for something to happen. In the heart of the forest, where the trees seemed to grow older with every passing year, the river wound like a silver thread through the dark earth. No bird sang, and the wind was quiet, as if it, too, knew the importance of the moment. On the bank, a young man stood, his eyes fixed on the water, not with fear, but with a quiet determination. His name was Finn, and though he had many stories to his name, none were as important as the one that brought him here. For it was said that in the depths of this river lived the salmon of knowledge, a creature so old, so wise, that it could grant the gift of knowledge to those who caught it. But to catch it was no easy task. The salmon swam through the waters of time itself, its scales shimmering with the weight of centuries. It was a creature of mystery, its existence only hinted at in the songs of old, its power whispered among those who sought wisdom but dared not speak its name aloud. Finn's heart beat steadily, each thud a reminder of the path he had chosen. He was not the first to seek the salmon's wisdom, nor would he be the last. Many had come before him, warriors, kings, scholars, all hoping for the same gift. But all had failed. The salmon, elusive as the stars themselves, had evaded their grasp, slipping through their fingers like water through a sieve. Finn knelt by the water's edge, his fingers brushing the cool surface. He remembered the stories his father had told him as a child, the tales of the great warriors who had searched for the salmon, each one believing that it would make them invincible. But the salmon had not given its knowledge to those who sought it for power alone. It had chosen instead those who were pure of heart, those who sought knowledge not for themselves, but for the world. The river's current was gentle, almost playful, as if it too knew the weight of what was about to happen. The light of the setting sun bathed the water in golden hues, casting long shadows across the riverbank. It was a peaceful evening, but Finn felt no peace. His mind raced with doubt, fear, and the weight of the expectations placed upon him. Could he be the one? Could he be the one to finally catch the salmon of knowledge? A ripple broke the surface of the water, and Finn's breath caught in his throat. For a moment, he thought it was the wind, or perhaps his imagination. But then it came again, a smooth, steady movement, like a pulse beneath the river's surface. Something was there, something powerful, something ancient. His heart leapt in his chest, and he stood, not daring to blink as he watched the water. The salmon was close. Finn knew it in his bones. He could feel the energy in the air, like a spark about to ignite. He had heard the stories of those who had been lucky enough to glimpse the fish, but none had described what it felt like to stand so close to it, to feel its presence in the very fabric of the world around him. Then, as if drawn by an unseen force, the water parted, and the salmon of knowledge emerged. It was not the enormous beast he had imagined, but a creature of grace and beauty, its scales shimmering like liquid silver. Its body moved through the water with an elegance that defied logic, as though it were not bound by the rules of nature. The salmon's eyes, dark and endless, met Finn's with a gaze that seemed to pierce through him, as if it could see every secret hidden in the deepest corners of his soul. Finn felt his breath catch in his chest, his heart racing as he stood motionless, afraid to move, afraid to disturb the fragile moment. The salmon swam closer, its movements slow and deliberate, as though it knew exactly what Finn was thinking, knew what he was feeling. The world around them seemed to hold its breath. For a moment, Finn wondered if he was dreaming. Could this really be happening? Was this the salmon he had heard about in so many stories? Was it truly the creature that held the wisdom of ages? As if answering his unspoken question, the salmon dipped its head beneath the surface, leaving only the slightest ripple in the water. And then, in a voice that was not heard with the ears, but felt deep within the soul, the fish spoke. "You seek knowledge," it said, its voice like the sound of 1,000 rivers flowing together. "But knowledge is not a gift to be taken lightly. It is a burden, a weight that will follow you wherever you go. Are you prepared to carry it?" Finn's chest tightened. The weight of the words pressed down on him, and for a moment, he faltered. Was he truly ready? Could he bear the knowledge the salmon would give him? What if it was too much? What if he was not the right person to hold such power? The salmon's eyes never left his, and Finn knew that it was reading his every thought, his every doubt, his every fear. But even in the face of all his uncertainty, a part of him knew deep within his bones, that this was his moment. This was the moment he had trained for, the moment that had been written in the stars long before he was born. With a steady breath, Finn stepped forward, kneeling by the water's edge once more. He reached out his hand, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the river, as if asking for permission to take the wisdom that the salmon had to offer. And in that moment, the salmon swam closer, its body moving like liquid light. With a sudden flick, it broke the surface, leaping high into the air before diving back into the depths, leaving behind a single, shining scale. The scale was warm in Finn's hand, and as he gazed at it, a flood of images and understanding rushed into his mind. He saw the rise and fall of empires, the suffering of the forgotten, the power of love, the weight of grief, the delicate balance of the world. In that moment, Finn understood. He understood that wisdom was not just about knowing, but about living. It was about feeling the weight of the world, about carrying the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. And with that understanding, Finn knew his path had been set. The salmon of knowledge had given him its wisdom, not to rule, not to conquer, but to guide, to help, and to heal. He stood there, alone by the river, his heart full, his mind clear, and the weight of the world resting lightly upon his shoulders. The storm broke in an instant, as though the sky had been holding its breath for hours. Dark clouds swirled above the lake, casting shadows over the water. The wind howled through the trees, bending them at unnatural angles. And in the midst of it all, there was the sound, the unmistakable cry of ravens, piercing the air with a call that sent chills racing down the spine. Morrigan's ravens. The ones that followed her wherever she went. The ones that carried her will, watching the land for the signs of chaos and war. They were creatures of the night, bound to the goddess of fate, war, and death, and their appearance meant something, something terrible, something ancient. The ravens circled above the lake, their black wings cutting through the storm like shadows chasing the light. They spoke in tongues, cawing in eerie harmony, their voices carrying over the wind. Beneath their wings, the waters of the lake began to churn, as if the very lake itself responded to their presence. The stillness of the water shattered, waves rippling outward in concentric circles, moving as if they were alive, stirred by some unseen force. At the shore, a man stood watching, his heart racing. He knew what was happening. He had heard the stories of Morrigan's ravens and the guardians of the lake. The guardians were not of flesh and bone, but spirits of the water, bound to protect the land from those who would seek to harm it. They were ancient, older than the stones that lined the lake's edge, and they were restless. The man, a warrior of the old ways, had come here seeking answers, seeking strength. The lake had always been a place of power, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. But the guardians, those ethereal beings who watched over the waters, were not merciful. They only appeared when they were needed most, when the balance of the world was threatened. The wind picked up, and the man felt the temperature drop, the chill creeping into his bones. He stepped closer to the water, drawn by a force he could not understand. The ravens above seemed to be watching him now, their eyes gleaming with an intelligence that sent a cold shiver down his spine. He had heard that Morrigan's ravens could see the future, that they knew the fates of men before those men even walked the earth. But they did not reveal those fates freely. No. The ravens were like their mistress, silent, mysterious, and full of the power to shape the lives of those they chose. And as he approached the water's edge, the surface of the lake grew still once again, as though it were waiting, holding its breath, anticipating what was to come. Then, slowly, something began to rise from the depths. The water shifted, swirling in ripples as a form emerged, something tall and dark, its shape obscured by the murky depths. The man could feel the weight of the gaze upon him, the weight of the guardians. The air itself seemed thick, heavy, as though the lake was alive, watching, judging. The creature that emerged from the depths was not human. It was not like anything he had ever seen before. It was a being made of water and mist, its form shifting like the waves themselves, as though it was part of the lake. But its eyes, those eyes, were unmistakably human. They glowed with a cold, unearthly light, filled with the wisdom of the ages. The warrior could feel the power of the being before him, a power that seemed to extend beyond the physical realm, touching the very heart of existence itself. The being's form shimmered, water cascading off it like droplets of light. It was not a spirit that could be touched or held, but something far more powerful, something that existed between worlds, a guardian that only appeared when the balance of nature was threatened. The warrior understood in that moment that he was in the presence of something sacred, something that did not bow to mortal hands. The ravens above began to call louder, their cries sharp and frantic, as though they were urging him to act. The man's heart thundered in his chest, and he felt the weight of their gaze upon him. He knew what they were asking. The guardians did not appear for no reason. They did not appear to answer questions or provide guidance. They appeared when they were called upon, when the world itself needed protection from those who would harm it. The water spirit spoke, its voice a ripple in the wind. "You seek the wisdom of the lake, warrior," it said, its words like the echoes of 1,000 ages. "But wisdom comes at a price. The ravens circle above you now, and they have seen the choices you will make. Will you heed the call? Will you stand for the land, for the people, for the balance of the world?" The warrior stood still, his thoughts racing. He had come seeking power, seeking strength to defeat his enemies. But in the presence of the lake guardians, he felt the truth of it, the truth that power was not to be taken lightly. It was not a gift to be used for personal gain. It was a force that could destroy as easily as it could protect. The ravens above fell silent, their eyes now fixed on the man, waiting. Their feathers glinted in the dim light, and the warrior understood that they were not just messengers of Morrigan, they were the keepers of fate itself. They had seen the paths that led to this moment, and they were waiting for him to make his choice. The guardian of the lake stepped forward, its form solidifying, and in that moment, the warrior could feel the power of the lake coursing through his veins. The air itself seemed to crackle with energy. "Choose wisely, warrior," the guardian said, its voice like the rumble of thunder. "For your choice will echo through the ages." The ravens above let out a final, haunting cry as they circled once more, fading into the storm above. The warrior stood alone by the water, his thoughts heavy with the weight of his decision. He had come seeking strength, but now he understood, true strength lay not in the power to conquer, but in the courage to protect, to honor the balance that had always existed between the land, the water, and the skies. And in that moment, as the lake's surface shimmered with the reflection of the storm above, the warrior knew that he had made his choice. The air grew heavy, thick with an unnatural stillness, and the moonlight, pale and cold, cast shadows that seemed to stretch longer than they should. The winds had died down, and even the trees, those ancient witnesses to the passing of time, stood silent, as if holding their breath. In the distance, the sound of a wailing cry sliced through the night. It was a sound like no other, a piercing, mournful wail that carried the weight of sorrow and loss, echoing through the valleys, rattling the bones of the earth itself. The villagers knew that sound all too well. It was the banshee, the harbinger of doom, the wailing spirit who came to forewarn of death's arrival. Her cries were not of anger or rage, but of deep, soul-shattering sorrow, a lament for those who would soon be lost. They say that when she wept, the streams themselves seemed to weep with her, their waters running wild, as though the very land mourned the passing of a life. On this night, the wail grew louder, creeping closer as the wind carried the sound through the hollow of the valley. No one spoke, for in the presence of a banshee, words could not suffice. It was said that to hear her cry was to know that death was near, but to see her, to look upon her ghostly figure, meant that the end was inevitable. Those who had seen her were never seen again. Some said she appeared as a woman, draped in a tattered gown, her hair long and unkempt, her face pale as the moon, with eyes that held the sadness of 1,000 lifetimes. Others spoke of her form being less human, more ethereal, her limbs trailing wisps of mist, her voice carried on a mournful breeze. The villagers had long learned to avoid the streams on nights such as this. They knew that when the banshee's cry rang out, the waters would soon follow, rising and flowing with a violence that was uncharacteristic of the usually gentle streams. The waters, which had once flowed lazily, now swelled and churned, as if under the command of some unseen hand. It was as though the streams, too, wept for the souls that were soon to be lost, their mournful rush only amplifying the wails of the banshee herself. Old Aemon, a man who had lived in the village all his days, stood at the edge of the stream, listening to the wail as it grew louder. He had heard it many times before, but tonight, something was different. There was a weight in the air, a sense of finality that gripped his heart. He could feel the pulse of the land beneath his feet, as if the very earth knew the sorrow that was coming. His hands trembled slightly, not with fear, but with the understanding that something he could not control was unfolding. The villagers spoke of the banshee's cry with reverence, for it was said that she did not wail without reason. Her tears were for the souls she had been sent to mourn, for those whose time had come to an end. They were never a cause of joy, nor of anger, but of deep, eternal sorrow. The banshee was not evil, though her cry was enough to freeze the heart of any living being. She was a figure caught between worlds, neither fully living nor fully dead, bound to mourn the losses of those who could not escape their fate. As the wail continued to echo through the valley, Amon's thoughts turned to his own family, his children, his wife. Would they be spared the banshee's cry? Or had she come for someone else, someone he did not yet know? The thought gnawed at him, for he had heard the wails for others in the past. He had heard them carry across the valley and knew well the sorrow they brought. It was not the cry of a single soul, but of all the lives that would be forever altered by the coming loss. The streams at his feet began to stir, the once peaceful waters now rippling with an unsettling intensity. The current quickened, swirling in unnatural patterns, as if something beneath the surface was stirring. Amon's heart pounded in his chest as he watched, the hairs on the back of his neck rising. He knew the streams well, had walked alongside them many times, but tonight, they seemed different. The water was no longer just water, it felt like something alive, something aware. It seemed to pulse in time with the banshee's cries, as though the two were connected, bound by some unseen force. Amon took a cautious step back, his mind racing. He could feel the sorrow in the air, the weight of grief pressing down on him. It was not a grief of a single person, but a collective mourning, a mourning that would affect everyone. The banshee's wail was not only a signal of death, but a reflection of the pain that death left in its wake. The streams, in their wild flow, seemed to carry that pain with them, sweeping it away from the shores and into the night, where it would be carried far beyond the valley, beyond the reach of the living. And then, just as quickly as it had started, the wail stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. Amon stood frozen, his heart still pounding in his chest. The streams were calm again, the water no longer racing as though it were driven by some unseen force. But Amon knew better than to think that the danger had passed. The silence that followed the banshee's wail was more ominous than any sound. It was a silence that spoke of the finality of death, a silence that told him that someone had indeed been claimed, that the time had come for the balance to shift. His breath caught in his throat as a shadow moved in the corner of his eye. A figure, pale, draped in the same tattered gown that had been described by those who had survived the banshee's presence. Her hair, long and wild, blew in the breeze, though there was no wind. Her face was obscured, but her eyes were filled with a sorrow so deep, it could not be expressed in words. And in those eyes, Amon saw the reflection of every life that had passed, every soul that had been taken by the river, every family that had lost someone. The banshee did not speak. She did not need to. Her presence alone told him everything he needed to know. Death had come for someone. Amon turned, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the wailing streams would soon carry another soul. The village, once filled with the warmth of life, would now feel the chill of loss, as it always had after the cry of the banshee. And as the figure of sorrow faded into the mist, the stream began to flow once more, carrying with it the weight of the inevitable. The sky was thick with clouds, dark and brooding, as though the heavens themselves were preparing for war. The air hummed with an unsettling stillness, the kind that grips your heart and holds it in a vice. It was on nights like this, when the stars were hidden and the moon dared not show its face, that the people spoke in hushed tones of the storm hounds. At first, there was nothing but the silence, the kind that made you question the very nature of the world around you. And then came the sound, a low, distant growl that seemed to vibrate the very earth beneath your feet. The dogs of the storm, they were called, though they were no mere dogs. Their howl echoed across the land, carrying with it the promise of a coming battle, one fought not on earth, but in the spaces between worlds, In the unseen places where the fabric of reality thinned and the veil separating the living from the dead grew fragile. The first time Neil had heard them, he had been a child, lying in bed, staring out of the window at the tempest raging outside. The wind howled like a beast, and the trees bent as though pleading for mercy. Then, just as his eyelids grew heavy, he heard it, a bark, not of any animal he had ever known. It was sharp, cutting through the storm, carrying with it a deep, primal energy. And then came another, and another, until the night was filled with the sound of countless hounds, each one more terrifying than the last. Their cries seemed to stir the very air, causing the walls of his house to shudder. He asked his father about the sound the next morning, but the old man merely frowned and told him not to speak of it. The storm hounds, he said, were creatures of the otherworld, sent to herald the battles that raged beyond the mortal realm. They were not to be trifled with, for they brought with them a force that even the bravest of men could not stand against. Their howls were the harbingers of war, of great conflicts fought in the shadows where only the chosen few could see. Years passed, but Neil could never forget the sound. It haunted his dreams, the sound of those hounds racing through the night, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly fire. Each time the storm clouds gathered and the winds began to howl, his heart would race with anticipation and fear. He knew that when the storm hounds were near, it meant that something terrible was about to unfold. On the night of the storm, the skies were darker than ever before, swirling with a strange energy that made Neil's skin prickle. The winds were so fierce they seemed to be alive, howling through the trees like a chorus of voices from beyond the grave. He stood by the window, staring out into the tempest, waiting. It wasn't long before he heard it, the unmistakable sound of barking, distant but growing louder with each passing second. His breath caught in his throat. He had heard that sound before, but never so close. The storm hounds were near, and he could feel it in the very marrow of his bones. They were coming, tearing through the fabric of the world itself, heralding the beginning of something beyond his understanding. The barking grew louder, more urgent, and suddenly, the first of the hounds appeared through the howling winds. It was like nothing Neil had ever seen before. It was not a creature of flesh and blood, but something darker, its body made of the storm itself, swirling with dark clouds and flashes of lightning. Its eyes glowed with an eerie, unnatural light, and its fur rippled with the power of the tempest. It was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, a creature of power and death. Behind it came others, dozens of them, running through the storm with a speed that defied reason. They were the storm hounds, and they were the heralds of the otherworldly battles that raged on, battles that the living could never comprehend. They ran with a purpose, as though they were summoned by forces beyond their control, drawn to the violence and chaos that awaited them. Neil's heart pounded in his chest as he watched, unable to look away. He knew that the storm hounds were not just creatures of the night, they were warriors, chosen to fight in battles that spanned the very edges of existence. They were the messengers of death and destruction, the heralds of wars fought not for land or power, but for something far more primal, something that could never be understood by mortal minds. As the hounds disappeared into the storm, Neil stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the swirling darkness. He could feel the weight of their passing, the tension that hung in the air like a storm cloud about to burst. It was as if the very world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen, waiting for the battle to begin. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the storm began to calm. The wind slowed, the sky lightened, and the barking of the hounds faded into the distance. The world seemed to exhale, the tension lifting as though the storm had never happened. But Neil knew better. The storm hounds had come for a reason, and that reason was far from over. The next morning, Neil found himself standing at the edge of the village, staring out at the horizon. The storm had passed, but the air still felt charged with an energy he couldn't explain. It was as if something had shifted, something that would never be the same again. He didn't know what the storm hounds had come for, or what battle they had been summoned to fight, but he knew that their presence meant the world was changing. The battles they fought were not the kind that ended with the breaking of a sword or the death of a king. They were battles that could tear the very fabric of reality apart, battles that only the bravest, if not the most foolish, would dare to witness. As he turned to walk back to his home, Neil's thoughts were consumed with the storm hounds and the battles they fought. He wondered if he would ever be called to fight alongside them, if he would ever understand the true nature of the wars they waged. But deep down, he knew that some battles were meant to be witnessed, not fought. The storm hounds were the keepers of those battles, the heralds of something greater, something beyond his understanding. And as the winds began to stir once more, Neil couldn't shake the feeling that the storm hounds would return, for the battles were never truly over. The wind shifted, and in the distance, a sound rose above the soft rustle of leaves and the whisper of the earth itself. It was haunting at first, the melody of something ancient and powerful, a song that reached into the soul and tightened it with both sorrow and hope. It was a voice unlike any other, clear and pure, yet filled with an eerie weight, as if each note carried with it the burden of untold ages. The birds of Rhiannon were near. The villagers, old and young, would stop in their tracks when they heard it, the haunting cry that seemed to echo from the sky itself. The sound would drift on the wind, and they would pause, their hearts thumping in their chests, a shiver running down their spines. Some would pray in silence, others would bow their heads, for they knew what the song meant. The birds of Rhiannon were not just creatures of song, they were omens of fate, messengers of both life and death. Maeve, a young woman with dreams that stretched far beyond the hills of her village, had heard the song all her life. It was a song of legend, passed down through the generations, and it was said to belong to Rhiannon herself, the great goddess of the land, the keeper of healing and death. Maeve had always wondered what it meant to hear the birds sing, and though she never fully understood the power they held, she had come to respect them, for their song was both a blessing and a curse. It was during the summer solstice, when the sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the earth, that Maeve would finally learn the true meaning of the bird's song. She had always felt a pull in her chest whenever the wind carried the melody across the valley, but on that day, the air was different. The bird's song was louder, more insistent, as if they were calling to her, beckoning her to follow them into the unknown. Maeve stood at the edge of the village, her heart pounding in her chest as she listened to the eerie beauty of the bird's song. It wrapped around her, pulling her closer, urging her to step into the woods beyond. With each note, her steps grew lighter, her mind clearer. The pull was undeniable. It was as if the birds were calling to her, whispering secrets only she could hear. She did not know why, but she knew she had to follow. The trees parted as Maeve entered the forest, and the further she went, the stronger the song became. It echoed in her ears, and her pulse quickened with every step. The path before her seemed to shimmer with a strange light, and soon, she found herself standing before a small clearing, the moonlight filtering through the branches above. And there, at the center of the glade, stood the birds of Rhiannon. They were magnificent, 3 birds, their feathers shimmering with colors that defied the natural world. Their bodies glowed with an ethereal light, and their eyes were pools of endless depth, as though they could see into the very core of her being. They were creatures of paradox, both beautiful and terrifying, gentle and fierce. As they sang, the sound wrapped itself around Maeve, filling her with an overwhelming sense of peace, yet at the same time, a deep sadness. The bird's song was not merely a melody, it was a story of healing and death, of beginnings and endings. As Maeve listened, she understood the song's power. It was a song that could mend the broken and bring comfort to the dying, but it was also a song that could bring forth the end of all things. The birds were the guardians of Rhiannon's will, and through them, she could bring peace to the living and the dead alike. Maeve stepped closer to the birds, her heart heavy with the weight of their song. She did not know what was to come, but she felt that her life was about to change forever. She had heard the tales of those who encountered the birds, the ones who had found healing in their songs, or those who had been taken into the other world, their lives intertwined with the fate of the gods. But Maeve was not afraid. She was ready. As the last note of the song lingered in the air, the largest of the birds turned its eyes to Maeve. It was a gaze that held centuries of wisdom and sorrow, and Maeve felt as though the weight of the world rested upon her shoulders. The bird's beak opened, and for the first time, Maeve heard the words beneath the song. "You have been called," it said, its voice both gentle and commanding. "You are a child of the earth and the sky, a chosen one to carry the song forward." Maeve's breath caught in her throat. She had always dreamed of a life beyond the village, beyond the ordinary existence that had bound her family for generations. But she had never imagined this. She was not ready to bear such a heavy responsibility. The song of healing and death, was no light thing. It was a power that could shape the world, a power that could alter the course of fate itself. The bird spoke again, its voice softer this time. "Do not fear, child. The song will guide you, as it has guided those before you. But know this, it is not a gift without cost. Healing requires sacrifice, and death is inevitable. The two are bound together, as are all things in this world." Maeve felt a shiver run down her spine. The weight of the bird's words settled in her chest like a stone. She understood. The song was a force of nature, a power that could mend the broken, but at the same time, it could end lives, tear apart families, and change the very course of existence. It was a double-edged sword, and Maeve was the one chosen to wield it. The birds of Rhiannon sang again, their voices rising into the night, and Maeve knew what she had to do. She would carry the song, both its healing and its death, with her for the rest of her life. It was a fate she could not escape, but one she would accept with grace. The song was both her burden and her blessing, and she would honor it, just as the birds had done for generations before her. As the birds took flight, their wings beating against the wind, Maeve watched them disappear into the darkness. She stood there, alone in the clearing, her heart heavy with the weight of her destiny. The song still echoed in her ears, and she knew that she would never be the same. The birds had called to her, and she had answered. Now, she would carry their song for as long as she lived, singing it to heal the broken, to comfort the dying, and to guide the souls of the departed into the next world. The birds of Rhiannon had chosen her, and she would walk their path, no matter where it led. The wind howled like a beast in the night. It carried with it a chill that stung the skin and whispered of danger just beyond the horizon. Below, the earth was covered in a thick layer of snow, the once lush landscape now a barren expanse of white. The silence that followed was deafening, save for the sound of the wind and the low rumble of something far above. The villagers knew the stories. Old tales passed down from one generation to the next, told by the flickering light of hearth fires. Stories of a creature, so vast, so powerful, it could shake the very skies with the flap of its wings. The giant eagle of the north. A sky behemoth, a terror that soared above the mountains, watching over all below with eyes that could pierce through the fog of time itself. It was said that its wings could span the width of an entire valley, and when it flew, the mountains trembled. Its feathers were like slabs of stone, dark and powerful, and when it let out its cry, it was not merely heard but felt, deep in the bones, vibrating through the earth itself. Those who had ventured too close spoke of the shadow it cast, a dark veil that swallowed the sun and turned the day into night. Its talons were like the claws of a beast, capable of rending even the strongest trees from their roots. Yet the eagle was not a creature of mere terror. It was said to be a guardian, a sentinel of the north, watching over the land with an ancient wisdom that could not be questioned. It was as much a part of the world as the mountains, as the rivers, as the very sky itself. And its presence, though feared, was also revered. One winter's evening, as the last remnants of daylight slipped away, young Cian stood at the edge of the village, looking out toward the mountains. His breath came out in steady plumes of mist, and his heart raced with both fear and excitement. He had always wondered if the stories were true. If the giant eagle truly existed, or if it was nothing more than a myth, a tale told to frighten children and teach lessons of respect. But as the winds began to shift, and the first flakes of snow began to fall from the sky, something stirred deep within him, a pull, a sense that something was watching, something was coming. The wind picked up, and with it, the unmistakable sound of a mighty wingspan. Cian's eyes widened as a shadow passed over him, darkening the snow-covered ground beneath his feet. He looked up, and there it was, vast, more terrifying than he could have imagined, yet strangely beautiful. The giant eagle of the north. Its wings beat with a force that sent the snow flying in all directions. The air itself seemed to bend around it as it soared above, its massive form blocking out the stars. Kian's heart pounded in his chest as he watched the creature circle above the village, its gaze turning toward him, sharp and piercing. There was no escaping it now. The eagle let out a cry that echoed through the mountains, a sound so primal and raw that it seemed to shake the very earth beneath Kian's feet. It was a call, a summons. And as the cry faded into the night, Kian felt something stir within him, a connection, an undeniable force that pulled at his very soul. The eagle circled once more, its wings creating a wind so powerful that Kian struggled to stay grounded. The cold bit into his skin, but he didn't move. He couldn't. Not with that gaze upon him, not with the weight of the eagle's presence pressing down on him like a force of nature. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the eagle banked sharply and began to climb higher, its wings slicing through the air with a powerful grace. It disappeared into the dark sky, leaving Kian standing there, his heart racing, his mind reeling. The next day, the villagers spoke in hushed tones of what had happened. Of the eagle's visit. Some were frightened, others awed, but all felt the same, changed. The creature had come, and it had left its mark on them. But what did it mean? Why had the eagle appeared, and what was it trying to tell them? Kian couldn't shake the feeling that it was meant for him. That the eagle had come for a reason. He had heard the elders speak of the eagle's power, of its ability to grant strength and wisdom to those it chose, but he had never believed the stories. Now, standing in the wake of its visit, he wasn't so sure. As the days passed, Kian found himself drawn to the mountains, to the place where the eagle had soared. He couldn't explain why. It was as if some invisible thread had been cast from the creature's eyes to his heart, and he could not break it. It was there, high in the mountains, that he would find the answers he was searching for. He climbed for days, the cold biting at his skin, the wind howling around him. The higher he went, the harder it became, but he pushed on. He had to. The eagle's call still echoed in his mind, its cry like a drumbeat that called to something deep within him. And then, as he neared the top, he saw it, an enormous rock outcropping, where the ground seemed to drop away into nothingness. It was there, amidst the snow and the cliffs, that Kian found the eagle again. But this time, it was not a terrorizing beast. It was calm, regal, as if waiting for him. Its massive form was perched atop the rocks, its golden eyes fixed on Kian as he approached. For a moment, the two simply stood there, one man and one beast, connected by something ancient and powerful. Kian could feel the weight of the eagle's gaze, and in that moment, he understood. The eagle was not merely a creature of the sky. It was a symbol of power, of resilience, of strength in the face of adversity. It was a reminder that even in the harshest of winters, life could endure. And in its wings, Kian saw the lessons of the earth itself, of survival, of wisdom, and of the delicate balance between life and death. He dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by the presence of the eagle. He understood now. The eagle had not come to destroy, it had come to guide, to show him the path that lay before him. And in that moment, Kian knew his life would never be the same. He had been chosen, just as the eagle had been chosen by the sky itself. He would carry its strength with him, and with that strength, he would face whatever the future held. The sky behemoth had shown him his place in the world, and he would walk that path, no matter where it led. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the still lake. Its surface shimmered like glass, disturbed only by the occasional ripple as a gentle breeze swept across the water. For all the quiet beauty, there was something alive in the night air, something that seemed to hum with unspoken magic. The village by the lake had always been a place of mystery, wrapped in tales whispered by the old, forgotten by the young. But on nights like this, when the world was hushed, the stories were more than just tales, they were alive. It was said that on certain moonlit nights, the fairy swans would appear, rising from the depths of the lake to dance beneath the stars. Elira had heard the stories since she was a child, but she had never believed them. Swans, yes, they were a common sight along the shore, but fairy swans? The kind that could transform into humans, enchant souls with their haunting beauty, and lead one into a world of wonder or despair? She had always dismissed those stories, like so many others. But tonight, as the mist began to rise from the water and the moonlight cast its pale glow across the land, Elira felt something shift deep within her. A pull. A whisper, faint but clear, like a song carried on the wind. Her heart beat faster, and her feet moved before she had a chance to question them. She stood at the edge of the lake, watching the water, feeling the magic in the air. The world seemed to hold its breath. And then she saw them. At first, they were just shapes, pale and delicate, gliding across the water. But as they drew closer, Elira's breath caught in her throat. They were swans, yes, but their feathers shimmered with an otherworldly glow, their wings stretching wide like the sails of a ship. They moved gracefully, as though the water itself parted before them. And as they neared, Elira could see it in their eyes, the haunting, ancient knowing. The fairy swans had come. One by one, they landed softly on the shore, the air around them sparkling like dust from a forgotten dream. Elira watched, entranced, as they began to circle the lake. Their movements were fluid, like a dance that had been passed down through time, a dance that was both wild and graceful, fierce and free. The air itself seemed to vibrate with their energy, their presence so powerful that Elira could almost feel it in her bones. And then, as if they had heard the silent call, they began to change. The swans' feathers faded into shimmering light, their bodies shifting, their wings folding into delicate arms. In moments, where once stood creatures of the lake, now stood beings of grace and beauty, their forms ethereal and luminous. Fairies, mysterious, ancient, powerful. Their eyes held a sadness, a longing that spoke of a world far beyond the village, beyond even the reach of the stars. Elira stepped forward, her breath caught in her throat. The fairies looked at her, their gazes piercing yet kind. She knew she should turn away, run back to the safety of her home, but something in their eyes held her there, rooted to the spot. One of them, a fairy with silver hair that cascaded like a waterfall, approached. Her voice was like music, soft and melodic, yet carrying the weight of centuries. "You've heard the stories," she said, her smile faint but knowing. Elira nodded, her voice lost in the enchantment of the moment. "I've heard the tales. Of swans who are more than they appear. Of magic, of transformation." The fairy tilted her head, her gaze never leaving Elira's. "And now you see. The truth is not always what it seems, child. The fairy swans are more than just legends. We are the embodiment of change. Of transformation. We carry the magic of the lake, of the moon, of the world that exists just beyond the veil of the ordinary. But be warned," she said, her voice growing darker, "not all transformations are gentle." Elira's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" The fairy looked over her shoulder at the others, who continued their dance, their movements becoming more intense. To transform is to change, not just on the outside, but within. It is to become something new, something powerful, but also something dangerous. We are not mere creatures of beauty and light. We carry within us the weight of ancient magic, of forgotten curses. To touch the magic of the fairy swans is to open yourself to both the light and the dark. The fairy's words settled deep within Elira's chest, and for the first time, she felt the full weight of the moment. The fairy swans were not just mystical creatures, they were beings who lived between worlds, caught between the realms of the living and the dead, between light and shadow. As the fairy spoke, the swans began to gather together, their wings outstretched, their bodies glowing brighter in the moonlight. The air shimmered around them, swirling with the essence of magic. They were preparing to leave, to return to their place in the waters, to disappear like mist with the coming dawn. But Elira's heart ached. She felt an undeniable pull, a yearning to join them, to leave the world she knew and step into the unknown. It was a temptation, sweet and heavy, like the promise of an adventure that could change her forever. The fairy with the silver hair smiled softly, as though she could read Elira's thoughts. "Do not forget, child," she said, her voice tinged with both warning and tenderness. "Transformation comes with a price. We give you beauty, we give you strength, but we also take something in return. We take a piece of your soul. The magic we weave is not without consequence." Elira swallowed, the weight of the fairy's words pressing down on her. She looked at the swans, no longer just birds, but beings of pure magic. They were so beautiful, so perfect in their transformation. They were everything Elira had ever dreamed of being. And yet, as she stood there, the magic surrounding them felt like a trap, like something that could pull her under if she was not careful. One of the swans, her eyes filled with both compassion and sadness, reached out and touched Elira's cheek. The touch was gentle, like a breeze, but it left behind a warmth that spread through her entire body. "You have the power to change, child," she whispered. "But be wise in how you use it." And then, just as quickly as they had appeared, the fairy swans began to fade. Their forms shimmered and blurred, melting into the night like stars slipping from the sky. The lake, once alive with their magic, became still again, as if nothing had ever happened. Elira stood alone on the shore, her heart heavy with the knowledge that what she had witnessed was both a gift and a curse. The fairy swans had come, offering transformation and enchantment, but at a price. The choice was hers, and she knew that the road ahead would not be an easy one. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Elira turned away from the lake, carrying with her the memory of the fairy swans, their song still echoing in her heart. The morning mist clung to the earth like a secret, veiling the trees in soft shadows. It was an eerie stillness, the kind that made even the bravest soul hesitate, as though the world itself was holding its breath. And then, from the silence, came the unmistakable caw of a raven. The sound sliced through the still air, sharp and chilling, like a warning carried on the wind. Lena stood frozen in the clearing, eyes locked on the dark figure perched on the branch above. The raven stared down at her, its black feathers gleaming like polished obsidian, its beak slightly open, as if speaking without words. The air grew heavier, as if the bird's gaze alone could pierce the veil between the living and the dead, between fate and free will. It was said that the crows and ravens were more than just birds. They were the messengers of fate, the keepers of the old knowledge, the harbingers of doom and salvation. People had always whispered about them, claiming that to see one of these birds meant that something was about to change. But Lena had always dismissed such talk as superstition. After all, they were just birds, weren't they? But as she stood there, locked in that unblinking stare with the raven, something inside her shifted. A deep, primal recognition stirred within her, a knowing that this bird was no ordinary creature. There was power in its eyes, ancient and untamed, like the pulse of the earth itself. The raven tilted its head, as if considering her, and then, with a sudden, graceful movement, it took flight. Lena felt a rush of air as the bird soared above her, its wings cutting through the mist with effortless ease. For a moment, she watched in awe, mesmerized by its beauty. But then, just as quickly, the bird vanished into the clouds, leaving only the echo of its call in the stillness. Her heart raced, an unfamiliar sense of foreboding tightening in her chest. She knew, without a doubt, that something had shifted. The raven was not just a messenger, it was a sign. But a sign of what? Days passed, but the image of that raven stayed with Lena, haunting her in the quiet moments. She couldn't shake the feeling that her life was teetering on the edge of something she couldn't understand. It wasn't until the storm came that she began to realize the true meaning behind the bird's visit. The sky darkened quickly, thick clouds swallowing the sun. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, sending leaves spinning in chaotic circles. Lena could feel the pressure in the air, as if the world was about to break open. She moved to the window, her heart heavy, but it was what she saw that made her blood run cold. Perched on the roof, as if it had been waiting for her, was the same raven. Its glossy black feathers stood stark against the storm's fury, and its beady eyes glistened with an intensity that sent a chill down her spine. The bird seemed unbothered by the raging tempest, standing still as the storm raged on around it. And then, from the sky, came the caw, a sound that was no longer merely a call, but a command. Lena's hand trembled as she reached for the door, her mind racing. She had heard the stories, the warnings passed down through generations, how the ravens and crows were the messengers of fate, how they had a way of appearing at the crossroads of life, where choices were made that would shape the future. Some believed they were the eyes of the gods, others the messengers of death. There were those who claimed the birds carried the souls of the lost, guiding them between the worlds. But Lena knew, deep down, that it wasn't the gods who had sent the raven. It was fate itself, and it had come to claim her. The raven's caw pierced the air again, a harsh, guttural sound that reverberated in her chest. The bird spread its wings, as if inviting her, and with a flutter of feathers, it took to the sky once more. Lena's heart raced. She could feel the pull of something ancient and inevitable. The bird was calling her, leading her into the unknown. Without thinking, she stepped outside, the storm swirling around her like a living thing. The ground beneath her feet felt slippery, the wind clawing at her skin, but she kept moving forward. She had no idea where she was going, but she knew she had to follow. The raven led her through the forest, the branches overhead bending as the storm grew fiercer. The world seemed to twist and turn, the very fabric of reality warping around her, until it felt as if she was no longer walking on solid ground, but stepping into some other place, a place between worlds, where time and space no longer followed the rules. The bird never looked back, its wings beating against the storm as it flew ahead, always just out of reach. But Lena didn't question it. She didn't need to understand why she was following. She only knew that the raven was leading her somewhere. Somewhere she was meant to go. And then, as suddenly as the storm had arrived, it stopped. The wind fell silent. The clouds parted. And in the distance, she saw it. A figure, standing alone in the clearing. The figure was tall, dressed in a cloak that shimmered in the fading light. Its face was hidden in shadow, but Lena knew, somehow, that it was waiting for her. Waiting to reveal what she had come to see. The raven landed beside the figure, its eyes gleaming in the twilight. And just as Lena approached, the figure spoke, its voice deep and resonant, like the roll of thunder that had passed. "You have followed the messenger," it said. "And now, you must face what comes." Lena's heart beat wildly in her chest. She knew that what came next would change everything. There was no going back, no turning away from the path that had been set in motion. The raven cawed again, and as its wings flapped, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a sense of finality. The storm was over. And with it, Lena's old life. The messenger of fate had spoken, and now she was bound to its course. The waves crashed against the rocks, their rhythm steady and soothing, as if the ocean itself was breathing. The salt in the air clung to her skin, mingling with the scent of damp earth and seaweed. Lila stood at the edge of the cliff, looking out over the endless horizon, feeling the pull of the water deep in her soul. She had always been drawn to the sea, to its power, its mystery, its beauty. But today, there was something different. A sense of longing. A feeling that something was waiting for her out there, just beyond the reach of her sight. It had started with the dream. The vision of the woman, no, the creature, who had appeared to her in the depths of sleep. Long, flowing hair, dark as midnight, cascading down her shoulders like the waves themselves. Eyes that shimmered like the ocean's surface at twilight. And the skin, smooth and silvery, glistening as though she was part of the water, as if she could slip into the sea and vanish without a trace. She had called to Lila, her voice a soft melody carried on the wind. "You belong to the sea," she had said, though her words were more a whisper of the soul than a sound. "Come to me. Come to the waters. Come to where you belong." Lila had woken with a start, the echoes of the voice still haunting her mind, and yet, when she looked to the sea, it was as if something ancient and familiar stirred deep within her. That dream had not been just a dream. It was a call. Her grandmother had told her stories about the Selkies, the seal women who could shed their skins and walk among humans, whose hearts were tied to the ocean. But Lila had always thought of them as nothing more than myths, the kind of tales meant to keep children in line, to warn them not to wander too far from shore. But the pull was undeniable now. Her heart ached with it, a deep, primal yearning that she couldn't explain. It wasn't just the sea she was drawn to, it was the creature in the dream. The Selkie. She could feel her presence even now, watching her from just beyond the cliffs, from the depths of the ocean. Lila stepped forward, her feet bare against the cold stone, and walked down to the shore. The tide was low, leaving behind a stretch of smooth, wet sand. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold, and the first stars began to twinkle faintly in the distance. There, at the water's edge, she saw it. The shape of something lying half hidden among the rocks, glistening in the fading light. Her heart leapt in her chest, and she hurried to it, her breath quickening. It was a seal skin. The sight of it made her pulse race. It looked so real, so warm, as though it had been shed only moments before. She reached out and touched the soft fur, feeling its cool, slick surface beneath her fingertips. There was a strange warmth in the touch, a connection that seemed to flow from the skin itself, into her very being. She could almost hear the sea calling to her, urging her to take it, to bring it closer. She looked around, half expecting to see someone watching her. But the beach was empty, save for the wind and the waves. It was then that she heard the sound, the unmistakable cry of a seal. It echoed across the water, haunting and beautiful, and it made her blood run cold. The sound seemed to carry with it an answer to the question that had been gnawing at her ever since the dream. Before she could think, before she could fully comprehend what was happening, she found herself kneeling by the seal skin, clutching it in her hands. The wind picked up, and for a moment, the world seemed to shift around her. The air grew thick with salt and mystery, the scent of the sea filling her lungs, and she heard the faintest rustling behind her. She turned, her heart in her throat. There, standing at the water's edge, was a woman. She was tall and beautiful, her long hair flowing around her like the ocean itself. Her eyes glimmered like the stars, reflecting the deep waters of the sea, and her skin was the color of moonlight on the water, soft and glowing, almost otherworldly. She wore nothing but the sea breeze, her body lithe and graceful, like something born of the ocean itself. Lila's breath caught in her chest. The woman was no longer just a dream. She was real, standing before her, as if she had come from the depths of the ocean to claim her. Her gaze was intense, filled with a sorrow and a longing that spoke to something deep inside Lila, a feeling she had never known but somehow recognized as her own. "I knew you would come," the woman said, her voice like the whisper of waves against the shore. It was soft, but it held the weight of centuries behind it. "I felt you. You are one of us." Lila could only nod, the words caught in her throat. She didn't understand what the woman meant, but she didn't need to. The truth was there, unspoken between them. She was drawn to the sea, drawn to this creature who had risen from the depths, and in that moment, Lila understood that she was part of something much greater than herself. "I am a Selkie," the woman continued, her eyes never leaving Lila's. "I was once human, but my heart belongs to the sea. The ocean calls to us all, but only some of us hear it. You have heard it. You have felt it." Lila swallowed, the words spilling from her lips before she could stop them. "What does it mean? What am I supposed to do?" The Selkie smiled, a sad, knowing smile. "You must choose, as we all do. The sea has called you. It will always call. And you can answer, or you can stay. But once you hear the call, you can never be the same again." Lila stood there, her heart pounding, the weight of the decision settling on her shoulders. The sea had called her, and she had answered. But the Selkie was right. There was no going back now. The woman stepped closer, her presence a comfort, and yet a challenge. "Do you feel it? The longing? The pull? The water is your home, just as it is mine. Will you come?" Lila's gaze drifted toward the waves, the rolling tide beckoning her, calling her to join it. She looked at the Selkie, seeing the infinite ocean in her eyes, and for the first time in her life, she understood what it meant to belong. The wind howled through the empty hills, whipping the tall grasses into frenzied shapes, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. The moon hung heavy in the sky, casting pale shadows that stretched across the land, creeping like fingers across the stones and the trees. From somewhere distant, the night carried a sound, an eerie growl, low and menacing, that seemed to rise and fall with the wind. It was a sound that made your blood run cold, a sound that spoke of something ancient and dangerous, something that should not be. Ellie pulled her coat tighter around her body, the chill of the evening biting at her skin. She had heard the stories, of course, everyone had. The tales of the Gwilgi, the fearsome, half-beast, half-spirit creature that haunted the lonely roads and fields, its eyes glowing red in the dark, its mouth dripping with the promise of death. It was said to be a guardian of the spirit world, roaming between realms, bringing terror to any unfortunate soul who crossed its path. But Ellie had never believed in such things. At least, not until tonight. She had been walking along the narrow road that wound its way through the hills, hoping to cut through the forest before the night set in fully. The village lay a few miles beyond the ridge, and she had been on her way back home when the air had suddenly changed. The temperature dropped, the sounds of the night grew still, and that strange growl had echoed through the air, far too close. Her steps had faltered, and a strange unease settled in her chest, like a weight pressing down on her heart. She had tried to dismiss it. There was nothing out here. No beast. No spirit. Just the winding roads and the lonely hills. But then the growl came again, louder this time. It was a sound unlike anything she had ever heard before, not the cry of an animal or the rustle of leaves in the wind. It was guttural, primal, and full of a deep, echoing rage. The kind of sound that made your stomach twist and your legs freeze in place. Ellie's breath hitched, and she looked around, searching the shadows for any sign of movement. There was nothing but the shifting grass and the black sky above her. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone, that something, or someone, was watching her from the dark. She stepped back, her heart racing, when suddenly the air shifted again. A presence, heavy and thick, filled the space around her. And then she saw it. At first, it was just a shape, a shadow moving through the night, slowly creeping towards her. But as it drew closer, the shape became clearer, larger, more terrifying. The figure was hulking, its body covered in thick black fur, its shoulders wide and imposing, like something forged in the depths of the earth itself. Its head, with its glowing red eyes, turned towards her, and Ellie's breath caught in her throat. The creature was a monster, no doubt about it, but there was something else, something otherworldly, about it. It wasn't entirely beast. There was a presence in its gaze, a depth in its eyes, that seemed to speak of a mind, of a soul, that was far older and more ancient than anything Ellie had ever known. It was as though this creature didn't just exist in the world of the living, but hovered between worlds, neither fully here nor fully gone. The Gwilgi. Ellie's legs trembled beneath her, but she couldn't move. The creature took a slow step forward, its massive paws sinking into the ground, its eyes never leaving hers. It growled again, this time so close that Ellie could feel the vibrations of the sound deep in her chest. The beast was circling her now, its breath coming in heavy, ragged bursts, as if it were savoring the moment, savoring her fear. Ellie knew the stories. They had always been told in whispers, in hushed tones, about the creature that brought death to those it found on the roads at night. But in that moment, as the Gwilgi's red eyes bored into hers, the stories didn't matter. The creature wasn't just a legend anymore. It was real, and it was right in front of her, and there was no escape. Her heartbeat thudded in her ears, the sound of it drowning out everything else. The creature was so close now that she could see the glistening drool dripping from its fangs, the way its mouth twitched in what almost seemed like amusement. It was like it was toying with her, enjoying the terror that gripped her body. But there was something else in its eyes, something that Ellie couldn't quite place. The wind shifted, and the creature paused. Its head tilted slightly to the side, as if listening for something, its eyes narrowing as it scanned the horizon. For a moment, Ellie thought it might be distracted, might leave her alone. But then, without warning, the Gwilgi let out a blood-curdling roar, shaking the earth beneath her feet. It was a sound so loud, so powerful, that it seemed to shake the very sky. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the creature turned and vanished into the night, melting back into the shadows from where it had come. Ellie stood frozen, her breath coming in shallow gasps, her body still trembling from the encounter. The growl, the roar, the flashing red eyes, everything about the Gwilgi was so vivid, so real, that it was impossible to believe that it had all just disappeared. But as she glanced around the silent hills, the only sound she could hear were the wind and the distant rustling of leaves. The creature was gone. But the fear still lingered, like a thick fog pressing in around her. Ellie didn't know what had just happened, but she knew one thing for certain: the Gwilgi wasn't a story. It was real, and it was still out there, waiting in the darkness. With trembling legs, Ellie slowly turned back to the path and began walking, each step carrying her farther away from the creature, but not from the terror that had settled into her bones. She had barely taken a few steps when the howl returned, distant but unmistakable, and this time, she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. Not until she was safe. But even then, she knew, the Gwilgi would always be out there, watching from the shadows, waiting for its next victim. The air was thick with smoke, the stench of burning wood and earth curling into the night sky. A low rumble, like thunder far away, rolled across the hills, making the ground beneath their feet tremble. But this wasn't a storm. No, this was something far more ancient. Far more terrifying. A young warrior, his eyes wide with fear, gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles white against the hilt. He had heard the stories, of course, but he had never truly believed them. How could he? Dragons were for children's tales, legends to scare the weak-hearted. But now, standing in the shadow of the mountains where the beast was said to dwell, he could feel it in his bones. It was real. The beast was coming. The trees above them shook, the leaves scattering like a storm had swept through them. A scream echoed through the valley, chilling the blood of every warrior standing near the campfire. It was not the scream of a man, but the growl of something far larger, far more powerful. A roar so deep it seemed to come from the very earth itself, rattled the warriors, their feet frozen in place. The ground beneath their feet shifted as if the mountains themselves were alive, and then the sky seemed to darken, black clouds swirling above the peaks. The fire that had been crackling and dancing in the camp suddenly sputtered, the flames whipped by an unnatural wind. And then, above them, there was a movement, a great shadow swooping down from the sky. The dragon. Its eyes glowed like burning coals, red and fiery, reflecting the flames below. The massive wings spread wide, blocking out the stars as they beat against the air with a power that sent tremors through the earth. Its scales shimmered like molten metal, red and gold, reflecting the fires of the village below. It was a sight of nightmares, but it was no dream. The stories were true. The warriors stood in stunned silence, terror creeping into their hearts. They had heard the legends, of course, told by the old men who sat by the fire. The dragon that could breathe fire so hot it could turn stone to dust. The dragon that lived deep in the mountains, guarding treasures beyond imagination. The dragon that no man had ever dared to face. But now, here it was, descending like an inferno from the heavens themselves. The beast landed with a bone-shaking crash, its claws digging deep into the earth. Its roar was deafening, filling the night air with a sound that seemed to burn through the soul. The warriors took a step back, their weapons trembling in their hands. None of them were brave enough to move forward. No one had ever returned from the dragon's lair alive. But then, the young warrior, his heart racing and breath shallow, stepped forward. He didn't know why. Perhaps it was the stories that had haunted him since childhood, the tales of honor and glory. Perhaps it was the look in the eyes of the other men, the fears that had paralyzed them. Or perhaps it was the dragon itself, with its eyes full of challenge, daring them to fight. He raised his sword high, the metal catching the faint glow of the dragon's breath. His grip was tight, but his hands were slick with sweat. The dragon's eyes locked onto him, its gaze full of ancient power, ancient wisdom. The air grew heavy, thick with tension. The fire in the dragon's eyes burned brighter, hotter. A growl rumbled in its chest, and before he could even think, it opened its mouth wide. A stream of fire shot toward him, faster than the eye could see. It was a wall of heat and light, so hot it seemed to bend the air itself. The young warrior had only a moment to react. He dove to the side, rolling across the ground as the fire exploded where he had been standing, turning the earth into a searing sea of flame. The heat of it burned his skin, the singe of his hair filling the air with the stench of scorched flesh. His heart pounded in his chest as he scrambled to his feet, his sword still clutched tightly in his hand. The dragon's eyes followed him, its head tilting, as if curious. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, but none of them could explain why he was still alive. The fire had been so close. He should have been ash, but he wasn't. Was this fate? Or had he somehow, impossibly, outrun death? The dragon, sensing that the young warrior was not yet finished, let out another roar, this time louder, more ferocious. The sound shook the very mountains, vibrating the warrior's bones. The beast stepped forward, its massive body casting a shadow over him, the wings rustling like a storm in the trees. The warrior raised his sword again, his stance shaky but determined. It was no longer just about survival. He was fighting for something greater now, something that burned in his chest like the dragon's fire. Honor. Glory. The legends. They had brought him here, and they would carry him forward. The dragon bared its teeth, fire flickering in the back of its throat. But just as it was about to unleash its fury, the ground trembled once more. From the darkness behind the beast, other figures emerged. Smaller than the dragon but no less terrifying. Dragons had long been known to travel in packs, guardians, protectors, or predators. Their eyes flickered in the shadows, burning like hot embers. For a moment, everything was still. The warrior felt the weight of their gaze. These were not just dragons, they were the ancient spirits of the earth itself. They were born of fire, bound to the mountains, to the skies, to the very core of the world. And they would not allow this young warrior to defeat their king. The dragon raised its head high, sending a final roar toward the heavens. It was a call, a challenge, a warning. The warrior stood his ground, his sword still held high, but he knew, deep down, that no matter how hard he fought, he was not strong enough to defeat them. The dragons were eternal. Their fire was everlasting. And he, just a boy from the village, had dared to challenge the beast. The flames rose high into the sky, the dragon's wings sweeping through the air like great storm clouds. The warrior's sword was still in his hand, but in that moment, it seemed so small against the overwhelming power of the creature before him. And as the dragon's roar filled the night sky, the young warrior knew that no matter what happened next, the world would never be the same. The wind howled through the trees, a wild scream that echoed off the hillsides and sent the branches twisting and groaning in response. The sky, dark with storm clouds, seemed to pulse with an energy all its own. Then, like a crack of thunder, the sound of wings beating against the storm surged through the air, powerful and unmistakable. It was not a bird, nor a man. It was something else entirely, something born from the union of the heavens and the earth. The griffin. There was no mistaking its form. A creature of awe and fear, it appeared through the fog like a vision from another time. Its great wings, wide enough to block the sky, beat once and then twice, creating a gust of wind that sent the trees swaying violently. Its lion's body, muscular and proud, rippled with strength as it landed atop the cliff. The creature's golden eyes gleamed, piercing through the mist like twin suns, watching the land below with an intelligence that could only belong to something divine. Every eye in the village turned to the horizon, where the griffin had perched, its sharp talons gripping the rock with ease. The warriors, their hearts thumping in their chests, could not look away. The griffin was a creature of legend, mighty and regal, the guardian of the skies, a symbol of power that stood between the mortal world and the gods. In Celtic legend, it was said to be a protector, a fierce and loyal beast whose roar could shake the very mountains. But that night, the griffin was no protector. It was a herald. The wind picked up again, and the first drops of rain began to fall, mingling with the mist and fog. The griffin did not seem to mind. It stood tall, its wings folded tightly against its sides, watching as the village below braced for whatever was coming. The people had heard the stories, the warnings that the griffins had once been the fierce defenders of the Celtic clans. But now, they were more than just guardians. They were something much more dangerous. Their presence meant a shift in the balance. The air was charged, thick with a sense of dread that no one could ignore. A hush fell over the village. The rain came harder now, drenching everything in its path. But still, the griffin stood motionless, waiting, as if it knew something the rest of them could not understand. Then, as though summoned by an ancient force, the ground trembled beneath their feet. The warriors, brave and hardened by battle, instinctively reached for their swords, but they hesitated. They had never fought a creature like this before. The griffin's power was undeniable, and there was something sacred about it, something that kept them from rushing forward. Even in their fear, they respected it. The silence stretched, broken only by the sound of the wind and the roar of the griffin's wings as it took to the air once more. The great beast soared, its wings carrying it effortlessly through the storm, its silhouette a dark shape against the flickering lightning. It circled the village once, then twice, before disappearing into the storm. And just as suddenly as it had come, the griffin was gone. The warriors stood in stunned silence, the weight of its presence still lingering in the air. What had it meant? Why had it appeared? Was it a sign of war, or something else, something darker? In the days that followed, the village was filled with whispers and speculation. Some believed the griffin had come as a warning, a sign that the gods were displeased, that the balance between the worlds was shifting. Others thought it was a sign of change, that something new was on the horizon. But one thing was certain, the griffin's visit had left an indelible mark on their hearts. For the people of the Celtic lands, the griffin was not just a creature of myth. It was a symbol, a bridge between two worlds. In their stories, it was said that the griffin's roar could summon storms and that its wings could carry it across mountains and seas. But it was also said that the griffin was a protector, its heart as fierce as its claws, its loyalty unshakable. And so, the people waited. Days passed into weeks, and the rain continued to fall. But as the storm clouds began to part, there was a new energy in the air, a quiet, almost imperceptible hum. The warriors who had once been so certain in their strength now walked with caution, their minds occupied by the griffin's visit. The feeling of dread had not fully lifted, but neither had it deepened. There was an unsettled peace. Then, one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a figure appeared on the cliff where the griffin had once stood. A woman, draped in a cloak of green and brown, her face hidden by the hood, approached the warriors who had gathered by the fire. She moved with grace, her steps silent on the damp earth. She was a druid. The villagers looked to her, their hearts pounding in their chests. Druids were the keepers of ancient knowledge, the ones who could speak to the gods, who understood the forces of nature and the spirits of the world. They were the ones who held the answers to the questions no one dared ask. The druid stopped before the fire, her eyes meeting the gazes of the warriors. Her voice was soft, but it carried across the air like the whisper of the wind. "The griffins are no longer mere protectors," she said. "They are the messengers of the gods. Their wings will carry the fate of the world. And the winds that blew that night were not the winds of nature, they were the winds of change. Something is coming. Something that will challenge the very heart of this land." The warriors shuddered. The fear that had once been quiet now swelled inside them. They had never thought of the griffins as more than beasts, guardians of the skies. But now, they understood that the griffins were not just creatures, they were part of a larger story, one that had yet to unfold. The druid paused, letting the silence linger in the air. She knew what the warriors were thinking. She knew the fear that gripped their hearts. But there was more to the griffins' role than just a warning. The griffins had always been more than what they seemed. They were the balance, the guardians of something far greater than even the gods themselves. And now, their role had changed. The warriors stood in stunned silence, their minds racing. What did this mean for them? For their world? The griffins were not simply part of their legends. They were the harbingers of something yet to come. And whatever it was coming fast. The earth trembled as the sun sank beneath the horizon, casting the landscape into a haunting shade of red. The wind carried a strange scent, like the earth itself was waking from a long, forgotten slumber. In the heart of the forest, where the trees grew thick and old, the ground shifted, disturbed by something ancient stirring beneath. Out of the shadows, it appeared, like a ripple in the fabric of the world itself. Its scales glistened in the fading light, shimmering with hues of gold and deep green, each one reflecting the history of the earth. It moved with a purpose, a slow undulating movement that seemed to echo with the very heartbeat of the land. This was no ordinary serpent. It was a creature born of the earth's deepest secrets, a guardian of the ancient knowledge hidden beneath its surface. The villagers, who had long lived in the shadows of the forest, whispered of the serpent's return. They spoke of it in hushed tones, as though even the mention of its name could call it forth. They had learned to avoid the deep woods, for it was there that the serpentine beasts made their homes. Legends told of their power, how they guarded the earth's most sacred places, the caves where the stone whispered of forgotten times, the valleys where the rivers ran black with the secrets of the gods. There were no heroes who sought to confront the serpents. For centuries, the elders had known that the earth had its protectors, and the serpents were among them. The ground itself had a way of keeping its deepest truths safe, and the serpents were the keys to those secrets. If you knew where to look, you could hear their song, a low, melodic hum that vibrated through the air, a sound so pure it could make your soul tremble. It was a song that told stories older than the stars themselves. But there were always those who could not resist. The whispers of untold treasures buried in the earth's heart, of knowledge lost to time, lured the curious. One such man, a wanderer, had heard the stories of the serpent guardians. His heart had burned with the desire to find them, to challenge them, and to seize whatever secrets they held. He wandered into the forest, following the winding paths that twisted like the coils of the serpent, not realizing that he was walking into the very heart of danger. As the night fell, the forest grew unnaturally still. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and the sharp tang of something ancient. The man, unaware of the danger lurking, pressed on, each step taking him deeper into the shadows. He had heard that the serpent could be found near the hidden valley, where the earth opened into a vast cave system. His heart raced with excitement and fear, but the thought of the knowledge that lay ahead drove him onward. Then, the ground beneath his feet shifted. A deep rumble filled the air, and the man froze, his breath caught in his throat. From the earth, a massive serpent rose, its body coiling in a slow, deliberate motion. Its eyes gleamed with an intelligence that no mortal could comprehend, and as it opened its mouth, a low hiss echoed through the night. The man stumbled back, his body trembling. He could feel the weight of centuries pressing down on him, and he realized in that moment that he had not come to steal knowledge, he had come to face the guardians of it. The serpent did not strike immediately. Instead, it watched him, as if weighing his soul. The man's pulse quickened, but he stood his ground, refusing to show his fear. The serpent's gaze seemed to pierce through him, seeing every thought, every desire he had ever harbored. It was as if the creature could read his very essence. Then, the serpent spoke, not in words, but in a language that vibrated through the air. It was a sound like the earth groaning, like the shifting of mountains, like the rustling of ancient trees. The man could not understand it, but he felt its power. He felt the weight of the earth's history, the lives of countless beings who had come before him, all of them bound by the same threads of time. The serpent was not merely a creature of flesh and bone, it was a force of nature, a living embodiment of the earth's deepest mysteries. The man's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, unable to stand before the weight of the creature's gaze. His heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing as he realized the truth: he was not meant to possess the earth's secrets. The serpent had no interest in granting him power or knowledge. It was the protector, the keeper of what could never be understood by mere mortals. As the man lay there, trembling, the serpent coiled its body around him, its scales brushing against his skin. It was not an act of aggression, but one of restraint. The serpent was showing him his place in the grand design of the world, small, insignificant, and utterly powerless in the face of such ancient might. The serpent's gaze softened, and the man could feel the weight of centuries of wisdom settling over him. In that moment, he understood that the serpent did not seek to harm him. It sought only to protect the secrets of the earth, to guard them from those who would use them for selfish gain. The knowledge was not meant for him. It was meant for the earth itself, for the land, for the balance of nature that had existed long before any man had walked its soil. With a final, slow movement, the serpent uncoiled and retreated back into the earth. The man lay there, breathless and broken, his mind swirling with the realization that some things were too great, too powerful for anyone to understand. The serpent had not destroyed him, but it had left him with a gift, the knowledge that the earth had its own guardians, its own keepers, and they would always protect what was theirs. As the night grew darker, the man stood, his legs weak, but his heart full of awe. The serpent was gone, but its presence lingered in the air, a reminder that the earth held its secrets close. No mortal could ever fully grasp them, for they were the ancient, unspoken truths that bound the world together. The serpentine beasts were not just guardians of treasure or knowledge, they were guardians of the earth itself, protectors of its mysteries, and keepers of its most sacred secrets. The man left the forest that night, forever changed. He had sought the serpent's knowledge, but instead, it had shown him something far greater, the truth that some things were meant to remain hidden, safeguarded by the earth's oldest protectors. The night had fallen thick and heavy, a silence hanging in the air so dense you could almost taste it. The full moon cast a pale, eerie glow across the land, but it seemed to do little to ease the chill creeping from the shadows. There was something unnatural about this night, something that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. In the distance, a low growl rumbled across the wind. It was a sound so deep, it felt like it vibrated in your chest rather than your ears. And then came the howls, long, drawn-out wails that carried through the trees and out into the fields. They were not the cries of any animal known to the world. These sounds were haunting, wild, and unearthly. Something was approaching. From the thick mist that clung to the ground, a figure emerged. It moved with the precision of a predator, its eyes glowing like coals in the dark. It was massive, its fur dark as the midnight sky, nearly blending into the shadows. The Black Hound event had arrived. There were whispers about this creature, tales passed down through the generations, each one more chilling than the last. The hound was not a mere beast, it was a shadow, a bringer of death. It walked between the living and the dead, a silent hunter who prowled the border of the other world, seeking the souls of those whose time had come. No one knew its true form. Some claimed it was as large as a stallion, others swore it was smaller, sleek like a panther. But all agreed on one thing, its eyes, those eyes that burned with an otherworldly fire, could see straight into your soul. On this night, however, the hound was not simply a legend. It had come, and it was not alone. Behind it, as if drawn by some invisible tether, a line of figures moved in its wake. Shadows that seemed to flicker in and out of existence, their faces pale and distorted, their eyes clouded with a haze of dread. The souls of the lost, those who had not found peace, followed the hound wherever it went, doomed to wander until their fate was sealed. The air grew colder as the hound's massive paws hit the earth with each deliberate step. The ground seemed to quake under its weight, and the scent of death, sharp and acrid, seemed to follow in its wake. There was no sound but the soft crunch of leaves beneath its feet, yet the presence of the hound was overwhelming. It was a force, an ancient power, and it radiated a terrible, cold calm. Some believed that seeing the Black Hound was an omen, that to see it was to know that death was near. Others claimed that it was a guide, leading souls across the threshold into the afterlife. But none who had seen the hound could ever speak of what it truly was. They spoke only of its eyes, those glowing orbs of fire, and how they burned through the deepest parts of your soul. Some said they could hear their own heartbeat in time with the hound's steps, a rhythm that would never stop. In the village that night, the people sensed the change before they even saw the beast. The wind picked up, howling through the narrow streets, carrying with it an unfamiliar chill. The ground felt hollow beneath their feet, like something far below was stirring. They huddled in their homes, bolting doors and windows, their breath quick and shallow as the night stretched on. Then, the first cry echoed across the village. A woman, her name was Branwen, stood at the window of her small cottage, staring out into the darkness. She had heard the stories all her life, tales whispered by her grandmother about the hound that came from the other world, but she never believed them. Not until that moment. She saw it, the hound, standing just beyond the edge of the trees, its eyes glowing like fire in the dark. Fear gripped her heart, and before she could move, a voice came from the shadows. "He's come for me," Branwen whispered, her voice barely audible, but the weight of the words pressing on her chest. Her mother had told her stories of the Black Hound. How it took the souls of those who were marked, those who had unfinished business, those whose time had run out. The time had come for Branwen. There was nothing she could do. The hound's gaze turned toward her, and in that moment, she felt it, the weight of death upon her. But there was something else in its eyes too. It was not the cold, relentless hunger she had expected. There was an understanding, a sorrow, as though the creature knew something about her that even she didn't. The hound did not move for a long while, its presence almost comforting in a way. Branwen stood frozen, trapped in its gaze, unable to tear her eyes away. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the hound turned away and began to walk into the night, its silhouette swallowed by the darkness. As the hound disappeared, Branwen felt a shift inside her, as though something had been taken from her without her consent. She stepped out into the street, her heart pounding in her chest, the weight of the night pressing down on her shoulders. The air was still and thick, and the howling wind seemed to have stopped altogether. She could feel the hound's presence, its heavy footfalls echoing in her mind. But it was gone now, slipping back into the land of shadows. The next day, the village awoke to find that Branwen was gone. Her cottage stood empty, its door swinging in the breeze, the faint scent of death lingering in the air. No one knew where she had gone, but they all knew who had come for her. The Black Hound of End was a creature of fate. It did not kill, not in the way that men understood death. It simply took what was already marked, what was already destined. The hound did not seek to cause fear or pain. It only came when the time was right, when the souls it came for were ready to pass into the next world. And when the night came again, the villagers knew, deep in their bones, that the hound would return. It always did. For the Black Hound was not just a creature of myth. It was a force that could not be escaped. It walked between the realms, a silent witness to the lives of those who had passed and those yet to come, always watching, always waiting. The forest was silent, an almost reverent stillness settling over the dense expanse of ancient trees. The air was crisp and carried the faint scent of moss and damp earth, the kind of air that seemed to breathe life into the soul. And yet, there was something about this place that made every hair on the back of the neck stand on end. It wasn't fear, not entirely, but a feeling of being watched, as though the woods themselves were alive, their gnarled roots and twisted branches aware of every step taken. Through the mist that clung low to the ground, a soft glow began to take shape. It wasn't the cold, pale light of the moon, but something warmer, more alive. It danced like liquid silver, shifting through the trees with an almost hypnotic grace. And then, from the shadows, it emerged. Standing at the edge of a small clearing was the white stag. Its coat shimmered with an ethereal brilliance, like snow kissed by sunlight. The antlers that crowned its head were impossibly intricate, twisting like branches of an ancient tree reaching for the heavens. Its eyes, those deep, knowing eyes, seemed to hold the weight of ages, a silent story that no words could capture. It was as though the stag itself was a piece of the forest, born of its roots and bound to its spirit. For those who saw it, the white stag was no ordinary creature. It was a guide, a messenger, a test. Legends whispered that it appeared only to those at a crossroads in their lives, those burdened with decisions that could alter not just their fate but the fates of countless others. To see the white stag was to be chosen, though for what, no one could ever be certain. A young hunter named Owen had heard these stories all his life, passed down in the flickering firelight by his elders. They spoke of how the stag could lead a person to untold treasures or warn of impending doom. But for Owen, it was just another tale, something to pass the long winter nights. That is, until he saw it with his own eyes. He had been tracking a deer through the woods, the thrill of the hunt pulsing in his veins. The tracks were fresh, and he was certain he was close. But then the glow appeared, that otherworldly light slipping between the trees. At first, he thought it was the sun breaking through the mist, but the forest canopy above him was unbroken. The light was moving, deliberate and steady. It wasn't until he saw the stag step into the clearing that he realized what he was witnessing. Owen froze, his bow trembling in his hands. The stag's gaze fell upon him, and in that instant, he felt as though the world had shifted. The forest around him seemed to blur, the sounds of rustling leaves and distant birdsong fading into a deafening silence. It was just him and the stag, locked in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. A voice whispered in the back of his mind, not words, but a feeling, a pull. The stag began to move, its steps impossibly light, as though it floated just above the earth. Without thinking, Owen followed. He couldn't explain why, but he knew he had to. The stag was leading him somewhere, and though fear flickered at the edges of his mind, a deeper instinct urged him on. The forest grew darker as he walked, the trees closing in around him like the walls of a cathedral. The path the stag took was winding and uneven, leading him over streams and through dense thickets. Yet, despite the difficult terrain, Owen felt no weariness. It was as if the stag's presence imbued him with strength, a quiet resolve that pushed him forward. Hours seemed to pass, or perhaps it was only moments. Time felt strange in the presence of the white stag. Finally, the creature paused at the edge of a wide ravine. Below, a river roared, its waters churning against jagged rocks. The stag turned its head, its gaze once again meeting Owen's. There was a challenge in those eyes, a question that needed no words. Owen's heart raced as he stepped closer to the edge. The drop was dizzying, the kind of height that made his stomach lurch. The stag moved closer, its antlers catching the light in a way that made them seem almost aflame. It didn't move, didn't push or prod. It simply waited, its patience infinite. Owen understood. This was his choice. To leap or to turn back. To trust the stag or to doubt. His legs trembled, his mind racing with thoughts of what lay beyond the ravine. Was it safety? Was it danger? Or was it something he couldn't yet comprehend? Taking a deep breath, Owen closed his eyes. He thought of his family, his village, the life he had known. And then he thought of the stag, its silent presence, its unyielding gaze. Without another thought, he stepped forward. The air rushed around him, the roar of the river growing deafening. For a brief moment, he felt weightless, suspended between fear and exhilaration. And then, everything went still. When Owen opened his eyes, he was no longer falling. He was standing, though he couldn't recall landing. The ravine was gone, replaced by a vast expanse of golden fields. The stag stood before him, its coat glowing brighter than ever. Around them, the air shimmered with a strange energy, as though the very fabric of the world had shifted. The stag's gaze softened, and for the first time, Owen felt a sense of peace. The creature turned and began to walk away, its steps slow and deliberate. Owen didn't follow this time. He knew he didn't need to. The stag had brought him here for a reason, and now it was up to him to understand why. As the stag disappeared into the horizon, Owen stood alone, the weight of his choice settling over him. The path ahead was unclear, but he felt no fear. The white stag had shown him the way, and he would honor its gift. The night was thick with shadows, the kind that made the world feel smaller, as if the darkness itself had grown teeth. In the silence of the forest, there was no sound of insects or birds. Even the trees seemed to hold their breath. It was a stillness that spoke of something ancient, something watching. And then came the howl, low, haunting, and powerful. It wasn't a sound to simply hear, it was a sound that wrapped around your soul, that whispered of loyalty and danger in equal measure. Emerging from the underbrush, their eyes like burning coals, were the wolves of the Fianna. Their coats shimmered under the faint light of the moon, dark and sleek as shadows come to life. These were no ordinary wolves. They were bigger, stronger, with a presence that demanded reverence. Their gaze carried a wisdom older than any man, a wisdom forged in battles fought and bonds unbroken. The leader of the pack, a wolf with fur streaked silver like frost on a winter morning, stepped forward. He moved with a quiet authority, his head held high, his amber eyes scanning the clearing. This was Phelan, named for his fierceness in battle and his unwavering loyalty to the Fianna. His name was whispered in legends, stories of how he had saved warriors from the jaws of death, how he had stood his ground against forces that would have sent lesser beasts running. Beside him, smaller but no less fierce, was Sable, her dark fur blending into the night like ink spilled across parchment. She was the pack's tracker, her nose sharper than any blade, her instincts a compass that never failed. Where Phelan was strength and power, Sable was precision and cunning. Together, they were the perfect balance, the heart of a pack that had stood beside the Fianna through countless battles. In the distance, a horn sounded, its call echoing through the forest. It was the call of the Fianna, the warriors who roamed the land as protectors, hunters, and guardians of the old ways. The wolves' ears perked at the sound, and without hesitation, they began to move. Their steps were silent, their bodies flowing through the trees like a single entity. The forest seemed to part for them, as if it too recognized their purpose. When they reached the warriors, the scene was chaos. The Fianna were surrounded, their backs to the cliffs, their swords glinting in the firelight of enemy torches. The air was thick with the smell of blood and fear. But when the wolves appeared, the tide shifted. Phelan let out a thunderous growl, and the pack charged, their bodies colliding with the enemy like a storm breaking upon the shore. The wolves fought with a savagery that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. They moved as one, their attacks coordinated, their teeth and claws flashing like weapons forged by the gods themselves. Phelan leapt onto a towering warrior, his jaws locking around the man's arm as he dragged him to the ground. Sable darted between enemies, her movements so quick and fluid that she seemed untouchable. The rest of the pack followed, their loyalty to the Fianna driving them forward without hesitation. But it wasn't just their strength that made them formidable. It was their connection to the warriors they fought beside. Each wolf had chosen a companion, a member of the Fianna whose heart and soul resonated with their own. Together, they were more than allies, they were extensions of each other, their bond forged in the fires of shared struggle and unwavering trust. One of the warriors, a young man named Conall, found himself cornered, his shield splintered and his sword heavy in his hand. His breath came in ragged gasps as the enemy advanced, their eyes gleaming with triumph. But before they could strike, a blur of fur and muscle slammed into them. It was a wolf, smaller than the others but no less fierce. Her name was Branna, and she had chosen Conall when he was just a boy, her presence a constant in his life ever since. Branna's growls were like thunder, her teeth flashing as she drove the enemy back. Conall found his strength returning, a fire igniting in his chest. Together, man and wolf fought side by side, their movements in perfect sync. He swung his sword as she lunged, their attacks weaving together in a deadly dance. Across the battlefield, similar scenes played out. Each warrior and wolf fought not as separate beings but as one, their bond giving them an edge that their enemies could not match. The tide of battle began to turn, the enemy faltering as the wolves and the Fianna pressed forward. As dawn broke over the horizon, the battlefield fell silent. The enemy was defeated, their forces scattered like leaves in the wind. The Fianna stood battered but victorious, their wolves at their sides. Phelan padded through the aftermath, his keen eyes scanning for any sign of danger. Sable followed close behind, her nose low to the ground as she searched for survivors. Conall knelt beside Branna, his hand resting on her head as he whispered words of gratitude. Her fur was matted with blood, but her eyes shone with pride. She had protected him, as she always had, and he had fought for her in return. It was a bond that needed no words, a connection as old as the earth beneath their feet. The Fianna's wolves were more than protectors, they were family. They stood beside the warriors in times of peace and war, their loyalty unwavering, their presence a reminder of the unbreakable bond between man and nature. Together, they were a force to be reckoned with, a testament to the power of trust and the strength that came from standing united. As the wolves and warriors began to move, leaving the battlefield behind, Phelan let out a single, resonant howl. It was a sound that carried across the land, a call to the spirits of the forest and the ancestors who watched over them. It was a promise that the Fianna and their wolves would continue to protect the land and its people, no matter the cost. And in the hearts of those who heard it, there was no doubt that they would. The air was heavy with an otherworldly stillness, the kind that made every breath feel sacred. Beneath the ancient canopy of the forest, where light and shadow tangled in a timeless dance, a presence stirred. It was neither man nor beast, yet its existence seemed to command the very essence of the wild. There, among the trees that had stood for centuries, the ground seemed to tremble with an almost imperceptible rhythm, a heartbeat of the earth itself. A faint rustle, then a low, resonant sound rolled through the forest. It wasn't a growl, but something deeper, something primal, vibrating in the bones of anyone who heard it. Slowly, stepping into a clearing bathed in the pale light of the moon, it emerged. Its antlers, vast and intricate, rose like twisted branches against the star-speckled sky, each curve glinting with a faint, golden hue. The beast stood tall, its muscular form exuding power, yet its gaze held an undeniable wisdom. The horned beast of Cernunnos. Its eyes, deep and dark like the endless depths of a still lake, carried a weight that spoke of countless lifetimes. They seemed to pierce through time itself, seeing not just the present, but the echoes of what was and the whispers of what might be. Its coat was a tapestry of earthy browns and greens, as though it had been born from the forest floor. Every movement it made was deliberate, as if it carried the weight of the natural world on its shoulders. There was an aura about it, an unspoken authority that silenced even the restless winds. Birds perched high in the branches dared not make a sound, and even the smallest creatures of the forest stilled in reverence. The beast turned its head slightly, as though listening to something only it could hear, a call carried not by sound, but by the pulse of the earth. The stories said the horned beast was not merely a guardian of the forest, but a living embodiment of balance. It was said to appear in times of great upheaval, when the harmony of the natural world was threatened. To some, it was a harbinger of judgment, to others, a guide. But to all, it was a force to be reckoned with. In the village on the edge of the forest, there was an old woman who told tales of the beast to anyone who would listen. She spoke of a time, long before memory, when the beast had walked among the people, teaching them the ways of living in harmony with the land. It had shown them how to hunt only what they needed, how to give thanks to the trees they felled, and how to listen to the whispers of the rivers and winds. But those times had passed, and now the people had forgotten. They took without asking, destroyed without thought, and the forest mourned. One night, a young hunter named Ira ventured into the woods. She had heard the stories, of course, but like many of her generation, she dismissed them as fanciful tales meant to scare children. She carried her bow with confidence, her sharp eyes scanning the underbrush for movement. The forest was quiet, unnaturally so, but she dismissed the uneasy feeling creeping up her spine. Then, she saw it. At first, it was just a glint of light reflecting off the antlers. She froze, her breath catching in her throat as the beast stepped into view. It was more magnificent than she could have imagined, its presence overwhelming. Ira's instincts screamed at her to run, but her feet were rooted to the ground. The beast turned its gaze on her, and in that moment, she felt as though it could see everything, her fears, her doubts, her very soul. The bow slipped from her trembling hands. She couldn't have lifted it if she tried. The beast didn't move toward her, nor did it retreat. It simply watched, its dark eyes unblinking. There was no malice in its gaze, but neither was there comfort. It was a mirror, reflecting her own choices back at her, forcing her to confront what she had become. Ira fell to her knees, her heart pounding. She whispered an apology, though she wasn't sure who she was apologizing to, the beast, the forest, or herself. The beast tilted its head slightly, as though considering her words. For a long moment, the two simply existed in that clearing, the boundary between human and nature blurred. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the beast turned and disappeared into the shadows, its form melding with the trees until it was gone. The forest seemed to exhale, the stillness lifting as the sounds of life returned. Ira sat there for a long time, her mind racing. She knew she had been given a second chance, a chance to change, to remember what the old stories had tried to teach. When she returned to the village, she was different. Her eyes carried a weight that hadn't been there before, and her hands trembled as she recounted what she had seen. Some scoffed at her tale, others listened with wide eyes. But one by one, the villagers began to notice the changes in the forest. The trees seemed taller, their leaves richer, and the rivers flowed with a clarity they hadn't seen in years. It was as though the forest was alive in a way it hadn't been for generations. They say the horned beast still roams the forest, watching, waiting. It is neither cruel nor kind, but something far beyond human understanding. It does not speak, yet its presence is louder than any words could ever be. For those who are willing to listen, it offers wisdom and a chance to restore the balance that has been lost. But for those who refuse, it is a reminder that the forest is not theirs to take, but a sacred place to be respected and protected. The air was thick with a silence that clung to the night, suffocating even the whispers of the wind. The villagers, huddled in their dimly lit homes, dared not step outside. The old ones spoke in hushed tones, their voices trembling as they recalled tales of an unholy rider who haunted the roads when the moon was full and the stars hid their faces. Then it came. The sound began faint, like a distant drumbeat, a low, rhythmic pounding that grew louder with each passing moment. It was the gallop of hooves, impossibly heavy, shaking the earth as if the very land feared what approached. Those who peeked from their shutters could see it, an enormous, pitch-black horse, its eyes burning like coals, its breath steaming even in the warmth of summer. Every strike of its hooves sent sparks flying, igniting a dread that no man could shake. The Dullahan's horse. It was not merely a beast, it was an omen, a harbinger of the end. Its body, sinewy and massive, seemed to shimmer in the moonlight, a dark, unnatural sheen as if it were forged from shadows themselves. The horse carried its master with grim purpose, but its own presence was enough to paralyze anyone who witnessed it. There was no escaping its gaze, no outpacing its strides. Once it set its sights on a soul, that soul belonged to death. On this night, young Maeve dared to tread the lonely path through the woods. Her father had fallen ill, and she had ventured to fetch herbs from the healer in the neighboring village. The journey was supposed to be uneventful, the moon bright enough to guide her way. But as the path wound deeper into the forest, the light seemed to dim, swallowed by an unnatural darkness. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches clawing at the sky. Her horse, a sturdy mare named Briar, began to falter, her steps hesitant, her ears pinned back. Maeve tightened her grip on the reins, whispering soft reassurances, but the unease in the air had already seeped into her bones. She urged Briar forward, her own heart hammering as the sound of distant hooves reached her ears. It started as a faint echo, but it grew rapidly, a relentless rhythm that seemed to chase away the very breath in her lungs. Maeve stopped, her blood running cold as Briar froze beneath her. The mare's sides heaved with panic, her eyes wide with terror. And then she saw it. Through the gloom, the spectral horse emerged, its sheer size dwarfing anything Maeve had ever known. Its rider, the headless Dullahan, loomed above, the reins gripped tightly in one skeletal hand, a whip of human spine in the other. But it was the horse that seized Maeve's focus. The creature's eyes burned with an intelligence that was both animal and something far more sinister. Its nostrils flared as it sniffed the air, and its mouth opened, revealing teeth far too sharp for any natural horse. The ground beneath it seemed to wilt, grass curling and blackening with each step. It exhaled again, a low, guttural snort that carried the scent of decay. Maeve wanted to scream, to flee, but her body betrayed her, rooted to the spot as if caught in a spell. The Dullahan raised its whip, and the horse reared, its hooves striking the air with an unholy ferocity. Sparks flew as it landed, and the forest seemed to shudder. Briar, driven by instinct, bolted, nearly throwing Maeve from the saddle. The young woman clung desperately to the reins, her mind racing as the hoofbeats of the pursuing horse grew louder, closer, more deafening. She risked a glance over her shoulder and saw it gaining, its strides impossibly long, its eyes locked on her with a predatory gleam. The chase was no mere game. It was a judgment. Maeve knew the stories, how the Dullahan and its horse chose their victims. A name would be spoken, and death would follow. But no name had been uttered, not yet. Was she chosen, or was she merely in the wrong place at the wrong time? The forest opened into a clearing, the pale light of the moon washing over her as she spurred Briar onward. The mare was fast, her muscles straining with every step, but the Dullahan's horse was otherworldly. It moved with an ease that defied the laws of nature, its hooves barely touching the ground yet pounding like thunder. And then, just as Maeve thought her end was near, the horse slowed. It stopped, its burning eyes fixed on her as she fled into the distance. She didn't dare look back again until she reached the safety of the healer's cottage. Her heart still raced, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she recounted what she had seen. The healer, an old woman with a face etched by time, listened in silence before nodding solemnly. "The horse spared you," she said, her voice a whisper. "Perhaps your time has not yet come. But it will remember." Maeve didn't sleep that night. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the horse's fiery gaze, felt the ground tremble beneath its hooves. The Dullahan's horse was not just a beast, it was a specter, a force of inevitability that walked the line between the living and the dead. It was death's companion, its enforcer, and its judge. In the days that followed, Maeve would often stare into the forest, her mind filled with the sound of hooves echoing in the silence. She knew she had been marked, not for death, but for something far greater. For once you meet the Dullahan's horse, you are never truly free of its shadow. The hearth crackled with warmth, casting long shadows across the stone walls of the cottage. Outside, the wind howled like a restless spirit, rattling the wooden shutters. Inside, Ailey sat by the fire, her knitting needles clinking softly, the rhythm of her work soothing against the storm's fury. But amidst the cozy glow, a pair of glowing eyes stared from the corner, unblinking and eerie. At first, Ailey thought it was her imagination. She blinked, rubbed her eyes, and even turned her head to dispel the notion of something lurking in the shadows. Yet, when her gaze returned, the eyes remained, twin orbs of pale green, gleaming with an unnatural light. She froze, her heart quickening as the figure stepped forward, its black fur shimmering like midnight silk. It was a cat, large and sleek, its paws silent as it padded toward the hearth. But this was no ordinary feline. There was a regal air about it, a deliberate precision in its movements. The white patch of fur on its chest was stark against the inky black of its coat, forming a shape almost like a star. The room grew colder as the creature approached, and Ailey felt a chill seep into her bones despite the fire's warmth. Her grandmother's stories came flooding back to her. Tales whispered over tea of the cat Sith, the spectral feline that haunted homes and forests alike. Some said it was a fairy, others a witch who had taken the form of a cat 9 times and could not return to her human form. It was said to wander the land, seeking warmth, seeking souls. The cat sat by the fire, curling its tail neatly around its paws. It stared at Ailey, its gaze piercing and unnervingly human. She wanted to shoo it away, to reclaim the comfort of her solitary evening, but her grandmother's warnings rang in her ears. Never anger the cat Sith. To cross it was to invite misfortune, even death. Ailey remained still, her knitting forgotten in her lap. Hours passed, or so it seemed. The storm outside roared on, but the cottage was eerily silent except for the soft crackle of the fire and the steady sound of the cat's breathing. It never broke eye contact. Ailey's thoughts spiraled, her mind conjuring every dark tale she had ever heard. How the cat Sith was said to steal souls from the dying before they could reach the afterlife. How it would sit by the bedsides of the ill, waiting for the moment of death to pounce. Her fingers trembled as she clutched the yarn, her knuckles white. The wind outside rose to a fever pitch, slamming against the shutters. With a sudden hiss, the cat sprang to its feet, its back arched and its fur bristling. It stared at the door, growling low in its throat, a sound so guttural it barely seemed feline. Ailey's heart leapt into her throat as the door rattled violently, though she knew she had locked it. The growling ceased as suddenly as it had begun. The cat turned back to her, its eyes narrowing as if issuing a silent command. Then, in a single bound, it leapt onto the hearthstone, its black form blending with the shadows. Before Ailey could react, it disappeared, as if swallowed by the flames themselves. The door flung open, the storm bursting into the room with a force that extinguished the fire. Ailey screamed, shielding her face from the icy wind. When she dared to look again, the room was empty. The cat was gone, and the fire was nothing but embers. The only trace of its presence was a single paw print scorched into the stone, smoldering faintly like the last flicker of a dying star. The following morning, Ailey ventured to the village, her nerves still frayed from the night's events. She spoke of the cat in hushed tones, her voice trembling as she recounted its visit. The villagers listened, their faces pale, and a solemn silence fell over them. "It came for old Fergus," someone whispered. Ailey's stomach dropped. Fergus, the village elder, had been bedridden for weeks, his health failing with each passing day. The cat Sith, they said, often appeared on the night of a soul's passing. It was drawn to the warmth of the hearth, but its true purpose was far darker. That evening, Ailey lit her hearth again, though her hands shook as she kindled the fire. She could not banish the image of those glowing eyes, the feeling of being watched. As the flames danced, she whispered a prayer to ward off the creature, though she knew it might return whenever it pleased. The cat Sith was not bound by mortal whims. It was a force of nature, a harbinger, a predator that walked the line between the living and the dead. And somewhere in the woods, hidden among the shadows of ancient trees, the cat Sith prowled. Its ears twitched at the sound of distant voices, its senses attuned to the faint flicker of life within the cottages scattered across the land. It moved with purpose, its paws leaving no trace, its eyes scanning the horizon for the next hearth to haunt, the next soul to claim. Ailey would never forget the chill of its presence, the weight of its gaze. The cat Sith was more than a myth, it was a reminder of the thin veil that separated the world of the living from the mysteries beyond. The mist hung low over the fens, thick as a blanket, swallowing sound and light alike. It was the kind of fog that seemed alive, curling and twisting as though it carried whispers too soft to hear. Ewan held his lantern high, the weak flame barely piercing the murky gloom. Every step he took squelched in the sodden earth, the marshy ground clinging to his boots like it didn't want him to leave. His pulse quickened when he heard the first sound, a low, mournful howl, faint yet piercing. It wasn't the cry of an ordinary wolf. There was something hollow about it, something that gnawed at the edge of his mind. He froze, his breath clouding in the damp air, and strained his ears. The sound came again, closer this time, reverberating through the stillness. Ewan whispered a curse under his breath. The villagers had warned him about the shadow wolves, but he had laughed off their tales, dismissing them as old superstition. They spoke of spectral beasts that prowled the fens under cover of darkness, their eyes like burning coals, their forms darker than the deepest night. To encounter them was to meet death itself, or worse. He shook his head, trying to rid himself of the growing dread, and pressed on. His task was simple: deliver the herbs to the healer on the other side of the marsh before the morning came. The healer's daughter was gravely ill, and Ewan had promised to bring what was needed. The urgency of the mission steeled his nerves, but the weight of the stories lingered in his mind. The mist thickened, swallowing the faint outline of the path ahead. Ewan tightened his grip on the lantern, the tiny flame flickering as though it, too, was afraid. A soft rustling sound made him turn sharply. He saw nothing, only the shifting mist, pale and formless. His heartbeat thundered in his ears as he forced his legs to move, quickening his pace. A growl rumbled from the darkness, low and guttural, vibrating through the air. It stopped him cold. He turned slowly, the lantern shaking in his trembling hand. And then he saw them. Eyes. Dozens of them, glowing an unnatural red, like embers smoldering in the dark. They hovered at the edge of the mist, surrounding him in a silent, watchful circle. The wolves didn't move, but their presence was palpable, their forms blending seamlessly with the shadows. They were larger than any wolves Ewan had ever seen, their outlines flickering like smoke, their fur absorbing what little light his lantern cast. Ewan swallowed hard, his throat dried despite the damp air. He knew running was pointless. The villagers said the shadow wolves moved faster than the wind, their prey never escaping once they had been marked. He clutched the pouch of herbs at his side, his fingers shaking. If these creatures truly were spirits, he wondered if they could smell his fear. One of the wolves stepped forward, its massive paw silent on the marshy ground. Its eyes locked onto Ewan's, and for a moment, he felt paralyzed. The wolf's gaze was not that of a beast. There was something ancient, almost human, in those burning eyes, a weight of knowledge and sorrow that defied explanation. It didn't bare its teeth or growl, it simply stared, as if judging him. The silence was unbearable. Ewan's breathing grew ragged, his chest tight with terror. He thought of the healer's daughter, of her pale, fevered face, and summoned every ounce of courage he had. "I mean no harm," he said, his voice shaking but resolute. "I'm only passing through." The lead wolf tilted its head, the movement eerily deliberate. Then, without warning, it threw back its head and howled. The sound was unearthly, echoing across the fens like the wail of 1,000 lost souls. The other wolves joined in, their howls blending into a haunting symphony that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Ewan fell to his knees, clutching his ears, the sound tearing through him like a blade. When the howling stopped, the wolves moved. They didn't lunge at him or attack, as he had feared. Instead, they began to circle him, their movements fluid and precise, their eyes never leaving his. The mist swirled around them, their dark forms blending and shifting like shadows cast by an unseen flame. Ewan's terror gave way to a strange sense of awe. These creatures were not mindless predators. They were something far more profound, more terrible. As the lead wolf passed close to him, Ewan felt a surge of cold, sharp as ice, sweep through his body. He gasped, clutching his chest, as images flooded his mind, visions of death and decay, of battles fought long ago, of the earth swallowing the remains of forgotten lives. He saw the fens as they once were, a sacred place untouched by man, and he felt the wolves' anger at what had been lost. But beneath the rage was a sorrow so deep it seemed to echo through time itself. When the vision faded, Ewan found himself lying on the ground, his lantern extinguished, the wolves gone. The mist was thinner now, and faint light crept over the horizon as dawn approached. He sat up slowly, his body aching, his mind reeling from what he had experienced. The pouch of herbs was still clutched in his hand, and he realized with a jolt that he was closer to the healer's cottage than he had thought. He stumbled to his feet and made his way forward, his steps faltering but determined. The healer greeted him at the door, her face lined with worry, but her relief was evident when she saw the herbs. She asked him no questions, and Ewan offered no explanations. As he left the cottage, he glanced back toward the fens. The mist had lifted, revealing the marshy expanse in the pale morning light. But even as the sun rose, Ewan knew the shadow wolves were still there, watching, waiting, guardians of a world that was slipping away. He shuddered, pulling his cloak tighter around him. He would never forget their eyes, nor the haunting wail that had pierced the night. The wolves were more than legend, they were a warning, a reminder that some places, some spirits, were not meant to be disturbed. The wind howled across the desolate cliffs, a mournful sound that seemed to carry the cries of the damned. Below, the sea churned violently, its waves crashing against the jagged rocks as though seeking to claw their way onto the land. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, broken only by the occasional crack of thunder that illuminated the darkened sky. It was the kind of night where shadows felt too close, where the very earth seemed alive with whispers of things better left unseen. In the heart of this forsaken land stood the Fomorian stronghold, a twisted fortress of blackened stone that jutted out of the ground like the bones of some ancient beast. Inside its labyrinthine halls, the air was damp and heavy, the walls slick with a strange, pulsing slime that seemed to breathe with a life of its own. The torches lining the corridors burned with a sickly green flame, casting grotesque shapes onto the walls. And from the depths of the fortress came a sound, a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down the spines of even the most hardened warriors. The minions were stirring. They were not like ordinary beasts. Born of dark magic and forged in the crucible of the Fomorians' hatred, these creatures were abominations, each one a mockery of nature. Some had the heads of wolves, but the bodies of serpents, their scales glinting like obsidian in the dim light. Others had too many limbs, their spindly arms ending in claws that dripped with venom. And then there were those whose faces bore a haunting resemblance to human features, twisted and malformed, their hollow eyes filled with an otherworldly malice. Deep in the bowels of the fortress, a lone figure moved cautiously through the shadows. Dare, a young warrior with a heart heavier than his blade, clenched his fists as he crept closer to the source of the growling. His breath came in shallow gasps, the oppressive air of the place pressing down on him like a weight. He hadn't come here by choice, fate had pushed him into the jaws of this nightmare. The Fomorians had taken his village, razed it to the ground, and stolen away his sister, Maeve. He had sworn on the ashes of his home that he would bring her back, or die trying. As he reached the edge of a massive chamber, he froze, his body rigid with fear. Before him lay a scene out of a fevered nightmare. The minions filled the space, their monstrous forms writhing and shifting in the flickering torchlight. Some were chained to the walls, their howls echoing through the cavernous room, while others prowled freely, their movements eerily graceful. A foul stench hung in the air, a mix of decay and sulfur that made Dare gag. But it was the creature in the center of the room that truly made his blood run cold. Towering over the others, it was a grotesque amalgamation of forms, a hulking mass of muscle and bone, its head crowned with jagged horns that glistened like wet stone. Its eyes burned with an unnatural fire, and when it opened its maw to roar, the sound was deafening, a bone-rattling bellow that seemed to shake the very ground. Dare's grip tightened on his blade. He couldn't let his fear paralyze him. Somewhere in this fortress, Maeve was waiting for him, and he would not leave without her. Steeling himself, he stepped into the chamber, his footsteps muffled by the thick, spongy floor. The creatures didn't notice him at first, their attention focused on some unseen force deeper within the fortress. But as he moved closer, one of the smaller minions, a hunched, scaly thing with glowing yellow eyes, sniffed the air and turned its head toward him. It let out a piercing screech, its claws scrabbling against the stone as it lunged. Dare reacted instinctively, swinging his blade in a wide arc. The creature's shriek was cut short as the sword bit into its neck, black ichor spraying from the wound. The other minions snapped to attention, their heads swiveling toward the intruder as one. For a moment, there was silence, a breathless pause before the storm. Then they charged. Dare's world became a blur of claws and teeth, of snarls and roars. He fought with a ferocity born of desperation, his blade flashing as he cut through the writhing mass of bodies. The minions were relentless, their attacks coordinated as though guided by a single, malevolent will. One of them, a spider-like creature with human hands where its fangs should have been, leapt at him from the side, its limbs flailing. He dodged just in time, driving his blade into its abdomen and twisting until it collapsed in a heap. But for every creature he struck down, two more seemed to take its place. They overwhelmed him, their sheer numbers forcing him back toward the wall. His arms ached, his breaths coming in ragged gasps, and he could feel his strength waning. The leader of the horde, the horned monstrosity, watched from the center of the room, its burning eyes fixed on Dare with a chilling intelligence. It bellowed again, a sound that sent the other minions into a frenzy. Just when Dare thought he could fight no longer, a sound cut through the chaos, a high, clear note, like the chime of a bell. The minions froze, their heads snapping toward the sound. Dare turned to see a figure stepping into the chamber from a hidden passage. It was Maeve. Her hair was wild, her clothes torn, but her eyes burned with a defiance that matched the creature's own. In her hands, she held a small, glowing orb that pulsed with a warm, golden light. The horned beast roared, its massive form lumbering toward her. Maeve stood her ground, raising the orb above her head. The light intensified, filling the chamber with a brilliance that banished the shadows. The minions recoiled, their cries of pain mingling with the beast's deafening roar. Dare shielded his eyes as the light grew blinding, its warmth washing over him like a wave. When the light faded, the minions were gone. The chamber was empty, the oppressive darkness lifted. Dare rushed to his sister, pulling her into a tight embrace. She clung to him, her body trembling, but there was a fierce strength in her eyes. Together, they turned toward the passage she had come from, ready to leave the nightmare behind. As they made their way out of the fortress, the walls seemed to hum with a lingering malice, as though the Fomorians' power was not so easily vanquished. But for now, they had won. And as the first rays of dawn broke over the fens, Dare and Maeve stepped into the light, their bond stronger than ever, their hearts filled with a hope that no shadow could extinguish. The wind had died down, leaving the night still and heavy. Beneath the moon's pale light, the valley stretched like a shadowed ocean, thick with mist and unseen dangers. Darius, a young warrior with the weight of his clan's future pressing upon him, sat upon a rock, his worn sword resting across his knees. His breath came in shallow gasps, the effort of the day's battles still clinging to his muscles. He should have felt fear, should have felt doubt, but he didn't. The only thing he could feel now was the steady thrum of his pulse, like a drumbeat echoing in the silence. He looked out into the darkness. The forest loomed like a sentient being, thick with trees whose twisted branches clawed at the sky. Somewhere in that blackness, he knew, something was watching him. He could feel its eyes on him, sharp and knowing, though he couldn't see it. A rustle broke the silence, a movement too fluid, too deliberate. Darius' hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. He stood, ready, prepared for whatever came, but when the creature stepped into the clearing, he froze. It was unlike anything he had seen before. Tall, with thick, dark fur that shimmered like the night itself, its body powerful and lithe, moving with a grace that seemed out of place in the wilderness. Its eyes glowed with an eerie amber light, piercing the darkness like twin stars. This was no ordinary beast. It was a creature of legend, something far older and far more dangerous than anything Darius had ever heard of. The beast stopped just short of him, its gaze never wavering from his. Darius swallowed hard, his throat dry. "What do you want?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The beast made no sound, but its eyes spoke volumes. In that moment, Darius understood. It wasn't here to attack. It wasn't here to harm him. No. This beast, with its wild beauty and unnerving presence, was here for something else. Slowly, cautiously, Darius lowered his sword. The creature's ears twitched in response, and it took a step closer, its massive paws silent on the earth. The air seemed to hum with an unspoken power as the two stood in that strange, suspended moment. Darius' heart pounded in his chest, but his body remained still. He felt the pull of something ancient, something primal. And though the beast had not spoken, Darius knew in the deepest part of him that this creature was no stranger to him. It was something from his own bloodline, something forgotten by time but etched into the very marrow of his ancestors. In the distance, a cry broke through the stillness. A scream, desperate and sharp, filled the air. Without hesitation, Darius turned toward the sound, his instincts urging him to move. The creature, his ally, his protector, followed without a word, its steps light but sure. Together, they raced toward the source of the cry, the forest blurring around them. The path ahead was dark, the trees growing thicker with each step, but the beast's eyes guided them. Its amber glow cut through the shadows, a beacon in the darkness. They moved swiftly, the wind whispering through the branches above them, a soft melody to their hurried strides. They came upon a clearing where a small group of bandits had cornered a young woman, her back pressed against the trunk of a large oak tree. Her clothes were torn, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her attackers, filthy and armed with rusted weapons, circled her like wolves. Without hesitation, Darius charged, his sword raised high. The bandits froze, their eyes wide in shock as they saw the beast appear behind him, its form a shadow of terror and strength. The first bandit lunged, his dagger raised, but before he could strike, the beast was upon him. Its claws raked through the air, slashing through the man's side with a speed and precision that left him no chance. The bandit fell, his screams cut short by the beast's savage bite. Darius, his mind focused solely on the danger before him, fought with a fury born of necessity. His blade flashed, cutting down one bandit after another. The others hesitated, unsure of how to fight back against the two of them. The young woman, watching in stunned silence, held her breath as the last of the attackers fell to the ground. The silence that followed was heavy, suffocating. Darius stood, panting, his sword slick with blood, but he didn't take his eyes off the beast. His chest heaved with the exertion of battle, but there was something else beneath it all. Something that connected him to the creature in a way words couldn't describe. The young woman, her face pale with fear and awe, slowly backed away from the monster. Darius turned to her. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice soft but firm. She nodded, though her eyes never left the beast. What was that?" she asked, her voice trembling. "A creature of legend," Darius said, his gaze still fixed on the beast. It stood, proud and untamed, its amber eyes glowing even in the fading light. "It's an ally. A protector." The woman's breath caught. "It saved us," she whispered. "How?" Darius smiled, a strange, bittersweet warmth filling his chest. "Because not all beasts are enemies. Sometimes, the fiercest creatures are the ones who choose to protect us." The beast let out a low growl, as if in agreement, before it turned and disappeared back into the forest. Darius stood for a moment, watching it go, his heart heavy with a strange, unnameable feeling. The young woman, still in shock, took a few cautious steps toward him. "You're a warrior," she said, her voice steadier now, though still tinged with disbelief. "But you're not alone, are you? You have that creature at your side." Darius turned toward her, his expression unreadable. "I don't fight alone," he said quietly. "None of us do, not really. We all have allies, in one form or another." The woman looked at him, her eyes wide with understanding. "You're not just fighting for yourself," she said. "You're fighting for all of us. For the land, for the people." Darius nodded slowly, his thoughts elsewhere. He had known this truth for as long as he could remember. And though the world was dark and full of dangers, there were allies to be found, if one knew where to look. Beasts, monsters, creatures of legend and myth, they were all part of the same world. And sometimes, just sometimes, they could be the fiercest protectors, the truest allies, in the fight for survival. As the night stretched on and the stars above seemed to glow brighter than before, Darius stood tall, his heart at peace for the first time in many nights. Because, in that moment, he knew the truth: sometimes, the greatest heroes weren't human at all. They were the creatures that walked beside them, the beasts that had chosen to fight for a better world. The night air was thick with the scent of earth and damp leaves, the kind of heavy silence that presses down on you, making every breath feel like an effort. The moon hung low, casting long shadows over the forest. Beneath the canopy of ancient trees, the world was alive with the sounds of creatures, each one calling out, as if urging the hunters forward. But none of them could mask the anticipation that hung in the air. Tonight, the hunt was for something different. Something legendary. Kieran stood at the edge of the clearing, his eyes fixed on the path ahead, his grip tight on the spear that had been passed down through generations of his family. His heart was heavy, but his resolve was firm. The stories of the great white boar had been told since he was a child, whispered around fires, passed down from one elder to the next. It was said that the boar was no mere beast, but a creature of magic and mystery, as old as the forest itself, with a coat as white as the first snow. And tonight, he would find it. His fellow hunters were quiet, too, each one feeling the weight of the hunt. They were not strangers to danger, to facing beasts and challenges that most would shy away from. But the great white boar was different. It was said to be a protector of the forest, a guardian that could not be tamed, and those who sought to bring it down were often never heard from again. "Are you sure about this, Kieran?" A voice broke the silence. It was Finn, his closest friend and most trusted companion. His voice was low, laced with concern. Kieran turned to face him, his gaze steady. "It must be done," he said simply. The words were thick with the weight of an oath, an unspoken promise to the land, to their people. Finn didn't say anything else, but Kieran saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. They had both heard the stories. They both knew the risks. But Kieran had seen the signs, had felt the pull of the hunt in his bones. The forest was calling, and he could not turn away. The hunt began in silence, their footsteps soft against the forest floor. Every now and then, they would catch a glimpse of the boar's tracks, deep and heavy, as though it was moving with purpose through the woods. The air was thick with tension, each of them alert, watching for any movement, any sign of the creature that eluded them. It was Finn who spotted it first, a flash of white in the distance, barely visible through the dense trees. A moment later, the wind shifted, carrying with it a faint scent, something wild and untamed. The great white boar was near. Kieran's heart raced. He motioned for the others to follow, his steps quickening, his breath coming faster now. The others moved behind him, quiet and focused, each step a prayer, each heartbeat a promise. As they moved deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to grow taller, their branches interlocking above them like a canopy of ancient secrets. The boar was close now, so close they could feel the energy of the hunt in their bones. Then, as if the forest itself had opened to reveal its heart, the boar appeared. It was a creature like no other. Its coat was the purest white, gleaming under the moonlight, almost luminous against the dark of the woods. Its tusks were long and curved, sharp as the point of a spear. It stood there, almost regal, its massive body still as it watched them approach. The hunters stopped dead in their tracks. For a moment, there was only the sound of the wind, rustling the leaves around them. Kieran's breath caught in his throat as he met the boar's gaze. Its eyes were not wild, not filled with the usual fear or fury of a hunted animal. No, these eyes were ancient, knowing. They spoke of something far greater than any hunter could understand. The boar was not simply an animal, it was a force, a guardian of something older than time. The silence stretched, thick and unyielding. Then, without warning, the boar snorted and turned, disappearing into the woods as swiftly as it had come, leaving nothing but the faintest trace of its passage. The hunters stood motionless, unsure of what to do, their hearts pounding with the weight of what had just happened. Kieran stood still, his eyes locked on the place where the boar had vanished. He had expected a chase, a battle. But instead, he felt a strange sense of awe, as if the forest itself had just revealed a secret he was never meant to know. "We have to go after it," Finn's voice broke through the stillness, his words urgent, but there was something in his tone that had shifted. Fear, perhaps. Or reverence. Kieran nodded, but the decision now felt heavier than before. The boar was not just a prize to be claimed. It was something sacred, something that could not be taken lightly. The hunt resumed, but it was no longer the same. The urgency had shifted, the thrill of the chase replaced by something far deeper, far more dangerous. As they moved deeper into the heart of the forest, the path became harder to follow. The trees grew thicker, their branches twisting in unnatural ways. The air seemed to thicken with the presence of the boar, as if the very earth beneath their feet had begun to resist their movement. And then, they found it. The great white boar stood before them once more, its massive form silhouetted against the pale light of the moon. But now, it was not alone. Around it, emerging from the shadows, were creatures Kieran could barely comprehend, beasts of the forest, animals that had not been seen by human eyes for generations, standing at the boar's side like guardians. For a moment, Kieran hesitated. The boar, it seemed, had led them here for a reason. It was not a creature to be hunted, not a beast to be slain. No, the great white boar had shown them something, a truth hidden deep within the woods, a message carried by the wind and the trees. And in that moment, Kieran understood. The boar was not to be hunted. It was to be revered. It was a part of the land, a living embodiment of the wildness and beauty of the world that could not be tamed or controlled. The hunt, he realized, was never meant to end with the creature's death. The hunt was meant to bring them closer to the land itself, to remind them of their place within it. Kieran turned to his companions, his heart heavy with the weight of the decision he was about to make. "We stop here," he said quietly, his voice steady. "The boar is not ours to claim." Finn looked at him, his expression unreadable. But the others, his fellow hunters, understood. They nodded, one by one, their faces a mixture of confusion and understanding. The forest had claimed them, and the great white boar had shown them a truth they could never have imagined. The hunt was over. But the forest had won. And in its victory, the hunters had found something far greater than they could have ever expected, a bond with the land that would never be broken. The winds howled across the craggy hills, bending the twisted branches of ancient trees that had stood for centuries, witnessing the rise and fall of kings, queens, and empires. In the heart of this wild land, where the earth seemed to pulse with untamed power, Merlin stood alone, his cloak billowing around him like a dark storm cloud. The night was close, but he did not flinch from its arrival. He welcomed it, knowing that the darkness would carry him to the moment that was fast approaching, a moment that would alter the course of history forever. The prophecy had been spoken to him long ago, a whisper from the depths of time, passed down through the ages from a voice that was not human. It was the voice of the land itself, ancient and wise, yet filled with sorrow. It had told Merlin of the beasts, the creatures of myth and legend, who would come together to shape the future. Some would be allies, others enemies, but all would play a part in the destiny that had been written in the stars. Tonight, Merlin would meet them. He closed his eyes and stretched out his senses, reaching into the currents of magic that swirled around him, invisible yet all-encompassing. The ancient language of the earth sang to him, a song of power and warning, of what was to come. A single beast, the first, was approaching, a beast whose name would echo through time, a name that would stir the hearts of those who would come after. Merlin felt it before he heard it, a tremor in the ground beneath his feet, as though the earth itself was holding its breath. Then came the sound, distant at first, but growing louder with each passing second, a low, rumbling growl, like thunder rolling across the hills. The air grew thick with an electric charge, the hairs on Merlin's neck standing on end. Through the mist and shadows, the beast emerged. It was like no creature Merlin had ever seen. Its body was a mass of muscle and sinew, towering over the trees, its eyes glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. Its fur was dark as night, matted and thick, with tufts that seemed to shimmer and shift as it moved. The beast's snarl split the silence, and for a moment, the world seemed to stop, caught in the intensity of its gaze. But Merlin did not flinch. He stood tall, his staff in hand, the runes carved into its length glowing faintly in the dark. The beast slowed as it approached him, its eyes narrowing, as though it was studying him, deciding whether he was friend or foe. "You are the first," Merlin murmured, his voice barely a whisper against the howling wind. The beast's growl softened, and it sat down before him, its massive form looming like a mountain. Merlin could feel the weight of its ancient power, the centuries of existence it had endured, and the knowledge it carried within its soul. "I knew you would come," Merlin said, his voice steady. "But there are others. Others who will follow. They are not like you. Some will seek to destroy, and others will seek to preserve. You must guide them." The beast's eyes flashed, a spark of understanding igniting within them. It bowed its head to Merlin, acknowledging his words. In that moment, Merlin knew that this creature, this beast of prophecy, was not simply a force of nature. It was a guardian, a protector of something far more sacred than even the land itself. As if in answer to Merlin's call, another sound echoed through the night. This time, it was higher, sharper, a cry that cut through the darkness like a blade. Merlin turned, his heart quickening as the second beast appeared. This one was smaller in stature but no less imposing. Its wings stretched wide, blocking out the stars above as it swooped down from the heavens, its eyes gleaming with an intensity that made the air crackle with power. The creature was a dragon, its scales shimmering in the moonlight like shards of glass. It landed before Merlin, its wings folding in with a grace that belied its immense size. "You, too, have come," Merlin said, his voice a mixture of awe and understanding. The dragon regarded him with a piercing gaze, its breath coming in slow, deliberate puffs of smoke. "I knew you would," Merlin repeated, his mind working furiously to piece together the puzzle of the prophecy. The creatures had come, but they were only the beginning. They were pieces of something greater, something that had yet to reveal itself. The dragon let out a low growl, and Merlin felt a wave of heat wash over him, a sudden burst of fire that threatened to scorch the earth beneath his feet. But the dragon did not strike. It waited, as if asking for permission. Merlin took a step forward, his heart steady in his chest. "You seek a purpose, as I do," Merlin said, his voice calm but firm. "You are the key to something greater than we understand. Together, we must face what is to come." The dragon's eyes softened, and it lowered its head, a gesture of respect. It was clear now. The beasts were not just creatures of power, they were bound to Merlin, and through him, to the land itself. They were his allies, chosen to stand with him against a darkness that threatened to consume everything. Before Merlin could speak again, a third sound echoed through the forest, this one like a high-pitched wail that seemed to reverberate through the very bones of the earth. The air grew heavy, thick with the presence of something ancient and powerful. The third beast was coming. Merlin turned, his heart racing. The ground beneath his feet seemed to shift and ripple, as if the very earth was trembling in fear. From the shadows of the trees emerged a creature unlike any Merlin had ever seen, a serpent, long and sinuous, its body coiling and uncoiling as it slithered forward. Its scales gleamed in the moonlight, their colors shifting from deep green to silver as though it were made of liquid light. Its eyes were pools of darkness, swallowing the light around it. The serpent hissed, a sound so sharp it sent a chill down Merlin's spine. But even as it hissed, there was a strange tranquility in its gaze. It was a creature of wisdom, a keeper of knowledge long forgotten. "You," Merlin whispered, his voice barely audible. "You are the final one. The one who will see through the veil. The one who will reveal the truth." The serpent slithered closer, its coils wrapping around Merlin like a protective embrace. And in that moment, Merlin understood. The beasts of prophecy had come, each one bringing with it a gift, a power, a knowledge, a protection that would help him face the challenges to come. Together, they would stand, and together, they would rewrite the future. But first, Merlin would need to learn to trust them, trust their strength, their wisdom, their power, and in doing so, he would awaken something within himself that had long been dormant. The beasts had come. And with them, a new era was about to begin. The storm raged, its fury crashing against the ship like the world itself was tearing apart. Lightning split the sky, casting fleeting shadows over the dark, unforgiving waters. Waves, taller than men, rose up like monstrous walls, threatening to swallow the vessel whole. The sea had become a beast, wild and merciless, and its roars drowned out all other sounds. On the deck, the warrior stood, his hands firm around the ship's rail, his eyes locked on the chaos unfolding before him. The wind howled through the rigging, tugging at his cloak, but he stood unmoving, his face set in determination. There was no fear in his heart, only resolve. He had faced countless battles on land, but this, the mighty sea, was a challenge unlike any he had known. The crew around him scrambled in panic, shouting orders, attempting to steady the ship as it groaned under the pressure of the waves. But the warrior's gaze was fixed on the horizon, where a darker shadow had appeared through the mist, a shape rising from the depths of the ocean. It was not the storm, it was something far older, far more dangerous. The legend had warned of it, of course, the great sea serpent, whose eyes glowed with the fury of the ocean, whose body was long enough to wrap around an island, whose breath could cause the tides themselves to rise in a frenzy. The warrior had heard tales as a child, whispered stories by old sailors who swore they had seen the creature with their own eyes. But like most things from childhood, the creature had always seemed more myth than reality. That was until now. A great shadow broke the surface, rising like a mountain out of the sea. Its scales glistened with the reflection of the storm's flashes, a deep green that blended with the depths of the water. The creature's eyes, two burning pools of amber, fixed on the warrior with an intensity that made his blood run cold. It was as if the serpent had waited for him, sensing his presence, sensing his strength. The crew screamed in terror, retreating to the corners of the ship, but the warrior stood tall, his sword in hand, its blade reflecting the storm's angry light. His heart pounded, but not with fear. No, it was something else, something primal, something that called to the very core of his being. The serpent's massive body coiled beneath the surface, its scales like armor, each movement causing the water to churn and froth. The warrior could feel the power of the creature, the ancient force of nature that it represented. The sea itself was at its command. It was as if the storm had come to serve it, to clear the way for its arrival. The serpent's great head rose higher, its enormous jaws opening, revealing rows of teeth as sharp as daggers. It let out a deafening hiss, the sound vibrating through the warrior's bones, but he did not flinch. He could not. He had come for this moment. He had trained for this. With a steadying breath, he raised his sword high, its edge catching the next flash of lightning. The beast roared, the sound like a thunderclap in the midst of the storm, and lunged toward him. The ship groaned as the serpent's massive form struck the hull, sending a shockwave through the wood. The warrior's feet slid across the slick deck, but he steadied himself, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. The sea serpent was like nothing he had ever faced before. It was not just a creature of flesh and bone, but a force of nature itself, as old as the ocean, as ancient as the storms. It was more than a monster, it was a symbol of the untamable power of the world. The serpent lunged again, but this time the warrior was ready. He stepped forward, slashing with his sword in a blinding arc. The blade caught the serpent's scales, sending sparks flying, but it did not pierce the armor. The serpent recoiled, its eyes flashing with an intelligence that unsettled the warrior. It was no mere animal. This was a being of the deep, a creature forged in the heart of the sea, and it would not be so easily defeated. For a moment, the two locked eyes, man and monster, each recognizing the other's strength. It was a moment of stillness amid the chaos of the storm, as if time itself held its breath. Then, with a speed that was almost unnatural, the serpent struck. Its tail lashed out like a whip, smashing against the ship's mast, splintering the wood with a deafening crack. The ship lurched violently, throwing the warrior to the deck, his sword slipping from his grasp. The sea serpent let out another roar, its fury echoing across the waters. The warrior scrambled to his feet, his mind racing, his body aching from the impact. He could feel the weight of the ship tipping, the massive creature dragging it toward the depths. He had to act, and he had to act now. With a roar of his own, the warrior surged forward, seizing his sword once more. He was not just fighting for his own life, but for the lives of everyone on board, for the safety of the crew that had placed their trust in him. And deep within him, there was something more, a pull, a calling from the very heart of the ocean. The serpent's head lunged at him, but this time the warrior was ready. With a single, powerful strike, he plunged his sword into the creature's eye, the blade sinking deep into the soft flesh behind its amber gaze. The serpent let out a deafening cry, thrashing wildly, its body writhing in pain. For a moment, the warrior thought it might destroy them all in its fury. But then, the great beast stilled, its body sinking slowly beneath the waves, leaving behind only the ripples of its passing. The storm, too, seemed to abate, as if the sea itself had relinquished its grip. The wind slowed, and the clouds began to part, revealing the first rays of dawn. The ship was battered, its sails torn, but it remained afloat. The warrior stood, breathless, his sword still in hand, its blade stained with the serpent's blood. He looked down at the now calm sea, his heart still pounding in his chest. He had done it. He had faced the great sea serpent and survived. But as the storm cleared and the dawn broke, there was something else that lingered in his mind, a sense of something unfinished, something deeper than the battle itself. The serpent had not been the only force that called to him. The sea had whispered in his ears, urging him onward, pulling him into its depths. He didn't know it yet, but this battle was only the beginning. The warrior and the sea serpent had crossed paths, and the storm they had created would echo through the warrior's life forever. The call of the sea had only just begun. The battle had already raged for hours, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and earth. The battlefield, once a field of green, was now a twisted mass of fallen warriors and shattered weapons. The king stood tall amidst the chaos, his armor battered, his sword slick with the blood of those who had fallen before him. His eyes, however, were not on the men around him, nor the victory that should have felt sweet. His gaze was locked on the monstrous figure that towered before him, the creature that had torn through his army with relentless fury, the beast of Kuroi. It was a thing of nightmares, a beast born of the darkest magic, its body massive, its form twisted with unnatural proportions. Its eyes were as black as night, its teeth razor-sharp and gleaming in the faint light of the dying day. The creature's roar shook the earth beneath their feet, and its clawed hands, as large as boulders, swiped through the air with deadly precision. It was no mere animal, it was a force of destruction, a manifestation of pure violence and wrath. And it was the king's enemy. The king could feel the weight of the creature's gaze upon him, a cold, searing presence that threatened to crush his will. But he stood firm. His kingdom, his people, depended on him. He had fought countless battles, but this was different. This was not a war for land, or riches, or glory. This was a battle for survival. For his kingdom's very soul. The beast lunged, its claws aimed for the king's throat. He barely managed to raise his sword in time, the force of the blow rattling his bones. His muscles screamed in protest as he pushed against the creature's strength, his feet sliding on the blood-slicked earth. The beast's breath was foul, its hot, putrid exhale washing over him, as though the very air itself was suffocating under its presence. For a moment, the king thought he might be swallowed whole by the creature's fury. The ground beneath him gave way as the beast slashed at the earth, sending up a cloud of dirt and rock. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to one knee, his sword slipping from his hand. His breath came in ragged gasps as he tried to steady himself. The beast stood over him, its shadow darkening the very sky. Its jaws parted, and it let out a sound that was not a roar, but a low, guttural growl, a warning. The king knew that the next strike would be fatal. This was it. There would be no more chances. And yet, in that moment, he didn't feel fear. No, it was something else, a deep, unshakable sense of understanding. The king's eyes locked onto the beast's, and for a brief moment, the world around him stilled. The creature's black eyes seemed to shift, flickering with something that might have been regret, or sadness, or pain. The king couldn't tell. But in that instant, he knew that this battle wasn't just a clash of beasts and men. It was something ancient, something bound by blood and fate. The king's breath slowed as he watched the creature's movements, studying its every twitch, every shift in stance. He could feel the creature's power, its raw strength, but he also felt something else, a flaw, a vulnerability. It was a weakness he had to find, a crack in the armor of this dark force that would allow him to strike. The beast moved again, quicker this time, slashing at the king's chest with its claws. The king barely managed to dodge, but he stumbled, his body fatigued from the endless battle. His heart raced in his chest, and for a moment, he thought his legs might give out. He had fought for so long, fought with every ounce of strength he had, but the beast was relentless. It was as if it fed off the very despair that threatened to overtake him. But then, a memory flashed in his mind, of his father, of the stories of heroes and kings who had faced monsters far greater than themselves, and had won. The king's hand closed around the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white with the grip. He remembered what it meant to be a king, to protect his people at all costs. And he remembered the legend of Kuroy's beast, the beast that could be slain, but only by one who understood the darkness it carried within. The king's pulse quickened. He had no more time to waste. He had to act. With a roar that echoed through the battlefield, the king leapt to his feet, his sword raised high. The beast howled in response, its mouth opening wide as it prepared to strike. But the king was faster this time. He sidestepped the beast's blow, rolling across the ground to gain momentum. His sword flashed through the air, slicing through the beast's side. The creature let out a howl of pain, but it did not fall. It swung its massive claw toward the king, sending him stumbling backward. The king's heart thundered in his chest as he regained his footing. He could feel the creature's power coursing through the air like a wave, a force that could tear him apart with a single strike. But he was not afraid anymore. He had seen the creature's weakness, and he would use it. He would fight not just with strength, but with the understanding that this battle was not just about bloodshed. It was about finding the humanity within the beast. The beast lunged again, but this time the king was ready. He ducked under its strike and drove his sword into its exposed side, the steel sinking deep into the beast's flesh. The creature screamed, thrashing in agony, but the king did not let go. He pressed harder, twisting the blade, feeling the creature's heartbeat slow as the life drained from it. The beast's roar faltered as its body trembled, its eyes growing dim. It collapsed to the ground with a mighty thud, shaking the earth beneath them. The king fell to his knees, exhaustion sweeping over him, his body trembling as he pulled his sword free. The battle had taken everything from him. But as he looked at the creature, lying lifeless before him, he knew that the war was not over. This was only the beginning. The king rose slowly, his hand still gripping his sword. He looked out across the battlefield, at the broken bodies of his men, at the land that had been torn asunder by the beast's rage. But there was something else, something deep within him that stirred, a spark of hope. He had defeated the beast. But now, he would face the true challenge, to heal the wounds that ran deeper than any battle, to restore what had been broken. The king knew that the creature's death had not been the end, but the beginning of a new struggle. And he was ready to face it, with every ounce of strength he had left. The craftsman's fingers trembled as he etched the final lines into the silver pendant, his breath shallow in the dim light of the workshop. The room smelled of molten metal and cedarwood, a comforting yet heady mix that had surrounded him for years. The image on the pendant had come to him in a dream, a fleeting vision of a beast that was both fierce and beautiful, a guardian and a terror, entwined in one. Its eyes, he was certain, were watching him now, though the creature existed only in his mind and in the grooves of the metal. The beast he carved was a wolf with tendrils of mist curling from its jaws, each line flowing into the next as though the creature itself could slip between worlds. It was not the first time he'd captured such a form. His people revered these beasts, not as mere animals, but as symbols of power, of mystery, of the bond between man and the otherworldly forces that shaped their lives. A child darted into the workshop, her laughter echoing off the stone walls. She paused when she saw the pendant, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. "Is it for the festival?" she asked, her voice soft, almost reverent. The craftsman smiled faintly. "Yes," he said, though he knew it was more than that. The festival was an offering, a way to honor the old ways and the beings that protected or tormented them. Every stroke of his chisel carried weight, as though the beast he carved demanded his devotion, his skill, his very soul. He handed the child a small, polished piece of bronze etched with the shape of a raven. She squealed in delight, clutching it close as though it held some hidden magic. The craftsman watched her skip away, her laughter fading into the distance. He envied her innocence. She saw beauty in these forms, not the shadows they cast. The next morning, the village square buzzed with anticipation. Merchants displayed their wares on wooden tables, each piece telling a story of gods, beasts, and heroes. A silver torque coiled like a serpent caught the light, its eyes made of garnets that seemed to burn with an inner fire. A brooch shaped like a stag with branching antlers lay beside it, its hooves poised mid-leap as though it might spring to life. The craftsman's table was the busiest. People gathered around to marvel at his latest creation, a bracelet adorned with intertwining dragons, their bodies forming an unbroken loop. Each scale was etched with painstaking precision, their eyes set with tiny shards of amber. A woman traced the dragons with her fingertips, her lips parting in awe. "They say the dragons guard the rivers," she murmured, almost to herself. "But they demand respect, or they'll bring the floods." The craftsman nodded. "And they will," he said quietly. "If we forget them." A bard began to play his harp nearby, the haunting melody drawing everyone closer. As his fingers danced across the strings, he sang of the beasts that roamed the lands and skies, their forms immortalized in the jewelry and carvings surrounding them. His voice wove tales of the Kusith, the great green hound whose howl could summon the dead, of the great serpent that coiled beneath the earth, its movements shaping the hills and valleys, of the raven who brought omens, both of victory and despair. The craftsman felt the weight of his work more keenly with each note of the song. These pieces were not just adornments, they were prayers, warnings, and reminders. The creatures they depicted were not merely symbols, they were real, in their own way. Their essence lived in the land, in the hearts of those who wore their likenesses, and perhaps even in the craftsman's own hands. As dusk fell, the fires of the festival roared to life, their flames licking the sky. The villagers gathered around, their jewelry catching the firelight, each piece glowing as though alive. The craftsman stood at the edge of the crowd, his pendant hanging heavy around his neck. He could feel its weight, its pull, as though the beast he had carved into it was stirring, waking. A hush fell over the crowd as the village elder stepped forward, holding a staff carved with the image of a great eagle. His voice was low but carried across the square. "We wear these beasts not as trophies," he said, "but as bonds. They remind us of what we owe to the earth, to the skies, to the waters that give us life." The craftsman felt a chill as the elder's eyes met his. It was as though the elder saw the beast in his pendant, recognized it, and acknowledged the pact it represented. The wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of rain. The flames of the fires danced wildly, and for a moment, the craftsman thought he heard a sound, a low growl, deep and resonant, like the earth itself was speaking. He gripped the pendant, his fingers brushing over the grooves of the wolf's form. The wind seemed to carry whispers, voices that spoke of gratitude and warning. The festival ended with a feast, laughter and song filling the night air. But the craftsman could not shake the feeling that the beasts he had carved, the creatures etched into silver and bronze and gold, were watching. He thought of the stories his mother had told him as a child, of the time the beasts had walked among them. They had been guides, protectors, and sometimes punishers. They had been feared and loved in equal measure. As he returned to his workshop, the craftsman sat by the fire, the pendant heavy in his hand. He could not sleep. The beast in his dream had felt so real, its eyes boring into his soul, its presence lingering even now. He stared into the flames, the shadows casting shapes on the walls, shapes of wolves and ravens, of stags and serpents, of creatures that belonged to both this world and another. He did not know if the beasts would ever walk the earth again, but he knew they lived on. They lived in the jewelry and art he poured his heart into, in the stories the villagers told, in the land they all called home. And as the fire crackled and the night stretched on, the craftsman felt a quiet resolve. He would keep carving, keep creating, not out of duty, but out of reverence. For the beasts were not just of the past. They were a part of them all. The old woman sat by the fire, her fingers tracing the edge of a wooden carving, a wolf, its form rough yet alive with motion. Her voice, low and steady, carried the weight of centuries as she spoke to the gathered children. "Every beast has a soul," she began, her eyes gleaming in the flickering light. "Not just the soul of an animal, but a part of something much greater. They see the world in ways we cannot, walk paths we fear to tread." The children leaned in closer, their breaths caught in the space between her words. Outside, the wind howled through the trees, a wolf's mournful song carried on the night air. It was as if the forest itself listened, waiting for the story to continue. She gestured to the wolf carving. "This one," she said, "is more than a hunter. It's a guide. When a man is lost, it finds him. When he is weak, it tests him. And when he dies, it leads him home." Her voice softened, and for a moment, the room felt like it belonged to another time, a place where the lines between man and beast blurred. The boy closest to her raised a timid hand. "Have you ever seen the wolf spirit?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The old woman chuckled, a sound full of secrets. "I have," she said simply. "But you don't need to see it to know it's there. You feel it, in the stillness before the storm, in the shadow that moves when no one is near. It watches, always. And it remembers." The room grew quiet as the children pondered her words. Outside, the wind settled, leaving behind a silence that felt almost sacred. The fire crackled, casting shadows that danced like living creatures on the walls. One of the shadows looked almost like a wolf, its head tilted as if it listened, its eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. The old woman reached for another carving, a stag with antlers that stretched wide like the branches of an ancient oak. "The stag," she said, her voice steady again, "is the keeper of the forest. It knows every tree, every stream, every stone. When the forest thrives, it stands proud. But when men take more than they should, when they forget to give back, the stag grows restless. It calls the winds and the rains, and it reminds us who truly rules the land." The children stared at the carving, their young minds trying to imagine a creature so powerful, so wise. One of them, a girl with wide, curious eyes, reached out to touch the stag's antlers. "Does it speak?" she asked. The old woman's gaze softened. Not with words, she said, but with signs. You'll know it's near when the air feels thick, when the birds go quiet. And if you're lucky, if your heart is pure, you might see it, just for a moment. And you'll understand. She placed the stag carving back on the table and picked up a smaller one, a raven with wings outstretched, its beak slightly open as if mid-caw. The raven, she said, her tone darkening slightly, is a messenger. It brings warnings, omens, and sometimes, it brings death. Her words sent a shiver through the children, and one of them clutched his sister's hand. But it's not just a harbinger of doom, she continued. The raven sees what others cannot. It flies between worlds, gathering wisdom. When it speaks, you listen. And if you're brave enough to follow, it might lead you to the truth. The boy who had spoken earlier found his courage again. Have you followed a raven before? He asked. The old woman smiled, a wistful look in her eyes. Once, she said. It led me to a grove where the trees grew in a perfect circle, their roots tangled like old hands holding on to each other. In the center was a stone, smooth as water, with a mark I couldn't read. I stayed there until sunset, and when I left, I felt lighter. As if the raven had taken a burden I didn't know I carried. The firelight flickered, casting the raven's shadow on the wall. Its wings seemed to move, and for a moment, it felt as if the room was filled with the sound of distant caws. The children sat in silence, their eyes wide, their imaginations running wild with images of wolves and stags and ravens. The old woman watched them, a knowing smile on her lips. She reached for one last carving, a serpent coiled tightly, its body covered in intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the firelight. The serpent, she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper, is the keeper of secrets. It moves through the earth, through the waters, through the very veins of the world. It knows what was, what is, and what will be. The children leaned in closer, their fear mingling with fascination. Is it dangerous? One of them asked, his voice trembling. The old woman nodded. Very, she said. But only to those who seek to harm or deceive. The serpent can see through lies, through greed, through the masks we wear. If you approach it with respect, with honesty, it will show you things you could never imagine. But if you don't, she let the sentence hang, the unspoken threat lingering in the air. The children huddled together, their young faces filled with awe and trepidation. The fire crackled loudly, snapping them out of their trance. The old woman placed the serpent carving back on the table and sat back in her chair, her gaze distant. These beasts, she said after a long pause, are not just animals. They are teachers, protectors, and sometimes, judges. They remind us of our place in the world, of the balance we must keep. Without them, we are lost. The wind picked up again, rattling the windows and carrying with it the distant howl of a wolf. The children looked toward the sound, their imaginations filling the night with unseen creatures. The old woman smiled to herself, knowing that tonight, the children would dream of beasts, beasts that were more than myth, more than legend. Beasts that, perhaps, were as real as the land beneath their feet. The old man sat on the edge of the cliff, his withered hands cradling a small carved raven made of black stone. His eyes, sharp and piercing despite his years, gazed out over the restless sea below. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting streaks of fire across the water. The air felt heavy, charged with a sense of anticipation, as if the world itself was holding its breath. You saw the raven, he said, his voice low and steady. The young woman standing behind him shifted uneasily. Her hair whipped around her face in the sharp wind, but she didn't speak. She didn't need to. The raven had appeared to her that morning, perched on the crumbling remains of an ancient oak, its black eyes unblinking, its beak slightly open as if it had been on the verge of speaking. It had vanished the moment she stepped closer, leaving behind only a single feather. The old man turned the raven carving over in his hands. Do you know what it means? He asked. She shook her head, her throat tight. Her entire life, she had heard the stories, the signs, the warnings, the promises hidden in the world's smallest details. A raven was no ordinary bird. Its appearance was never an accident. It means change, he said, his voice taking on a strange, melodic tone. Change that cannot be undone. The raven doesn't visit to pass the time. It comes to warn or to guide. She swallowed hard. Which is it? She asked, her voice barely audible over the wind. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he held up the carving, letting the fading sunlight catch on its polished surface. That depends on you, he said finally. And whether you're ready to listen. The sea roared below them, a fierce and unyielding sound that made her heart pound. She thought of the feather she had found, still tucked away in her satchel. She thought of the raven's eyes, the way they had seemed to pierce straight through her. Was it warning her of danger? Was it telling her to leave this place? Or was it something else entirely? The old man placed the carving on the ground between them and stood, his movements slow but deliberate. You'll know soon enough, he said, and with that, he walked away, leaving her alone on the cliff. The wind died down as the sun slipped below the horizon, and the world seemed to hold its breath once more. She stared at the raven carving, her mind racing. She had heard other stories, of wolves that appeared in dreams, their howls echoing with hidden messages. Of stags that stood in the mist, their antlers catching the light like crowns. Of serpents coiled at the base of sacred trees, their movements spelling out truths no human tongue could speak. Every creature, every sign, carried a meaning. To ignore them was to risk everything. But to act on them without understanding was just as dangerous. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden rustling behind her. She turned sharply, her heart leaping into her throat. At first, she saw nothing, only the darkening forest, the shifting shadows. But then it emerged, a wolf, its silver-gray coat almost glowing in the twilight. It stood at the edge of the trees, its amber eyes locked on hers. She froze, her breath catching in her chest. The wolf didn't move. It didn't growl or bare its teeth. It simply watched, its gaze steady and unyielding. And then, as if drawn by some unseen force, she reached for the raven carving. The moment her fingers touched the cool stone, the wolf turned and disappeared into the forest, its movement so seamless it was as if it had melted into the shadows. Her pulse thundered in her ears as she stared at the spot where the wolf had stood. What did it mean? Was the raven's message connected to the wolf? She thought of the stories she had been told as a child, of the way the world spoke to those who paid attention. The raven brought messages, yes, but the wolf was a protector, a guide through the unknown. The feather in her satchel seemed to grow heavier, its presence impossible to ignore. She pulled it out, holding it up to the fading light. It shimmered faintly, its black surface edged with the deep blue of twilight. Her mind raced with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. What was she meant to do? Was the raven telling her to follow the wolf? Or was it warning her to stay away? As the last light of day slipped away, she made her decision. Clutching the feather and the carving, she stepped into the forest, her heart pounding in time with her hurried steps. The trees closed in around her, their branches reaching out like arms, their roots twisting like serpents underfoot. She followed the faintest of trails, the memory of the wolf's gaze guiding her. The forest grew darker, the air colder, but she didn't stop. She couldn't. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig felt like a message, a sign urging her forward. Finally, she emerged into a clearing. At its center stood a single tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its branches bared despite the season. At its base coiled a serpent, its scales glinting faintly in the moonlight. It raised its head as she approached, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. She stopped, her breath hitching in her chest. The serpent didn't strike. It didn't hiss. It simply watched, much like the raven, much like the wolf. Slowly, she knelt before the tree, placing the raven carving and the feather on the ground. The serpent lowered its head, its tongue flicking out as if tasting the air. And then, with a movement so subtle she almost missed it, it nodded. A wave of understanding washed over her, as sudden and overwhelming as a storm. The raven, the wolf, the serpent, they weren't separate signs. They were pieces of the same message, a message meant for her alone. She didn't know what lay ahead, but she knew one thing for certain: she was no longer afraid. The signs had found her, had guided her, because they believed she was ready. And for the first time, she believed it too. The wind whispered through the ancient grove, carrying with it a strange melody that seemed to hum just beyond hearing. The moonlight filtered through the dense canopy, painting silver streaks on the forest floor. In the heart of the grove stood a creature unlike any seen in the waking world. Its eyes gleamed with an eerie light, and its fur shimmered as though woven from the stars themselves. No one approached such a being lightly, for those who did often returned changed, if they returned at all. A young druid stepped forward, his breath shallow and deliberate, his hand clutching a small talisman carved from bone. His heart pounded, not from fear but from the weight of knowing this moment would decide his fate. He had been called to this place through dreams that spoke in riddles, through signs etched in frost and fire. Every step here had been guided, every doubt met with an answer as elusive as mist. The beast watched him without blinking. It stood still, regal and imposing, as if it carried the wisdom of ages in its gaze. Some whispered it was a wolf, others a stag, yet in truth, it was both and neither, constantly shifting, its form blurring the boundaries between what was real and what lay beyond. He knelt before it, bowing his head in reverence. "Keeper of the otherworld's wisdom," he murmured, his voice trembling, "I seek your guidance." For a long moment, the forest was silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Then, the beast moved, its steps slow and deliberate. It circled him, its presence both soothing and unnerving, like standing at the edge of a great precipice. "Why do you seek what lies beyond?" The voice was not spoken aloud but resonated deep within his mind, an ancient tone that carried both power and patience. He hesitated, the weight of the question pressing against his chest. How could he explain the ache that had driven him here? The dreams of a land bathed in golden light, where voices sang of truths too vast to comprehend. The feeling that something was missing, a piece of himself he couldn't name. "I am incomplete," he finally said, the words spilling from him like a confession. "I feel lost." The beast stopped, its luminous eyes locking onto his. The wisdom of the otherworld is not given lightly. It is not a balm for pain or a cure for doubt. It is fire. It will burn away what you think you know. The druid swallowed hard. He had heard the stories of those who sought the otherworld's wisdom only to be consumed by it, their minds shattered by truths they could not bear. But he couldn't turn back. He wouldn't. "I accept the fire," he said, his voice steadier now. The beast inclined its head, a gesture that might have been approval or a warning. Without another word, it began to walk, its form shimmering in the moonlight. He rose to follow, his steps hesitant at first, but growing bolder as the path unfolded before them. The trees seemed to part for the beast, revealing a trail that hadn't been there moments before. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper. Soon, they reached a clearing where a massive stone stood, its surface etched with runes that pulsed faintly with an inner light. The beast stopped before it, turning to face him. "This is the gateway," it said. "Beyond it lies the knowledge you seek. But know this, once you step through, you will not return the same." He nodded, his resolve unshaken. He stepped closer to the stone, his hand hovering over the glowing runes. As his fingers made contact, a surge of energy shot through him, searing and electrifying. The world around him dissolved into a cascade of light and shadow. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a vast expanse of mist and color. Shapes moved in the distance, giant birds with feathers of fire, serpents coiled around trees made of crystal, and shadowy figures that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. The air was alive with whispers, 1,000 voices speaking in unison, their words just beyond comprehension. The beast was there, unchanged and yet somehow more luminous. "This is the otherworld," it said. "Here, time and space are as fluid as the tides. Speak your question, and the wisdom will find you." He hesitated, the enormity of the moment crashing down on him. What was his question? He had come seeking guidance, yes, but now that he stood here, it felt trivial to reduce his longing to mere words. "Why am I here?" he asked finally, his voice breaking with the weight of his uncertainty. The beast didn't answer. Instead, it stepped aside, revealing a pool of water that had appeared behind it. The surface was perfectly still, reflecting not the misty landscape around them but scenes from his own life. He saw himself as a child, playing in the fields, his laughter ringing out like a song. He saw the moment he had chosen the path of the druid, the pride and fear in his parents' eyes as they bid him farewell. He saw himself standing on this very spot, speaking the question that now hung in the air. The reflections faded, replaced by a single image, a great tree, its branches stretching across the sky, its roots plunging deep into the earth. It was the tree from his dreams, the one he had been chasing without knowing why. The tree connects all things, the beast said, its voice softer now. The past, the present, the other world, and yours. To understand it is to understand yourself. But the knowledge will not be given to you. It must be earned. How? He asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. The beast stepped closer, its eyes boring into his. You must let go of what you think you are. Only then can you see what you truly are. Tears filled his eyes, not from fear but from a deep, aching recognition. He had been holding on to so much, his doubts, his fears, his need for answers. Slowly, he knelt before the pool, letting the talisman in his hand fall into the water. The ripples spread outward, distorting the image of the tree until it vanished. When the water stilled, he saw his reflection. But it was not the man he had been. His face was older, his eyes brighter, filled with a knowing he couldn't yet comprehend. He looked up, but the beast was gone. The grove had returned, the stone standing silent and unmarked. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a sense of peace. He rose to his feet, the weight in his chest replaced by a quiet certainty. The other world's wisdom wasn't something to possess. It was something to live. A soft mist clung to the rolling hills as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. The sound of hooves echoed faintly through the air, though no horse could be seen. It was said that in this land, where the earth seemed to breathe with life, ancient beasts still roamed in shadows, their stories carried forward in whispers and songs. A figure sat by a crackling fire, a storyteller wrapped in a weathered cloak, his voice weaving tales that held the gathered crowd in rapt silence. The creatures of old were not mere beasts, he began, his tone heavy with meaning. They were symbols, guides, and guardians. Their forms have changed, but their essence remains. The word stirred something primal in the listeners, a faint tug at the edges of memory. For these tales weren't just stories, they were echoes of truths older than time. Long ago, before the ink of scribes marked parchment, these creatures were more than myth. The great stag that thundered across the glens was a protector of the wild, its antlers branching like the tree of life itself. Warriors spoke of seeing its shadow before great battles, a sign of strength and resilience. To hunt such a creature was not only an act of skill, but a test of one's spirit. But as years passed, the stag's story shifted. It became a creature tied to kingship, its sightings foretelling the rise of rulers. In one tale, a young boy, abandoned in the forest, was said to be guided to safety by a stag with eyes like embers. That boy grew to become a great king, his rule marked by wisdom and fairness. Though no one could say if the tale was truth or fancy, the symbol of the stag endured, woven into the very fabric of the people's lives. The storyteller's voice softened as he spoke of wolves. In the old days, they howled not in hunger, but in warning, he said, his words drawing shivers. Their cries echoed through the night to remind us that the balance between man and nature must not be broken. Wolves once ran alongside hunters, their keen instincts and strength a mirror to human perseverance. Yet, as settlements grew and fear took root, the wolf's tail darkened. It became a symbol of the untamed, the dangerous. Stories spread of lone wolves that prowled the edges of villages, stealing children in the dead of night. But even as fear clouded their image, a secret reverence lingered. Warriors painted wolf sigils on their shields, seeking to channel the creature's unyielding will. In time, as the world changed, so too did the stories. The mighty sea serpent, once a guardian of the unknown depths, became a creature of terror. Sailors whispered of its coiled body rising from the waves, its roar shaking the very sky. But others spoke differently, of how the serpent appeared to warn of storms or to guide lost ships home. Over centuries, the serpent became a symbol of duality, both the chaos of the sea and the wisdom hidden beneath its surface. The storyteller paused, his gaze sweeping the crowd. "And what of the raven?" he asked, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Once, its black feathers were a sign of mystery, of messages carried between worlds. The raven flew beside warriors on the battlefield, its cry a signal of both death and glory. To the Celts, ravens were more than scavengers, they were seen as watchers of fate. Their presence could mean doom or a divine blessing, depending on the heart of the one who saw them. The stories told of Morrigan, the Phantom Queen, who often took the shape of a raven. She appeared before great battles, her wings spread wide like shadows over the field. Whether her arrival meant victory or ruin was for the warriors to decide. The tales moved with time, adapting as the people did. When Christianity spread through the land, it carried its own lens. The beasts of old were no longer seen as neutral forces, but often as manifestations of good or evil. The serpent, once wise, was now tied to sin. The stag, still noble, began to carry a new meaning, its antlers representing the branches of a holy cross. Yet, even in this shift, the essence of the creatures lingered, stubbornly refusing to be erased. The storyteller leaned closer to the fire, the flames casting eerie shadows on his face. "But there is a truth beneath the layers of every tale," he said, his voice firm. "The beasts live not in the pages of books, but in the hearts of those who listen." A child among the crowd spoke, her voice hesitant but curious. "Do the creatures still watch over us?" The storyteller smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. "Perhaps they do," he said. "Or perhaps they wait for us to remember them." He told of a farmer who claimed to see a white hare with ruby eyes darting through his fields on the full moon, bringing good fortune to his harvest. He spoke of a fisherman who swore that a shadow beneath his boat saved him from the storm that took others. These were not old tales, but ones born anew, proof that the beasts of lore had not faded but adapted, their forms and meanings changing with the times. As the fire crackled, the storyteller's words lingered in the air, weaving a tapestry of past and present. The beasts had changed, yes, but their stories had grown richer, more layered. They were not static symbols but living, breathing entities, their meaning shaped by the hearts that carried them forward. And as the last embers of the fire glowed, it was clear that the tales would continue to evolve, just as they always had. The creatures of Celtic lore would never truly be lost. They had become part of something greater, part of the people, the land, and the endless cycle of story and memory. The library was silent, save for the soft rustle of pages turning. A child sat cross-legged on the floor, a book open before her, its illustrations vivid and wild. She traced a finger over the image of a great wolf with silver fur and eyes like molten gold. Beside it, a dragon coiled in a spiral, its emerald scales catching the light of a hidden sun. The stories leapt off the pages, alive, vibrant, brimming with the power of beasts who had lived for centuries not in the world, but in the imagination. These creatures, born of ancient Celtic tales, now prowled through modern literature and media, their forms as fluid as the ink that first gave them shape. The stories of the past had grown, weaving themselves into new narratives, their power undiminished. Writers and creators reached back into the myths of old, drawing forth the beasts and breathing new life into them. In a dimly lit cinema, the audience gasped as a sleek, shadowy figure streaked across the screen, a black cat, its emerald eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity. The heroine of the story whispered its name, Kate City, her voice trembling with both fear and awe. The creature had returned, no longer the quiet omen of old but a pivotal force, guiding the narrative with its silent, watchful gaze. The audience felt its presence long after the credits rolled, a lingering reminder that some stories are too potent to fade. In another part of the world, a group of teenagers gathered around a campfire, their faces illuminated by the glow of their phones. They shared a digital book filled with tales of the great stag, its antlers said to hold the secrets of the forest. In this retelling, the stag was no longer a solitary guardian but a companion to a modern-day hero, leading them through a treacherous, enchanted land. As the teens read, their eyes widened, their imaginations igniting. The stag had stepped into their world, its legend reshaped but its essence unchanged. The pen of a writer can be as powerful as the ancient bards who once sang these tales. A novelist in a bustling city, far from the green hills of Ireland or the misty woods of Scotland, stared at her laptop screen. Her fingers hesitated above the keyboard. The words she was about to type would bring the Selkies to life again, weaving their tragic, haunting beauty into a story of love and betrayal. The sea-born creatures, half human and half seal, had been reimagined countless times. Yet, their core remained, a deep longing for the waves and a bittersweet connection to humanity. She began to type, the rhythm of her words mimicking the ebb and flow of the tide. In the digital age, the beasts found new homes in unexpected places. Online games allowed players to become druids who called upon the spirit of the great boar for strength or warriors who faced the fiery breath of a Celtic dragon. The visuals were stunning, but it was the stories woven into the games that truly captivated. The developers had studied the myths, adapting them for a new generation, ensuring that every pixel carried the weight of history. Yet, it wasn't only in grand productions that these beasts found their place. A poet scribbled verses in a worn notebook, her words capturing the essence of the raven as a harbinger of change. In her mind, the raven wasn't tied to battlefields of the past, but soared above the modern chaos, its cry a reminder of the thin line between order and upheaval. A filmmaker stood ankle-deep in the icy waters of a remote loch, his breath visible in the crisp morning air. His camera focused on the surface, waiting for the perfect moment to film a scene about the waterhorse, or Kelpie. In his retelling, the Kelpie wasn't a creature of terror but one of misunderstood loyalty, a protector bound by ancient magic. As the first rays of sunlight touched the water, the filmmaker smiled. The creature's legacy was alive, carried forward in his lens. In classrooms and libraries, children's books painted the creatures in colors both playful and fierce. The Hound of Culin, once a symbol of loyalty and ferocity, became the hero's best friend in a series of illustrated tales. A dragon who once guarded treasures now guarded the dreams of young readers, its fiery breath a source of courage instead of fear. But not all retellings softened the edges of these legends. In a dark fantasy series, the Banshee returned with her chilling wail, her voice a harbinger of unavoidable doom. Readers turned each page with bated breath, drawn into the eerie beauty of her curse. The Banshee was a reminder that some myths thrive on the razor's edge of fear and fascination. In all these stories, one thing remained constant: the beasts were never static. They evolved, reflecting the times and the storytellers who gave them form. They became symbols of environmental change, representing the delicate balance between nature and humanity. They stood as metaphors for personal transformation, their struggles mirroring the battles fought within human hearts. The child in the library closed her book, her mind racing with possibilities. The creatures she had met on its pages were more than words or drawings. They were alive, timeless beings who had walked through centuries and now stood at the edge of her imagination. She glanced at the bookshelves around her, filled with countless other stories. Somewhere, she knew, the beasts were waiting, ready to roar to life once more. The fire in their tails would never dim. Whether inked onto a page, projected onto a screen, or whispered in the glow of a campfire, the beasts of Celtic lore had become eternal travelers, their spirits wandering through every story, every dream, every age. The forest was alive in the early morning light. Leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and the soft murmur of a nearby stream provided a steady rhythm to the awakening day. In a clearing, a circle of stones stood silent and ancient, their surfaces worn smooth by time. A woman knelt at the edge of the circle, her hands pressed to the earth. Her breath was steady, her eyes closed. Around her, the air felt charged, as though something unseen lingered just beyond the veil of the physical world. She opened her eyes and whispered a name. It was old, older than the trees surrounding her, a name that carried with it the weight of an ancient creature bound to the land. At first, There was nothing but the wind and the faint rustle of underbrush. Then, a shadow moved at the edge of the clearing. She felt it before she saw it, a presence both vast and intimate, its energy pulsing like a heartbeat in the ground beneath her. The beast emerged, its form shifting between solid and ephemeral. Antlers like the branches of an ancient oak crowned its head, and its eyes glowed with a light that seemed to pierce straight through her. It was the stag, a guardian of the natural world, and she felt her breath catch in her throat. The creature didn't speak, yet she understood its message: respect, balance, and a connection to something greater than herself. In contemporary pagan practices, such moments are not just rituals but lifelines to an ancient understanding of the world. The beasts of Celtic lore are not forgotten, they are revered, their spirits sought out by those who walk the paths of the old ways. These creatures have become guides, symbols of the connection between humanity and the unseen forces that shape the world. A man stood by the ocean's edge, the waves lapping at his feet. He held a small, carved seal in his hand, its smooth surface worn from years of being carried as a talisman. He closed his eyes and called upon the Selkie, the shape-shifting seal folk of Celtic myth. His voice was soft, almost hesitant, as though he feared disturbing the spirits of the sea. The waves grew restless, and for a brief moment, he thought he saw a sleek, dark head break the surface of the water, its eyes watching him with a quiet intensity. Whether it was a seal or something more, he didn't know, but he felt a deep connection to the ocean's rhythms, its endless dance between the shore and the depths. In quiet ceremonies and personal rituals, the beasts are invoked not as relics of the past, but as living forces. A woman traced the spiral patterns of a Celtic knot etched into a stone, her voice steady as she chanted a prayer to the wolf. To her, the wolf was not a predator but a teacher, a symbol of loyalty and instinct. She felt its presence in the rustle of leaves and the far-off howl carried on the wind. It was both fierce and protective, a reminder of the duality within herself. In the flicker of candlelight, a group gathered around an altar adorned with feathers, antlers, and stones. Each item held meaning, a connection to the creatures they honored. They spoke of the raven, its black wings the bridge between the living and the dead. To them, the raven was more than an omen, it was a guide, leading souls through the transitions of life. As the group meditated, a single raven landed on a branch above them, its sharp eyes glinting in the firelight. The moment felt charged, as though the bird had heard their call and answered. These practices are not bound to grand ceremonies. They happen in quiet moments, in the everyday rituals of life. A child walking through the woods paused to leave an offering of berries by a hollow tree, a gift for the fairy hound she believed protected the forest. Her belief was pure, untainted by doubt, and as she walked away, the underbrush seemed to stir with approval. Even in cities, where nature often feels distant, the beasts find their way. A woman planted a small garden on her balcony, filling it with herbs sacred to the deer. She spoke to the plants as they grew, asking for the guidance of the stag in her life. At night, she dreamed of a forest, its paths lit by moonlight and the soft glow of the stag's eyes. The dreams felt real, as though she had been invited into a sacred space beyond the reach of waking life. Contemporary paganism does not see these beasts as mere symbols. They are alive, their energy woven into the fabric of the world. The fox is a trickster, teaching lessons through its cleverness. The bear is a protector, its strength a shield against life's hardships. The snake is a harbinger of transformation, shedding its skin to reveal something new. Each creature carries wisdom, its presence a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. As the woman in the forest stood, the stag faded back into the trees, its form blending seamlessly with the shadows. She felt a sense of loss, but also a deep gratitude. The earth beneath her feet felt alive, humming with the energy of the encounter. She turned and walked away, her steps light, her spirit renewed. The beast had not spoken, but it had shared its wisdom, leaving her with a quiet sense of purpose. The old ways are alive, carried forward by those who listen to the whispers of the wind, the murmur of the waves, and the rustle of the leaves. The beasts are still here, watching, waiting, guiding. Their stories are not just told, they are lived, etched into the hearts of those who seek their wisdom. The wind howled across the open moor, carrying with it a sound both haunting and familiar. It wasn't the cry of any ordinary animal, but something that seemed to echo from the depths of time itself. A traveler paused, his cloak wrapped tightly around him, and peered into the mist. There, for the briefest moment, he thought he saw a shadow, a wolf, larger than any he'd ever seen, its eyes gleaming like fire against the fog. His heart pounded, though he couldn't say whether it was from fear or awe. The wolf vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind only the lingering sense that he had been in the presence of something ancient, something more than a mere beast. This is the power of the Celtic wolf. Its story did not stay confined to the lands of its origin. It traveled, whispered through the mouths of sailors, traders, and storytellers, carried across oceans and deserts. As it reached new lands, it found a home in other myths, blending and reshaping itself into something both familiar and new. Far to the east, in the snow-covered forests of Siberia, the tale of the Celtic wolf became intertwined with the legends of shapeshifters. The people there spoke of men who could transform into wolves under the light of the moon, protectors and hunters who walked the line between human and animal. These stories, born of survival in harsh winters, carried an echo of the Celtic belief in the wolf as a guide and guardian of the wild. In the deserts of the Middle East, another creature took shape. The stories of the Morrigan's raven, a harbinger of death and fate, mingled with local legends to inspire tales of the Anka, a mythical bird of great wisdom. Though the raven's dark feathers became the golden plumage of the Anka, its essence remained the same, a creature of power and mystery, a reminder that death and life are part of an eternal cycle. Across the Atlantic, the tales of the Selkie found new waters to swim in. Celtic immigrants carried with them the stories of seals that could shed their skins and walk as humans. In the Americas, these tales intertwined with indigenous myths of water spirits. In the Great Lakes region, the Selkie's influence can be seen in the stories of the Missipeshu, a powerful water panther believed to guard the lakes and rivers. Both creatures, though different in form, share a common thread, the liminal space between human and animal, land and water, known and unknown. Even the Celtic dragon, fierce and wise, spread its wings across the globe. In China, where dragons were revered as symbols of luck and prosperity, the influence was subtle but profound. The idea of the dragon as a guardian of treasures and wisdom resonated deeply, and in time, the Chinese dragon's image became a harmonious blend of local beliefs and the ancient Celtic spirit. The dragon's fiery breath and immense strength found echoes in the stories told in the mountains of South America, where the Andean condor, a bird of incredible size and power, was imbued with mythical attributes that reflected its Celtic counterpart. In the forests of Scandinavia, the Celtic stag crossed paths with the mighty elk of Norse mythology. Both creatures stood as symbols of renewal and connection to the divine, their antlers stretching toward the heavens like living branches of a sacred tree. Hunters told tales of following these animals, not for the kill, but for the journey they inspired, a chase that was as much spiritual as it was physical. The hound of Cuchulainn, a creature of unmatched loyalty and ferocity, found kinship in the mythologies of Japan, where tales of loyal dogs, like Hachiko, carried the same essence of devotion. Though the landscapes and languages were vastly different, the heart of the story remained unchanged, an unbreakable bond between man and beast, forged in the fires of love and trust. The boundaries of these stories were never fixed. Like rivers carving their way through stone, they adapted, taking the shape of the cultures they touched. But even as they transformed, they carried with them the soul of their origins. The beasts of Celtic lore whispered to those who would listen, reminding them of a time when the world was vast and full of wonder, when humans and animals were not so separate, and the line between the natural and the supernatural blurred. The traveler on the moor shivered as the wind grew colder. He resumed his journey, his footsteps echoing softly against the earth. Yet he could not shake the feeling that he was being watched. The wolf's eyes lingered in his mind, a silent promise that its story was far from over. In every step he took, in every breath of the wild air, he carried a piece of that encounter with him, a reminder that the myths of the past are never truly gone. They live on, evolving with us, their roots deep in the shared soil of humanity. The fire crackled softly in the quiet of the stone-walled room. A woman sat by the hearth, her hands weaving a story with the precision of an artisan, her voice steady and filled with an ancient rhythm. Before her, a child sat cross-legged, eyes wide and glistening with wonder. The tale was of a great eagle, its wings spanning the sky, carrying the hopes and fears of warriors long gone. The child gasped as the woman described how the eagle became a star in the heavens, a guardian watching over the people below. The story hung in the air like a spell, wrapping around the room and anchoring something timeless in that small, fleeting moment. Celtic lore has always lived in whispers and flames. Its survival has depended not on grand monuments or written tomes, but on the human heart, beating with a shared reverence for stories. For generations, these tales were passed down like precious heirlooms, safeguarded not by kings but by grandmothers and village storytellers. Each retelling wasn't merely a repetition but an act of preservation, a defiance against the erosion of time. But the survival of these stories wasn't always gentle. When the invaders came, their swords seeking to carve out kingdoms, many of the keepers of Celtic lore became silent. The bards, once celebrated as the living libraries of their people, were silenced under the weight of new laws and tongues. Yet, even in the quiet, the stories refused to die. They found sanctuary in secret gatherings, in the murmurs of the wind through the trees, and the carved stone animals that dotted the hillsides. A stone, withered and moss-covered, stood in a forgotten clearing. Upon it was the faint image of a boar, its tusks etched with care by hands that had long since turned to dust. To those who passed, it seemed like an ordinary relic, but to the one who paused and looked closer, it spoke volumes. The boar was not just an animal but a symbol of courage and defiance. Its image was carved by those who wanted to say, "We are still here. Our stories are still here." Centuries later, a young historian stumbled upon this stone. Her hands traced the grooves, her mind racing with the weight of what she had discovered. She could almost hear the distant echo of the hammer and chisel, feel the presence of the carver who refused to let their stories be forgotten. That night, she lit a candle in her small study, vowing to bring these tales back into the light. The written word became a new battleground. Scribes and scholars, inspired by whispers of old myths, began recording what could be salvaged. They visited the elders, sat in crumbling cottages, and listened as voices, cracked with age, spoke of wolves that ran with the wind and horses that carried gods on their backs. Every word they wrote was a rebellion against the silence that had tried to consume these stories. Yet, the preservation of Celtic beast lore wasn't confined to ink and paper. It lived in the songs sung in smoky taverns, where fiddles and flutes brought creatures like the selkie and the stag to life. The music, wild and untamed, felt like the heartbeat of the myths themselves. To hear it was to be transported to misty isles and shadowed forests, to feel the presence of beasts that existed beyond the veil of ordinary sight. Art, too, played its part. Painters, sculptors, and even modern digital artists found themselves drawn to the primal beauty of Celtic beasts. They created sweeping landscapes where dragons coiled protectively around sacred wells and wolves stood howling beneath silver moons. These works, shared across the world, became bridges between the past and the present, allowing new generations to feel the same awe that their ancestors once knew. But perhaps the most powerful preservation of these stories lay in the quiet moments, the ones that seemed too small to matter but were, in truth, monumental. A child, curled under a blanket, listening as their parents spoke of Cernunnos, the horned god, who walked the forests with stags at his side. A lone walker pausing by a grove, sensing that the trees held secrets they couldn't quite articulate. A group of friends sitting under the stars, weaving tales of creatures they had never seen but somehow knew to be real. In these moments, Celtic beast lore was not merely remembered, it was lived. It wasn't confined to a distant past, but woven into the fabric of the present, a reminder that the line between myth and reality is not a wall but a doorway. Those who stepped through found themselves changed, carrying with them a piece of something larger than themselves. And so, the beasts lived on. Not just in books or songs, but in the hearts of those who refused to let them be forgotten. They roamed the edges of consciousness, waiting for someone to listen, to see, to believe. In every fire lit, and every story told, they found new life, defying the passage of time with the same wild spirit that had birthed them. The fire in the stone-walled room burned low, casting long shadows across the faces of the woman and the child. The story was over, but the child's wide eyes spoke volumes. They had not just heard the tale, they had felt it. As the woman tucked the child into bed, she smiled, knowing that the eagle would soar again in the child's dreams, its wings carrying the lore of their people to yet another tomorrow. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silver sheen over the rolling hills. Shadows danced across the landscape as if alive, their movements flickering in the corners of the eye, teasing the imagination. In the distance, the faint cry of a wolf echoed, a sound that seemed to carry with it the weight of countless stories. It wasn't just a wolf's howl, it was the voice of the ages, a haunting reminder of mysteries that refused to be tamed. A lone traveler sat by a small fire, the warmth barely cutting through the chill of the night. He stared into the flames, lost in thought, the weight of the world on his shoulders. His pack rested nearby, but it wasn't filled with food or tools, it was brimming with old parchment, sketches of beasts, and fragments of tales he had collected. Each page held the whispers of beings that existed on the edge of memory, caught between the known and the unknowable. He had spent years chasing these stories, yet the more he uncovered, the more elusive they became. As he gazed into the fire, the flames began to shift, taking on shapes that made his breath catch in his throat. For a moment, he thought he saw the coiled form of a dragon, its eyes gleaming with intelligence and fire. Then it was gone, replaced by the proud silhouette of a stag, its antlers reaching skyward as though seeking to pierce the heavens. The traveler blinked, unsure if it was the heat playing tricks or if the beasts themselves had come to watch him. Somewhere in the depths of his soul, he felt it, the pull of something greater than himself. These creatures, these stories, weren't just relics of the past. They were alive, pulsing with the same energy that coursed through the earth and sky. He had always thought of himself as the one seeking them, but now he wondered if they had been seeking him all along. In the silence of the night, the wind began to hum, a low and steady sound that grew louder with every passing moment. It wasn't chaotic or harsh, it was rhythmic, purposeful, like a song sung in a language he didn't understand. The traveler leaned forward, his heart racing. He didn't know what he expected to see, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to reveal itself. Then, it happened. From the shadows emerged a figure, but it wasn't a man or a beast, it was both and neither. It shifted with the fluidity of water, its form flickering like the edge of a dream. Its eyes, though, were steady and piercing, as ancient as the mountains and as boundless as the sea. The traveler felt his breath catch as he met its gaze, an overwhelming sense of recognition washing over him. He didn't know this creature, yet it felt like he had known it his entire life. "You seek answers," the figure said, its voice a melody of many tones. "But answers are not what you need." The traveler swallowed hard, the weight of the words pressing against his chest. "Then what do I need?" he managed to whisper. The figure smiled, a gesture that was both comforting and unnerving. "You need to listen. Not with your ears, but with your soul. These beasts you chase are not just stories. They are the threads that weave the world together. They are the guardians of mysteries, the keepers of truths too vast for words." The traveler's mind raced. He thought of the wolf he had seen in the forest, its eyes glowing like embers in the dark. He thought of the sea serpent he had glimpsed beneath the waves, its scales shimmering like 1,000 stars. He thought of the raven that had followed him for miles, its cry echoing with an eerie familiarity. Each encounter had left him with more questions than answers, but now, he began to see the pattern. These creatures weren't just symbols or myths, they were messages, reflections of a world that was both within and beyond him. The figure stepped closer, its form becoming clearer in the firelight. It held out a hand, or was it a paw, or a claw? The traveler couldn't tell. "Take this," it said, and in its grasp appeared a small, glowing orb. It pulsed with a light that seemed to come from every star in the sky, and yet it felt impossibly personal, as though it contained the essence of his own being. Hesitantly, the traveler reached out and took the orb. As soon as his fingers closed around it, a flood of images and sensations washed over him. He saw the great bear of the northern woods, its strength and solitude a testament to resilience. He felt the swift grace of the salmon, swimming against the current, a symbol of perseverance and wisdom. He heard the roar of the dragon, a sound that spoke of power and fear, destruction and rebirth. Each image was a piece of the puzzle, and yet the puzzle itself remained just out of reach. When he looked up, the figure was gone. The fire crackled softly, the night once again still. But the traveler was no longer the same. He clutched the orb tightly, its glow fading but its presence unwavering. He knew now that the beasts weren't meant to be fully understood. They were mysteries for a reason, eternal riddles that challenged humanity to look beyond the surface, to question, to wonder. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the traveler stood, his pack slung over his shoulder. He didn't know where his path would lead, but he felt no need to know. The beasts would guide him, just as they had guided countless others before him. They were always there, waiting in the shadows, in the stars, in the depths of the human heart. And so, he walked into the morning, his steps steady, his spirit light. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled again, its voice a promise and a challenge. The traveler smiled, his heart swelling with a feeling he couldn't quite name. The mysteries of the Celtic beasts were eternal, and that was the beauty of them. They were not puzzles to be solved, but stories to be lived, over and over again, for as long as the world turned. And in that endless cycle of wonder and awe, they would never be forgotten.